CMJ's Epic Quest. 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 CMJ's Epic Quest.
Hey everybody, welcome back to D&J's Epic Quest. I am Jay Rule, aka Justin, and alongside me here is
Derek Cronus. My daytime name is Derek. How you doing, ma'am?
An interesting stripper name, Derek Cronus. Derek Caucus.
Yeah. I'm not sure who my target audience would be if that would not be my daytime job, would be my nighttime job, I suppose.
Right, exactly. But no, I'm doing fine. Been had a couple of buddies that I haven't seen in a while come out from California to visit. So hey, you met them.
Nice.
Eric and Michaela.
Was Eric the lead singer when you were in the band?
Yep.
Oh shit, I know he moved out to California.
Yeah, he works at Apple corporate. So
it's probably a pretty good gig.
Yeah, it is pretty decent. What about you, man? How you been?
Not too bad. Flying solo this week. Kelly's gone all week working in lacrosse, so just me and the cats. So kids are at their other parents, so it's a little lonely at the house, a little boring. But it did give me a chance to do some reading and typing this stuff up, getting that wrapped up. And I'm sure we both put in quite a few hours into typing up our summaries for this episode.
It's only 26 pages long.
Yeah. I'm not feeling the greatest today, but I'm excited to do this. So
yes,
looking forward to
I'm
it.
excited to read the next chapter for sure. But yeah, what do you say? Should we talk about Silverstones here?
We should.
All right. Well, if you haven't already, please check out silverstonesbooks.com. They have a very large selection of fantasy, sci-fi, and horror books with the option of many signed copies at pretty reasonable prices. They have given us a discount code. It's just DJ Quest. So check out their site, pick up a book, and save a little cash while supporting some indie authors.
Yes, and I believe they did get approved for their physical location. So he is pretty excited about that. I think he said, from what I saw on Twitter, said it looks like it just needs a little cleaning. Doesn't sound like they've got to do a whole lot other than probably get their inventory there. So he's hoping to get the keys, I think I saw, by November 1st, which is like a fucking week away from now.
Right, yeah.
But I think he, again, just from what I remember seeing on Twitter, I think he was talking about maybe if he could get the keys, doing like a soft opening. But otherwise, I think the plan is to open sometime in December, which is not far away either.
No.
And what the fuck else? Oh, he's still got his GoFundMe going on, just to try to help, make sure they've got the first month or however much, they can banked while they transition, move all this stuff. I'm sure it's a lot to do, but it's cool to see that, that they found a place. They must like it, and they're going to be, going that route too. It's pretty cool.
Hell yeah. And I'm assuming that we're going to be there for their grand opening.
I guess we'll see how it works out. I think it would be cool. We did kind of put that into the universe.
I think our only option now is to follow through with that.
Yeah, we'll have to see how timing works out and everything else. But what you and I each have going on and all that too. So obviously that's going to be, December's kind of holidays time. So I guess I wasn't expecting something so fast. I mean, definitely, if we can make it down, I'd love to for sure.
Yeah. We don't necessarily, I mean, I think the most important part is that we get down there eventually. Doesn't necessarily have to be as they open, even though that would be cooler, but
Yeah.
all right. Well, should we move on to our wonderful and fabulous patrons here?
Yes, in order of subscription, thank you, Jan Picker of Pies, Luciana Etrigan, Ryan the Topological, Damien the Rock of Faces, Nate Fiddle Me This, Shield Anvil Dylan, and David Mallet Mullally. Thank you guys all very much. Stealing this from another podcast. I don't think I said this before, but I think it was Zach from Fantasy for the Ages on one of their episodes. He said, nothing's expected in terms of patrons, but everything is very much appreciated. So thank you very much, everybody.
I like that a lot. And thank you all for those who had participated in our survey. We appreciate the feedback. We got some good insight. So we really appreciate that. So thank you once again.
Yeah, definitely. I'm pretty sure Damien gave us some feedback. I don't know if anybody else had it or not, at least as of right now.
I mean, it's an anonymous survey, so it's hard to say who has and who hasn't. But for those who
well,
appreciate it.
Damien, not to throw you on the spot here, but he did message us saying he was going to do it, and then we had some feedback. So I think we can pretty safely assume it was him.
Yes, for sure. All right. Chapter 5 epigraph here. He rises bloodless from the dust, with dead eyes that are pits. Twin reaches to eternal pain. He is the lodestone to the gathering calm, or clam, made anew and dream-racked. The standard a rotted hide, the throne a bone cage, the king, a ghost from dark fields of battle. And now the horn moans, and on this gray-clad dawn, drawing the disparate host, to war, and the charging frenzy of unbidden memories of ice. Lay of the first sword, Irig Thon de Lusa. I kind of got a poem vibe from that. I don't know if you did, but that was pretty cool.
I feel like the epigraph is talking about Calor.
You think it's Calor?
Yes.
Yeah. I get that vibe. I could see that. I would agree.
Sweet.
I have nothing else to add. Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's all right. It's I don't know. It's I guess I don't really know what it means, but just the throwing a bone cage, and it just made me think of him sitting on the, when we first met him in the prologue.
Well, I think that it's alluding to a lot of the drama he stirs up in this chapter.
Yeah, he does do that,
Used to
doesn't
draw,
he? Well, should we dive in here?
Let's dive in.
All right. For first section here, I think this is also the longest section. It was at least my longest section, but 2 days later and 7 leagues of travel, and Lady Envy's Talabra showed no signs of wear or stain, while Tok's face covering was caked with dust. He never thought he would be happy to see a boring-ass grassy plain, but after the volcanic wasteland, it was a paradise to see. Lady Envy asked if the hill would suffice for camp, though she thought it left them exposed and vulnerable to marauders. Tok said while marauders were generally not very smart, they would have to be really fucking dumb to mess with 3 Segula. Also, the wind would keep any biting insects at bay. He would never recommend a low spot on any prairie. Lady Envy accepted his wisdom on the matter. Tok quipped that he could not see her 4-legged friend anywhere. Lady Envy replied that she didn't see his bony friend either, and perhaps they stumbled into some mischief. Instead of making another joke, Tok said he should get the tent set up. Lady Envy reminded him yet again that her servants were capable of menial tasks, such as erecting tents. She hoped he would have more important tasks to see to. Tok suggested striking heroic poses against the sunset, to which Lady Envy agreed. Tok became a little irritated, saying he didn't know he was here for her entertainment. She caught on to his irritation and asked for him to relax. She couldn't have these types of conversations with her servants. Tool is no better, and while her dogs listened perfectly and dared not to interrupt her, she craved witty banter. With a sigh, Tok said he was a poor excuse for wit. He was a soldier and little else. Lady Envy said he was being deceptive and not modest. He had been educated far more than what would be common for a professional soldier, and she had heard enough of his witty exchanges with Tool. So why had he grown shy all of a sudden? Lady Envy had placed a hand on Talk's shoulder. He replied that she was a sorceress and sorcery makes him nervous. She took back her hand and said that she understood, but also that she did not. Tool was forged by power not seen in a long time, and his stone sword had been invested to an absurd degree. It cannot be broken, not even chipped, and it will cut through any wards effortlessly. No warren can defend against it. She would not wager on any blade against it. And then there was Tool himself. He was a weapon of sorts, possessing a large amount of strength and power. Yet, Lady Envy had not seen Talk nervous about that. Talk snapped, saying that Tool is only shrunken hide and bones, doesn't brush up against him every chance he got, or throw him smiles that pierce his heart, or mock him for once having a face that didn't make others turn away. Quietly, Lady Envy said she never mocked his scars. Talk looked and saw the 3 masked Segula and thought that he had really messed up. He wondered if they were laughing at him behind their masks. He tried to apologize to Lady Envy and said he regretted his words. Lady Envy said she accepted his challenge. Talk didn't understand this. She said that he did not believe that her affections were genuine. She would strive to prove otherwise, and that if he tried to push her away, well, she was not easily pushed away. Talk asked to what ends, and thought to himself that all his defenses were broken down for her amusement. He saw her eyes flash and knew his thoughts were true. The pain traveled through him, and he began to set up the first tent. The dogs, Gara, not sure if I spelt that right. We'll go with it. The dogs Gara and Baljag had arrived, making their way back to Lady Envy. A moment later, a cloud of dust kicked up near Talk. There was Tool, and he had an antelope carcass slung across his shoulders. From what Talk could see, there were no wounds on the animal, and he surmised that Tool must have scared the damn thing to death. Oh, Gareth for the dog, thank you. Lady Envy was excited about eating well, and told Senu that he had butchering to do. Talk thought to himself, it wouldn't be the first time either. Lady Envy continued that idle hands were Hood's playthings, and that Mock would put together the bathtub, and that Thurl would unpack the bath items. Talk looked at Tool, and he said he would begin to make arrows. Talk said he needed to finish the tents. In the meantime, Tool would make a tool kit. Talk was efficient enough in putting up the tents that he was able to keep an eye on Tool while they both worked on their tasks. He watched Tool break the antlers off. He watched in amazement as the Tlan Imus used his bony hands and assortment of rocks and created some chipped flakes in different sizes and thickness. Tool took one flake in his hand and an antler in the other and began using the antler to create smaller flakes. Lady Envy commented on his skill and asked if before metalworking all possessed the same skill he had. Talk said it was possible, as some Malazan scholars believed that the discovery of iron only occurred roughly 500 years ago. Lady Envy said she knew he had been educated, and that among the elder races, metal forging was more sophisticated, and that improvements on iron were known. Her father's sword, as example. Talk scoffed. Sorcery. Investment. It replaces technological advancement, and it often means supplanting the progress of mundane knowledge. Lady Envy had said that he certainly had a particular view on sorcery, and that she detected a rote, which bitter scholar, or better yet, failed sorcerer, taught him his views. Talk said it was a high priest. Lady Envy said he should find another point of view, as his was skewed and would only keep him narrow-minded. Talk told her she sounded like his father. She only told him he should have taken his advice. Talk had some inner thoughts, thinking she was right. He should have, but never did. His father told him to leave the Empire, find somewhere beyond the courts, beyond the commanders and the claw, and to keep his head low. He finished setting up the tents and went to Tool's side, and Mock had finished the tub while Thurul made his way with the other supplies. The wolf and dog sat near Senu as he carved the antelope meat. He occasionally flung them scraps. Looking at what Tool had accomplished, he said he was starting to see what he was doing, and that while Tool made it look easy to create the arrowheads, he suspected they were not. Tool said some stones are sand, some are water. Edge tools can be made of the stone that is water, while crushing tools are made of the hardest stones made of sand. Tok said he had made it all through his life thinking a stone was a stone. Tool told him that in his language, there were many names for stone, names that tell of its nature or function, or what had happened to it, or what would happen to it next. Tok understood his point and wanted to change the subject to Lady Envy. Tool said he knew little more of her than he had already told. Tok asked if she was a companion to Rake. Tool said at one time there were three who traveled together: Rake, Brood, and the one who ascended to be the Queen of Dreams. Then shit hit the fan. Rake was joined by Lady Envy and the soul taken known as Osric. Those three traveled together for a time while Brood went on his own. He was not seen for centuries, and when he returned 100 years or so ago, he had his hammer, a weapon from the sleeping goddess. Tok asked what Rake, Lady Envy, and Osric had been up to. Tool shrugged and said he would have to ask them. All he knows is that there was a falling out. Osric is gone and nobody knows where. Rake and Lady Envy remained companions, but they argued and split before the Ascendants gathered to change the fallen one. Rake was a part of that effort and Lady Envy was not. Tok said she is a mage. Tool said that could be seen with what was in front of him. Tok thought he meant the hot water at the tub. What Tool meant was the Segula. Tok said they were slaves forced to serve her. Tool asked why this bothered him. They were slaves of the Empire. Tok said sure, debtors, petty criminals, spoils of war are all made slaves, but not Segula. They're the most feared warriors on the continent, especially the way they attack without warning for reasons only they know. Tool said their communication is almost completely nonverbal. They assert dominance with posture, faint gestures, direction of stance, and tilt of the head. Tok did not understand. If this was their way, why had he not been cut down years ago? Tool told him his unease in their presence sends the message of submission. Tok said he was a natural coward in that case, and that Tool, he shows no unease. Tool only said he yields to no one. Tok was silent, thinking on his words. He said Mock has a mask with 2 scars on it, and he thinks he knows what it means. And if he is right about it, Tool looked at Tok, his gaze unwavering. He said the young one who challenged him, Senu, he was good. He didn't anticipate him, and he had not prevented him from fully drawing his sword in their duel. Had he not prevented him from fully drawing his sword in their duel, may have gone on for a long time. Tok asked how he knew how good he was if he didn't even fully draw his sword. Tool said even so, he still parried them. Tok could not believe this, that he blocked his attacks with a half-drawn sword. Tool said it was only the first 2, but not the third. He only had to study the movements of the eldest to measure the full strength of his skill. Senu and Thurul both acknowledged him as their master. He knew Tok believed because of the mask that he is highly ranked among his kind. Tok said he thinks he is ranked 3rd. There's supposed to be one among their kind with a white porcelain mask unmarked, not seen by anyone but the Segula themselves. They are a warrior society ruled by a champion. He wondered what brought them here. Tool said he might ask the youngest of the 3. Tok took that to mean Tool was also curious about it. Tok said he wouldn't do his dirty work. He ranks below them, so the Segula may choose to talk to him, but he could not initiate, so Tool must ask the questions. Tool addressed the Segula and asked why they had left their homeland. The Segula replied, calling Tool Master Stoneblade, and said they were the punitive army of the Segula. Tok caught himself, thinking if anyone else had said that, he would have laughed. Tool was surprised and asked who they wished to punish. He said the invaders of their island. They keep killing them, but they keep showing up. They leave that to the black masks, since the enemy comes unarmed, so they are not worth dueling. However, it is a distraction from their training, so it was decided to travel to where the invaders come from and kill the one who sends them to their island. That was his answer. Tool asked if he knew the name of these people. The priests of the Panion. They come seeking to convert them, but the Segula are not interested. So now they warn of sending an army to their island, which excites the Segula. So in return, they send them many gifts. But the Panion priests were insulted by the gifts. The Segula didn't understand, so now only their blades will speak for the Segula. Tool said, fortunately now, Lady Envy and the rest, they now traveled towards the Panion, which made the Segula happy. Tool asked Senu how old he was. He replied he was 14 and a 11th level initiate.
Nice work, sir.
Oh,
Definitely a lengthy one. A nice
it was.
introduction to this lengthy chapter for sure.
Yeah. I definitely. I mean, I had a few things here. I know you were kind of jotting some stuff down here as we were going. So if you want to start off with what you had here.
I mean, I totally can. I mean, I wasn't trying to distract you. I was literally just, like I said at the beginning of the episode, there's just so much information that, as you were reading it, my thought was just I would type down what I recall thinking about in that moment. So,
Oh, no worries. Well, that wasn't distracting me as much as my cat jumping in my lap and biting me. So,
fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I guess since mine is technically the first one, I can definitely say when at the part where Talk and Lady Envy are having this conversation, and I really like his comment, and it made sense to me about Tool only being a shrunken hide and bones, and he doesn't brush up to him every chance he got and throw smiles that pierce his heart. I mean, maybe Lady Envy is purely just intrigued by the wit that she sees coming from Talk towards Tool, and just wants a little bit more of that herself, being that she does give a very great explanation. Like, the Segula have their, hierarchy, so they're not very much for conversation. And while her dogs are great at listening, they can't really partake in the actual conversation itself. So, putting myself in Lady Envy's shoes, it's kind of lonely and maybe a little bit boring, and having somebody that is neither of that is maybe something
Yeah.
to look forward to.
right. Yeah. I mean, Tool, talking to him seems very like factual, transactional. Like he's going to answer your question as efficiently as he can. And that's about it.
Right. Yes, for sure. Absolutely. That was just my first thought as we were making our way through the summary.
Sure. My first thought here, Talk is wondering about, Lady Envy says that she's not easily pushed away, and he's wondering, well, what ends is this going to go? And, he's kind of broken a little bit. And so I wonder what she sees in him. I wonder what she thinks she's going to gain, or does she really care for him? Because it seems like Talk has pretty low self-esteem, and he doesn't really want to get played and, start to fall for her a little bit, I think, and then get his heart broken when she's, like, oh, just kidding.
Right. Well, I mean, even in the first chapter, there's a little bit of flirtation that was happening between the two. And on their journey, that may have evolved a little bit. Maybe it's not just flirtation and titillation anymore. It's more those stages of getting to know somebody. And Talk at this point is just like very defensive and kind of he's got his own guard pulled up. So
Sorry,
I guess
run that by me again there.
I see both perspectives. I don't know what Lady Envy's motivations are, if there's a deeper level there, or if she is legitimately interested in the dude.
Yeah, I don't know either yet. I keep trying to think of like, how do I picture Lady Envy? And I think kind of what I picture is Angelina Jolie playing Maleficent.
I guess I could see that. I was thinking more Celine from The Great Hunt for whatever reason. She's just kind of the image that pops in my head, like short black hair, very thin.
But just like kind of the demeanor. I can see both.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. But I can just only imagine what Talk is going through in his mind, I'm sure it would be nice for him to have witty conversations and exchange some witty banter with another individual. So, that's not undead. Or
right.
I'll even talk
Somebody
to him.
probably
Yeah.
like more on his level too, I would think.
Right.
My next point, where Talk's thinking about Senu and his butchering. I don't think it's animals that he was thinking about. We see kind of his sword skills here, and probably butchering people or whatever enemy, I guess, the Segula were facing.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure that there was a hidden meaning there that we were meant to pick up on. And I think I would agree with you there. I don't have anything I wouldn't say I disagree in any light.
Yeah. And then just kind of continuing from there, Lady Envy tells Mock to put the bathtub together and that Thurul would, get her bath items. And to me, it didn't make a whole lot of sense other than just, this is just clearly busy work, because if she can magic herself some hot water, I mean, she really clearly doesn't need them to put a bathtub together or to get her shit. She could do all that herself probably in a snap of a finger,
That's true. Maybe she just doesn't want to waste resources.
I guess. Yeah, have them do something instead of sitting around twiddling their thumbs. And I suppose maybe then, if they're busy, they're not going to get into trouble with somebody else.
That's true. It could also be a way of, keeping their hands busy, as you said. So, for sure. I thought it was an interesting scene. Like I could just imagine, Tool and the dogs returning to Talkside on the hilltop. The bath is being readied, and even Lady Envy taking a bath. Like it's definitely a chapter that is meant to pass time.
Well, I mean, they did some of that.
For sure.
I didn't do a very good job of summarizing, but what Tool's doing, I think he's just making arrowheads, basically.
Yeah, that part was really cool. Sorry, go ahead.
He's making tool. Oh, you're good. He makes a little toolkit so that he can make these arrowheads. And I guess, I think like, man, that sounds tedious and boring and time consuming. But I suppose if you're basically immortal, time doesn't really mean much. So
Sure.
who cares how long it's going to take you?
They actually surprisingly don't take a long time to make, but granted, I've never made one, obviously. That's not where this is stemming from. But sometimes when I'm just doom scrolling on TikTok, I will come across somebody making arrowheads out of obsidian. And it's really interesting to see how they work. So when Erickson was talking about using a heavy stone that Tool found from like the river area that they were passing, or like the coastline, and then using that to strike the obsidian and just large pieces of chunks that were coming off of it. The way he described everything just matched so beautifully to these videos that I've seen about people making arrowheads from obsidian, even down to the using the antler that the Tool broke off to carve little chips into the obsidian to make like a serration. I would totally watch one and just it'll align exactly to how he did it in this chapter.
I don't think I would have the patience to make them.
Oh, I for sure wouldn't either, but it's fascinating watching them being made.
I'm sure that would be cool to see. Let's see here. Moving on, the word rote, ROTE. I didn't know what that meant, so I had to look that up. I don't know if you knew what that meant prior.
I did not. Not until I read your little comment here.
So it means to learn by repetition. So Talk and his views on sorcery. I guess basically somebody repeatedly told him, I guess basically sorcery's bad or something along those lines.
Well, I mean, it sounds like it was a high priest. So if there's anything, going back to Haboric, he was a high priest, or once was a high priest of Fenner. Or was he a priest or a high priest? I don't even recall now. But
I don't think he was a high priest, but maybe he was. I don't remember either.
I feel like the high priest is alluding to some type of like religious fanaticism is kind of what I'm getting at. So
I got you.
Yeah.
Let's see what else I have here. So Talk asked if Lady Envy was a companion to Rake, and just I think the way it was worded in the book, how Talk asked it, I think what he was alluding to was asking if they were lovers. I don't know if you got that vibe or not.
I didn't, because from what I understand, Lady Envy is Draconis's daughter, right?
Yes.
Okay. But Rake is also a part of that family in some way, shape, or form. He is the son of darkness. I think companion in this sense means like traveling companion or familial companion. but I don't know if lover. I don't know if I would go as far as lover.
There was just like when he asked, he kind of had a pause or a little bit of a delay in asking. So that's what made me think that.
I mean, it's possible from Talk's point of view. I mean, obviously, we don't know much about like House Dark and their lineage. So maybe Talk is just as ignorant and is maybe just asking. I mean, you could very well be right as to the intention, but I don't think they're lovers, if that makes sense.
You don't think there's incestuous relationships in this world?
I mean, I'm sure that there's a possibility, but given everything that we've come across, but no, in this particular instance, I don't think so.
I didn't jot down any of this stuff, but I know we've heard Osric before. Did he come up in Deadhouse Gates
He came up in
briefly?
Moon.
Was it Gardens? Okay.
Ah,
Yeah, I wonder what the hell happened to him. I kind of remember they thought he was somewhere on a continent in the south or something like that. Is what I vaguely remember. But yeah, I thought wherever we had saw it, heard it, nobody's heard from him in hundreds of years or something, whatever the time frame was. Yeah, a long time. So I'm curious if we're gonna learn more about him, and also we've heard the term Queen of Dreams multiple times, and I want to know who it is.
yeah. Well, I mean, I think Queen of Dreams is supposed to like represent hope or like good, or like not luck because that's Opon, but you know what I mean? Just like good tidings, well being.
Well, so you're thinking the Queen of Dreams is not a person?
No, I think it is. I'm just saying
Oh,
that
okay.
just that house, that deck of dragon, that hold is a representation of those things. Is all I was adding on.
Okay. So I was a little confused there.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, Osric comes up from what I understand as early as Gardens of the Moon. And I believe it happens during a conversation with Baruch and Rake. And I don't know, I just thought it was a nice little callback to Gardens of the Moon. And from what I understand or remember from that story, Rake was talking about how he had met Mappo and Icarium once, and Osric was at his side because some type of confrontation between the Trell and Rake or something, and Osric had to like pull him back. I very well could be wrong, but like something along those lines, like that situation, but maybe just with characters, those characters, not necessarily that order.
Sure. I remember him being mentioned, and that's about it. And I don't think there was a lot there when they talked about it. Yeah, I'm sure just setting something up later on down the road, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Guess we'll find out. Read and find out.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't the first time that they got, or that Lady Envy. Is this the first time that Lady Envy and Rake and Osric and Brood are brought up? I feel like it was briefly mentioned in a couple of chapters ago.
I guess as far as traveling together?
Yeah.
I guess I don't remember either. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that, it's interesting that what I see taking place, and I mean, granted, this really isn't like spoilerish. Again, there's so much information in this chapter that I could be out of place here a little bit, but I don't care. So, from what I understand, is that Lady Envy, Brood, and Rake were all, or it was Brood, Rake, and then the Queen of Dreams were traveling together, and then the way I took it is that the Queen of Dreams ascended, and then Osric came in, or Lady Envy came in, and then, or maybe Lady Envy didn't come in. Now I'm confused. Oh, well, whatever. But I think it's interesting that Lady Envy and Rake had an argument about, or split before the Ascendants gathered to chain the Fallen One to, I imagine, burn, right? So I have a feeling that this is the reason why Brood kind of left the pack, if that makes any sense. Because we do get a little bit of a conversation between Rake and Brood towards the end of the chapter, which we can revisit at that time too. So, but I just think it's interesting that they're sprinkling it in now. There's definitely a history there, and I just want to know more.
I'm wondering, it says Rake was a part of the effort to chain the Fallen One, and Lady Envy was not. So maybe I'm wondering if maybe that's where Rake got Dragnipper, and I feel like that would be a pretty valid reason for Lady Envy to not want to be a part of it. If her dad just was, I don't know, I mean, if you say killed or trapped within the sword, however you want to word that, maybe she was, in a tizzy about that and didn't want to be around Rake with her dad's sword now. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems that there was a confrontation of some kind between some of these players. I'm guessing over what to do with the crippled god.
Very well could be.
The stance from that I understand, based on the knowledge that I have, is that Quick Ben discovers that Burn is sick, right? And again, that's kind of a repetitious piece of information that kind of gets sprinkled throughout this chapter as well, or a little bit here and there throughout this chapter. And my guess is that the argument was whether or not to use Burn to do it, right? Because I can see it as, well, if we chain him, he could potentially take over Burn, but that's going to give us however many years. That's going to give humanity however many years to survive. Whereas if we just let him go untethered, then humanity may not survive tomorrow. So I think that's kind of the argument that they were having. So maybe that's kind of where like Draconis and Lady Envy essentially took the same side, opposing Rake. Rake ended up killing Draconis. Now he's got the sword. Lady Envy is maybe looking for some revenge, and maybe that's what her motivation here is. I don't know. Hard to say.
Yeah. We don't know yet if we're going to know it all. I guess we'll see.
Right. But I at least kind of wanted to talk about that.
Yeah. Let's see here. Moving on a little further down. Dude, I love the Segula. They're so freaking cool. They might be my favorites now. But Sanu is talking about how their island keeps getting invaded by these enemies, but they're not armed. So they send, like, I imagine they're like trainees to go kill them, since they're not worth like dueling. And so I think these unarmed people, because we find out that it's part of the Panian Domain, but it must be the Tenascalri horde. They must be, I don't know, they send over like a boatload of them at a time or something, and then they just get fucking slaughtered. And so then the Segula are like, you know what? We're tired of this bullshit. We're going to go kill the dumbass that keeps sending his people here and just be done with this. And then they're like, oh, we're gonna give them some gifts to entice them. And I don't know. It was weird. But I think they're cool as hell. And I like that, they're like, we're the army here to punish the Panian Domain, and talk like, it's just like trying not to laugh because there's 3 of them. So like,
yeah,
like what the hell are 3 of you going to do? But then the one's like, well, I'm number 3. So he's like the 3rd best one.
Yep.
I guess we don't really know. Like, so at the end of this chapter, it talks about how, the one, he's 14 years old and 11th level initiate. I'm kind of curious as to how that scale goes. Is it the higher the number, the stronger? Or is it, if you're a 1st level initiate, is that like the strongest? I guess I don't know that we know yet.
I don't know. I feel like their numbers are individual to the person, so Mock being the 3rd best, I feel like he's the only 3rd.
Right. Yeah. Cause I don't think he's like 3rd level. He's just number 3. So I feel like, Senu says he's 11th level initiate. I feel like he's like not even earned a number yet.
Right. Yes. That is the feeling that I got. But I think it is the lower the number goes, then so when you become a 1st level initiate, or maybe it is the other way around. I guess where that number stops, who knows?
Yeah. I guess we don't really know.
But I did enjoy their, I guess you could call it kind of an explanation or a brief history of the Segula.
So are they on an island on Genebacus, do you think?
Yeah, I think they're off the coast of, like, if you look at the map on the Panian Domain, where it's all like shaded in.
Yep. I'm looking at the map now.
I think they're off to the coast.
But I don't see any islands out there.
I think they're like in Coral Bay somewhere. if I had to guess. I'm sure that it's just such a large view of the map that we don't really get much. My guess is they're inside Coral Bay. There might be like a little island over there somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, looking north, there's Fall Isle, and then
Yeah,
there's even further north, there's some other island with a city called Oran on it. So I don't know.
hard to say. I'm just assuming it's somewhere near the where the Panions have already captured.
Maybe somebody can clear that up for us without spoiling things.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Just it'd be cool to know. Or yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's something that would maybe come up. Maybe they go there at some point. I don't know.
Maybe we know in this next section that Rake goes there.
Or went there.
Right, or went there, yeah. But yeah, what a information filled section. I don't know if I have any more that I really want to pick apart in there. I think the history with Rake and Lady Envy and Osric and the Queen of Dreams and Brood gets mentioned later on in this chapter. So what their purpose is, what they're doing, I know that it has something to do with the crippled god, the Segula, and just the dynamics of that warrior society, and just kind of what it is, what's their purpose essentially. And on top of like Talk and Ladies Envy, their banter together is pretty great. I loved all of that.
Yeah, when talks about doing poses in the sunset, I kind of imagine him doing, like the bodybuilder poses, just stuff like that.
Just really goofy ass shit for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
That's
yeah,
all I got.
cool. Well, it was a very long section. And
It was. We knocked out a few pages there.
Yeah, no, it was good. I liked it. All right. Well, are we ready to move on now that we've talked for 40 minutes already? Okay. Pieces of meat were cooking in the flames of fire. Lady Envy appeared from the gloom with the two Segula following behind her. She takes note of the wonderful smell in the air from the cooking meat. Talk caught the rule's casual turn and gloved hands lifting and the unsheathing of his swords. Faster than the scout's eye could track, sparks flashed as steel met flint. Tool was driven back as blow after blow was driven down on him. The two warriors disappeared into the darkness beyond the hearth's glow. Lady Envy is heard saying that this was ridiculous. Sparks exploded 10 paces away, and Talk shot a glance at Mott, and Senyu. It is Mock. It's not Mott. Mock. Mock and Senyu. Senyu still sat by the fire, but Mock stood watching the battle. Talk thought to himself that Mock wouldn't be able to see better than he could. More sparks were seen in the night. Lady Envy was heard giggling, and Talk asked if she was able to see in the night. Lady Envy says that she can, and that this duel has brought back an old memory. Animander Rake had crossed paths with the Segula when he paid an unannounced visit to their island, knowing nothing of the inhabitants. Taking human form, he fashioned his own mask and walked through the main city's thoroughfare. Being that Rake is naturally arrogant, he showed no deference to those he crossed paths with. Another clash in the night broke up her recollection for a second. She continued on to say that he was there for 2 hours. Rake had described the ferocity of that short time and his dismay and exhaustion, which led him to withdraw into his warren. A cold voice said, "Black Sword." They turned to see Mock facing them. Lady Envy said that this happened centuries ago. Mock explained that they never forgot worthy opponents. Envy said that the last swordsman Rake faced wore a mask with 7 symbols. Mock acknowledged this with a tilt of his head and said that Black Sword holds the 7th position and that mask still awaits him. The Segula would like Rake to make a claim to it. Envy smiled and said that soon he could extend that invitation to Rake. Mock said that it wasn't an invitation, but a demand. Envy laughed and explained that there was no one that Rake would meet with an unwavering eye. Mock said that they shall cross swords, as Rake is the 7th, but he is the 3rd. She turned on him and asked Mock where the score of Segula went after Rake killed them. They ended up in Dragnapur and asked Mott if that's where he wanted to end up as well. Mock said that those that die fail, and that Segula do not spare thoughts for those that fail. Talk asked if that included Mock's brother. Just then, Tool approached, dragging Thurul's body by his collar. The two dogs trailed just behind. Envy asked if Tool had killed her servant. Tool explains that he had not. However, the Segula had some injuries and that he would eventually recover from. Envy said that this was not quick enough and to bring him to her. Mock interjected and said that the rule was not to be healed with magic. This angered Envy and she snapped. She spun, and a wave of power surged out from her and struck Mock. He was sent flying and then landed with a thud. Envy said that her servants do not make demands of her. She then laid her hand on Thurul's chest. Talk took notice of Tool and said that he looked all chopped up. Tool said that it had been a long time since he faced such a challenging opponent, not to mention only having to use the flat of his blade. Mock slowly rose and then faced the undead warrior. Envy said that there were to be no more duels this night, or she would not hold back on her wrath. Mock turned his attention away from Tool. Lady Envy straightened herself and then said that Thurul was healed. She called over to Senyu and told him to gather the food and wine, as a nice quiet dinner was in order. She flashed a smile at Talk and then added that some witty discourse was needed as well. It was now Talk's turn to groan. First thing here, the real only thing, what's happening, what's going on with Thurul and Tool battling it out in the nighttime, Lady Envy is essentially just recalling the story about Animander Rake. And I thought it was just a really cool way of getting a little brief history on Rake, because we don't really know him outside of the present.
Right. I kind of wonder. So Rake, I guess, joined the Segula. He'd be number 7 among them, which is pretty wild that he's not, because you think like, oh, well, he's such a badass. He's got to be like number 1, but he's not even top 5. He's barely top 10.
Well, that's just because he hasn't faced the top,
Well, right. But I mean, if he was that exhausted after facing, whatever numbers he faced, could he handle, 1 through 6 or 6 through 1, I guess?
I don't know. I mean, I don't get the impression that they would gang up on him. I think that they would go one by one against him.
Well, I mean, even still, I think they'd probably wear him down.
Oh, for sure.
But I kind of wonder, so like, say number 8 gets killed by a non-Segula. I don't know why they would fight each other, I guess, or duel each other. Does everybody like improve 1 rank then? Or I wonder how that works.
No, the person who bested the Segula would take its place.
But what if it's their enemy?
I would assume that they would take their place. As Mock said, those who die fail. I think
I don't know, like
a way of like conscripting warriors into their warrior type culture is my way of thinking about it.
I can see that with like Rake, because he's not like an enemy. He just happened to, pick a bad spot to show up and fight all these guys. But if it's like, if it's freaking leader of the Panian Doman and he kills number 4, whatever, whoever, does the leader of the Panian Doman become that number? Like,
yeah,
I feel like the Panian Doman, like those, like they're like sworn enemies now. So I don't feel like we'd let them take over their spot.
You don't think Rake was an enemy when he visited their island unknowingly? I mean, he didn't make...
I don't think he seemed like an enemy. He was just somebody who kind of got in the wrong spot at the wrong time.
I guess I'm just trying to make you think of like the Segula's perspective. You're sitting there eating your whatever you're eating, and then this big ass dude shows up with a fucking sword, and you do battle with him, and he bests you, and then they're offering him your mask because you died, you failed.
I can see that in like cases like that, but not just like if they're going to war with somebody. It doesn't make sense to me that they would be like, okay, you can be number 2 now.
Maybe. I guess I don't know. I think we're talking about 2 different things, but possible.
Yes.
Maybe. I don't know. I guess I don't know. Yeah, I can't think of. I feel like they would just, regardless of who it is or what they are to them, they would give them that person's place based on what I know, which is very little.
Right. And to me, that doesn't seem to make a ton of sense. Like, I get it. Like if Rick's like, I want to challenge you, number 3. And if I kill you, I get to be number 3. But if the Segula are like, we're going to you keep sending your people here. We're sick of killing them, so we're going to come kill you. I don't think, like, to me, it wouldn't make sense to be like, oh, all right, well, we tried to kill you, and that guy failed, so now you can just be one of us and take his spot. Like, to me, that doesn't make sense.
That's just what it was saying. So that's what I'm going off of.
Like I said, it was almost like Rake dueled them. Is kind of what I feel like. I mean, it was obviously like a fight, but it wasn't like they were in an all-out war. So I feel like those are two different things. Like a duel and like you're at a war are different. So I don't know.
Is it kind of like in westerns when the bad guy shoots down the sheriff in a shootout and he becomes the sheriff? But if the bad guy brought an army of other cowboys and shot the sheriff, they wouldn't be accepted? I don't know. Fair enough. All right, cool.
We can move on. I'm not trying to be hung up on it. I'm just like,
no, it's fine. It's a good thing to converse about because, it's not anything that we know about. It's not like we're rich in that history. We're just getting little glimpses of it. So, I mean, granted, both of our perspectives, neither of us are right or wrong, but it's still interesting to discuss.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Being that Rake is naturally arrogant, he showed no, deference to those he crossed paths with. And knowing what we know about the Segula, I can imagine why this got Rake into trouble. This is, I guess, kind of adding on to that, but not really.
Yeah. I mean, I would think that even if he was walking through there, and I guess even if he unknowingly gave them signs of submission, like if he didn't look him in the eye or whatever their standards are, don't you think they'd be like, the fuck are you doing here? Like, okay, we're going to try to kill you because you don't belong here.
That's my guess is what happened.
But it didn't help his case that, yes, he's naturally arrogant. It probably just sped things up.
Right. Yeah, exactly. But, kind of going back to, a related subject, right? I mean, the last swordsman that Rake ended up facing was one that wore a mask with 7 symbols. In which section was it that we heard about the white face? That was the last section, right?
Well, they talk about the white face Barghest.
No, not the white face Barghest, but there's a Segula that has like a white mask, and it's not.
I imagine that's like number 1 or something.
Right. Yes.
I don't remember what section that is, but it's got to be coming up pretty quick.
I thought it was in the first section when Todd was talking about the ranks and what he knew about.
I guess I don't know. Did we talk about it already? The white mask? Did I not summarize it? I don't know.
You summarized it, but I mean that's not a big deal. I mean we're talking about it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was in the first one. Clearly, you believe by virtue of his mask that he is highly ranked among his own kind. So this is talking about Mach. And then he goes third highest. There's supposed to be a legendary Segula with an unmarked mask, white porcelain. Not that anyone has ever seen him except for the Segula themselves.
Oh, yeah.
It's all good. It's really interesting. It's all really interesting. This hierarchy, the culture, Rake's interaction with them. And I mean, and now what's really messed up is, we know what Dragnapur does because of Gardens of the Moon. Going back to that scene with Paran inside the sword and all those people pulling this wagon, right? Some of them were Segula.
Yeah. You might not have seen them, but I mean, They were in there somewhere.
But it's just nice to kind of tie those two things together,
Yeah.
One of my other thoughts was just the whole when Mach is saying that those who die fail, and they don't spare any thoughts for those that fail. And I get the sense that this is a very cutthroat society. So that's kind of where I think that if someone is vested, they don't care. They have no investment to that person anymore because they're dead. They're just all about rank. They're all about hierarchy. They're all about the fact that hey, if you bested one of our best warriors, well, now you're them. In their eyes, from their perspective, Clearly, they're demanding that Rake pick up the 7th mask, but he's not going to. Maybe he will, but he hasn't.
Yeah, I guess. I don't think he's probably really got anything to gain by doing it.
Right. But maybe there is some motivation there. Who knows? But yeah, that's just kind of what it made me think of. And then the other part, just Tool saying that it's been a long time since he faced such a challenging opponent, but that's because he really only had to use the flat of his blade, right? Because he didn't want to kill him. And I thought this was really interesting to me because we're kind of getting a little bit more of Tool's personality, which I'm all out digging. And Tool could have easily just killed these guys and be done with it, but he doesn't. So like I don't know if that's a respect thing towards Lady Envy, or if that's just he doesn't want to unnecessarily kill, even though he's being attacked. He's just defending himself.
I feel like I don't know. It's hard. I feel like it's maybe hard to say with Lady Envy because I feel like maybe she'd be pissed off if he killed one of them. But on the flip side of that, I almost think maybe she'd be like, "Well, he had it coming."
Well, I feel like she said
he
that
deserved it
in an earlier chapter. Like, hey, if you guys go at it again, like Tool is merely defending himself, so he does what he needs to do in doing that, then that's on you. I would agree. The last thing that I had to talk about, and it is just kind of at the end here where she flashes a smile at Talk, and I still wonder if it's still flirtation and if Talk is still thinking it's genuine or not, because I mean, honestly, I kind of question the same. I don't know if it is genuine or not.
I know it's hard to tell because she has kind of this like
Charm.
it's almost like this charm that everything's kind of like a joke or maybe it's not. She's just it is hard to read her. Yeah, I mean, how does she mean it? I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. I would 100% agree with that. It's hard to say. So I guess that's one thing that I'm excited to read on about when she comes up. So yeah,
Well, anything else you want to talk about there?
not at all.
Well, we are 20% done with our sections.
5%. No, you're right. No, I don't know.
Well, we have 20 sections, right? I guess we'd be 10% done.
We were both wrong. All right, sounds good. Onwards we go.
Clearly, math wasn't our strong suit.
No, not at all. It's late. Well, it's not late, but it's
By
getting.
the time it's done, it will probably be late.
Yeah,
All right, ready to move on here?
let's do it.
All right. The three horsemen rode to the top of the low hill. Whiskey Jack wheeled his horse around to look at Pale. Quick Ben said nothing, watching his oldest friend. He thought to himself that upon this hill they came for Hairlock. Even though there was only empty armor there, they were still here rotting in the grass. They had just crawled out of the collapsed tunnels, leaving hundreds of their comrades behind, buried. They burned with rage, and at the rage they felt at their betrayal. They were ready to commit murder on this hill. His last thought for the time was that there was no burying the history of their lives. Yellow nails and fingers of bone claw up from the ground at their feet and hold us fast. Whiskey Jack said to summarize. Mallet asked who should start. Whiskey Jack gave him a glare, and Mallet continued on, saying that Paran's affliction, his mortal flesh, has the taint of an ascendant blood and ascendant places. Quickben would tell them all that neither of these things should be manifesting themselves as a sickness, but would be like a shove down a corridor. Quickben said that he keeps crawling back, and the more he tries to escape it, Mallet finishes his sentence, saying that the sicker he got. Whiskey Jack asked Paran himself was an ascendant. Quickben said he was as near as. Whiskey Jack continued on, asking about the story of Rake and his sword. What was to be made of that? Mallet said it was troubling, and Quickben said it was hood-damn scary. Whiskey Jack wanted to know why. They explained that Dragnipur wasn't Rake's sword. He didn't forge it, so how much does he know about it? And how much should he know about the sword? Where did those hounds go? Where it went, Paran is linked by blood. Mallet said that makes him unpredictable. Whiskey Jack wanted to know what was at the end of this, quote, corridor that they had described. Neither had an answer, but they both agreed that they should add a few shoves of their own, namely Silver Fox. She reads him like Tattersail used to read a deck of dragons, and she sees more each time she looks at him. Whiskey Jack said there would be no guarantee that she shares any information she finds. They thought if Tattersail and Nightchill's personality shone through, there may be a chance. Whiskey Jack said Tattersail was fine enough, but Nightchill? Very little was known about her. Quickben said she was a nasty bit of work, yet also mysterious as she was Malazan. Mallet asked what her warrant was. He was told it was Rashawn, as best as could be identified. That was the information Silver Fox could draw upon, as it didn't seem like much of Night Chill had survived. Whiskey Jack asked Quick Ben if he was sure. He said he was not, and he thought to himself that there had been other Night Chills before the Malazan Empire. The first age of the Nathalog Wars, the liberation of Karakarang on 7 cities 900 years ago, the Seti and their expulsion from Fen. On Kwantali 2,000 years ago, a woman, a sorceress named Night Chill, if she's the same one, Whiskey Jack spat on the ground, saying he wasn't happy. Quick Ben kept quiet and thought that he'd tell him about Byrne, but if he's not happy now, how would he take the news of the world's impending death? He decided he'd deal with that on its own and jump when the time comes. The crippled god had declared war on the gods, on the Warrens, on the whole damn thing and everyone in it. The crippled god would have to outsmart him, and Quick Ben thought he'd have him in circles before too long. After more silence, Whiskey Jack finally spoke up, saying to keep Paran facing the right direction and give him a shove if the opportunity arises. He told Quick Ben to use any and every means necessary to find out more info on Night Chill, and for Mallet to explain everything about Paran to Spindle, as Whiskey Jack wanted them all close enough to count his nose hair. Now that the Darujitan contingent is supposed to arrive at any moment at Brood's tent, they had best head back.
Yeah, I feel like from here on out, these sections are a little bit more manageable.
I think so. Yeah, there's a bunch of them, but yeah, they kind of shorten up.
First thing that I thought was cool is just kind of this. They almost seem to have. It's not nostalgic, but it they're pretty much just being reminded of what they did after they emerged from the tunnels that collapsed. Back in Gardens of the Moon, right after the Battle of Pale. So I just thought this was a really cool reminiscing scene in how this section opens up. Like, that was just so cool to me to think about. Because, like, as you're reading it, my mind went back to that. I think it's the second or third chapter in Gardens of the Moon. So, yeah, they just, Hairlock laying on the ground, his body's all, like, split in half.
His guts are hanging out.
Yep. So I just thought it was cool. Thought I'd make mention of it.
Definitely. I think I guess the first thing that I had here is talking, about Rake, what he knows or doesn't know about the sword. I guess just personally, I kind of feel with, we know Rake's pretty old, so I feel like he's got probably a pretty good grasp on what the sword is capable for the most part. I don't know how you feel.
I feel opposite of that. I feel
Really?
I feel like he doesn't know. I feel like it's just one of those things where he ended up besting Draconis or whoever held the sword, and it's one of those things, those phenomena where information just doesn't get passed down because, what's Draconis going to do? Tell him everything about the sword while he's like waiting to die? So what is there to discover? If information goes with you to your grave, how else do you find out about it?
I don't know. I feel like there must be some sort of visual of it's like one of the fucking Ghostbuster ghost catching boxes. I think that's like what I envision when he gets somebody with the sword. Is they're just getting sucked up into the ghost trap. Except it's his sword.
That's
so maybe he doesn't know exactly what's like going on. But he's like, "Oh, got you, bitch."
Well, I feel like everybody else is in the same situation, even in the last chapter and throughout this one, is that they're all just very confused about what is going on. This whole thing with Paran is new information to everybody. So, granted, that doesn't really make my case, but I'm just saying that if it's new to them, the word has gotten out about Dragnapur. And I think at this point in time, Rake doesn't know, but eventually will kind of figure out, oh, well, shit, there's an escape clause to my sword.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he knows about that, but I think he knows it like traps souls at least.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So we're on opposite ends of the spectrum. Yes, I will agree with you. I think that yes, he does and is aware that what it does, but I don't think that he's aware of the clause.
I agree. Yes.
Okay, cool. Hey,
at least not yet.
I like how we went from opposing views to now.
Yeah, I wasn't being clear enough.
No, fair enough.
Yeah, but I was the reason I thought that is like, Quick Ben, Whiskey Jack, all these people. I was trying to think like, they know about what the sword can do, and is that only because Paran told them or not? I didn't remember. Obviously, the escape clause is a little different thing, but
Right. Yeah.
it's stealing souls. I didn't think they told him about that, but maybe they did. I don't remember.
Fair enough. My next point is about Night Chill here and how they briefly kind of talk about her Warren being Rashawn. And from what I understand about previous chapters, is that Rashawn is like a part of the Warren of Darkness. It's like a Warren of Dark, right?
I don't remember. So
Okay.
sure.
Okay. From what I understand, that's correct. But if I'm thinking about this and, it makes sense a little bit, right? So Silver Fox. So in the prologue, we find out that we figured out that Night Chill is the sister to K. Rule or Cruel and Draconis, right? So that means that they are all siblings.
No, Draconis was her father.
No.
Oh, Night Chill. Sorry. I was
Yeah.
thinking Lady Emmy.
Yes, Night Chill. Right. So they were all essentially, I don't know if Draconis is like Father Dark. I don't know if he is who created Rake. That I don't think has really been said or specified, but that's kind of where my thought is going.
So are they? I'm just wondering. Like, I know they called each other like brother and sister, and was that more? I guess I don't remember if that was more of like a formality, or are they actually siblings?
I was under the impression that they were actually siblings. And if they're not, then I guess this whole theory is just tossed out the window, but that's fine. But I'm pretty sure that they were siblings.
I guess I don't remember one way or the other. So
Okay.
I'm
Well,
listening. I'm sorry.
I guess humor me. Yeah.
Yes.
So if they are siblings, then that would mean that her Warren of being Rashawn would be true, that it is part of the Darkhold or High House Dark, right? Or Darkness, whatever you want to call it. It's affiliated to that Warren, right? Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. So with that premise in mind, right? Like Night Chill being an elder goddess from the Warren of Dark or House Dark is now a segment within Silver Fox, who you could say by proximity is also part of House Dark. And then when Paran is the ruler of the sword, right? Like this whole table thing and him being revealed as, kind of like the master of the deck in the last chat. Well, I mean, I feel like it's official in this chapter, but they like speculate it in the last chapter. That is also I think that he is now tied to House Dark because of that. I think that the Warren that he set the hounds free into the sword or from within the sword is where you would go to reach the House of Dark. I think that is where the hounds are. So essentially, Silver Fox, Night Chill, Paran, Rake, K. Rule, they're all like everything is tied to High House Dark at this point, in my mind.
It's interesting.
Like K. Rule, just thinking about it, if he is a brother to Draconis, then he is also from High House Dark. We never get his origin story, but this is where he's from, if that is true.
Maybe it's something we'll learn more about.
So I think it's interesting, and it kept bugging me every time I like reread the chapter, which granted was only twice. I reread the first half more than I did the last half. And it kept bugging me. I'm like, what is the connection here? And it's High House Dark. That to me is kind of like the central theme with these characters at this point.
I think I can get on board with that.
And then you add in the whole Talan Imas stuff with Silver Fox. And that's essentially two very powerful houses, or whatever the Talan are. I don't even know if you really call them a house because they're not really in the deck of dragons, which alludes to something later on in this chapter in one of your sections.
I wonder if we're thinking about the same part.
Probably. But I don't know. Does that sound crazy? Do you see that connection there?
I can see it.
I feel like it's
I can,
mind blowing to know where K. Rool is coming from. You know, like when I'm like, oh, holy shit, Cruel is from High House Dark. Like that, just for whatever reason, baffled me because you don't really get much about his story.
or we haven't yet, anyways.
Right? Yeah, we just know that he's cursed, and people have forgotten about him because of that curse. And outside of like the small little influences he's had on some of the overarching stories, we don't really know much more about him.
No, we don't.
That's all I had to say about that. I know that that was kind of a longer rant, but yeah, I find it interesting that they're connected to High House Dark in some way, shape, or form.
Gotcha. All right. What did you think of, where it's talking about all the different night chills throughout history? Do you think it's the same person?
I definitely do. Yeah.
I do too. I mean, like a name like Night Chill, like not everybody's naming their kid fucking Night Chill, right? Like it's got to be this.
No,
It's the
that's
same person.
yeah.
My last thought then, where Quick Ben's thinking about telling Whiskey Jack about Burn, and like, oh well, he's in bad mood now, but he's gonna be really pissed when I tell him that the world's gonna end. The crippled god declaring war on basically the entire world. Do you think that's a different war than like the Panion? Because I don't really feel like they're that related, just only that they're occurring at the same time.
There's parts of this chapter that make me think the other way, but I guess I don't know if I have an opinion on it yet.
That's fair. Yeah, I don't know. It's unless the Panion's orchestrating everything, which I mean, I guess who knows? Could be. We don't. Why not?
They are a religious cult, right? From what I understand. Who's to say that
Yeah.
they're not honoring, or what's the word when you
Worship.
worship? Thank you. Who's to say that they're not worshiping the crippled god?
So they certainly could be.
So, yeah, that's all I have to say about that.
Okay, Forrest. I guess I'd be ready to move on then if you're ready.
All right. Whiskey Jack arrived at the tent that had been arranged for Dujek. He swung down from his horse, and Artanthos appeared suddenly and offered to take Whiskey Jack's horse. The commander asked if Dujek was in the tent, to which Artanthos replied that he was and that he was expecting the commander. Without hesitation, Whiskey Jack entered the tent. Dujek rose from his cot, saying that it was about damn time, and to grab a couple of cups and pour some wine for them. Neither of them said a word as Whiskey Jack arranged some furniture and then filled their cups. Dujek started the conversation by talking about Moonspawn and how they'll likely see its appearance in Coral, or even later. Dujek wonders the reason why Rake has decided to throw himself at Moonspawn at the Panion Domain. Why? Well, for reasons unknown, and maybe it was that Rake liked to fight. Whiskey Jack said that this was surprising as he found Rake to be reluctant based on his observations at the Battle of Pale. Dujek countered the counter and said that it was because the Tisti Andi were preoccupied elsewhere and that it was a good thing. And at that moment in time, or they all would have been annihilated. Whiskey Jack said that he might be right, and it seems they're mustering a whole lot to go against a middling-sized empire of zealots, but something is building. Whiskey Jack then trailed off. Dujek agreed and then shrugged and said that they'll see what they see. He then asked Whiskey Jack if he spoke with Twist. Whiskey Jack nodded and explained that Twist agreed that his flights should remain unseen. No supplying the army while they are on the march, and he has scouts near the Panion border, hidden but close enough to strike when the time came. Dujek said that this was good, and then asked if the army was ready to march. Whiskey Jack responded and said that it was ready, but the question remains of supplies on their march. Dujek said that they would talk about this when the emissaries from Darujistan arrived. Dujek changes the subject to that of Silver Fox. Whiskey Jack said that it was hard to say. He expresses his concern to the High Fist and Silver Fox asserting that they would need the Talani Mas to go up against the Panion Domain. He adds that they don't know enough of their enemy. Dujek said that this will change and asked if Whiskey Jack had instructed Quick Ben to make contact with the mercenary company in Capustan. The commander said that Quickbend had worked something out, but they'll wait and see if the mercenaries will take the bait. Dujek then goes back to conversing about Silver Fox. Whiskey Jack explains that Tattersail is in that Rivi's child body, and they'll just have to wait and see how it unfolds. Dujek makes a comment about a creature that devours its parent. When Whiskey Jack cuts him off and asks when the Talan had ever shown compassion or restraint. They were on Kellenven's leash and no one else's. Fighting alongside them back in Seven Cities was not a comforting experience. The High Fist said that expediency goes hand in hand with discomfort. Now they are back and they are on the leash of a child. Whiskey Jack thought that this was a curious observation, but he sees what the High Fist means. Kellenved was able to utilize the Talan with restraint. Outside of the mess at Aaron, Dujek asked how many kids the commander knew that were capable of restraint, and that Tattersail's wisdom needed to come to the fore. Whiskey Jack said that they were doing all they could to make this happen. Dujek nodded and then asked how Whiskey Jack felt about their newfound allies. Whiskey Jack explains that the loss of the Crimson Guard was a blow, and that the collection of various mercenaries was a drop in quality. The Mott Irregulars being the best of the bunch. The Rivi and Barghast were solid enough, but the Tistiandi were unmatched. Brood still needs the Malazans badly. Dujek wondered if perhaps Brood needed them more than Brood needed his forces. Whiskey Jack explains to the High Fist that Rake and Moonspawns are Brood's shaved knuckle in the hole. And with the Talan joined at their side, he doesn't think of any other force that could match them. Dujek told the commander to stow that thought so deep that it will never see the light of day. What happens after they march and face a tyrant would be a conversation for another time. But for now, they are both edging around a deadly pit. They both said Caller, and Whiskey Jack told the High Fist that Caller would attempt to kill Silver Fox. Dujek said that with Brood around, Caller wouldn't, as Brood would go at Caller. After refilling his drink, he leaned back and explained that Brood was the real shaved knuckle. Dujek explains to Whiskey Jack the things he's read about Brood's time, and later on, you don't want to get that man riled up. Rake is a cold, taut power, but with Brood, with his hammer, it was said that it was the only thing that could make Byrne wake from her sleep. Whiskey Jack thought about this for a while and then said that they have to remain hopeful that Brood will continue to protect the child. Dujek asserted that Caller will attempt to persuade the warlord, and he may seek Rake's help in doing so. Whiskey Jack eyed the High Fist and then asked if Caller paid Dujek a visit. Dujek explained that he was a persuasive bastard, and even said that he holds no animosity towards Whiskey Jack, even though he hadn't been struck in centuries. The commander had thoughts about Caller's political motivations for this. The commander said that he wouldn't stand back and let the man kill a child, regardless of what power she holds inside of her. Dujek glanced up and said, even in the defiance of his command, should he give it? Whiskey Jack said that they've known each other too long. Dujek said that they did, and added that the commander was stubborn. Whiskey Jack said that only when it matters. Dujek said that he should demote the commander, and Whiskey Jack laughed. Dujek said to pour him another cup, as they have the emissary from Darujistan to discuss. Very conversational section. First thing that I had here is I thought it was when Dujek was kind of countering Whiskey Jack's counter, saying that Rake was only reluctant because the Tistiandi were preoccupied elsewhere. And I think this is referring to the Tistiandi attempting to start a war with the Assassins Guild in Darujistan.
Oh, yeah, I would agree.
I like all the nods to the first book. I mean, I don't think this book would make much sense without them, but it's nice to kind of have, I guess, those like recaps, and they're not even really recaps. They're just adding more information to what you already know.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're nods, but I guess like in the reality of things, like all this stuff in Gardens of the Moon hasn't taken place like that long ago, really.
Right, exactly. To us, it was a long time ago. It's been over a year since we've read that book.
Right.
It's really cool. You know, I mean, I never would have put it together. I mean, yes, Rake, was the only one from Moonspawn at the City of Pale, And like it didn't dawn on me that it was Tistiande starting the Assassins' War in Darujistan until like way later in the book. So now it's just tying those two pieces together.
Right. Do you think we'll find out at some point what the Talanimus did at Aaron
Yes, eventually.
somewhere along the line?
I feel yeah. I'm probably not in this book, but I would imagine, if anything, I would imagine probably in House of Chains.
Because it was it was talked about a few times in Dead House, and now I think that was the first time it's been brought up in this book.
Whoa. I just had a really abstract thought. I said the House of Chains, and later on in this chapter, Paran has some chains around him. So do you think Paran starts a new house or something?
I don't know. You could. I've got a bold thought here also, and I'm trying to think.
Lay it on me.
Or I'm trying to look at what you wrote that made me think that.
Okay.
Well, okay. So I think Calor will succeed in killing Silver Fox at some.
Think so.
I do.
Why is that?
I just feel like she would be a character that you could probably get a good reaction out of killing off, for one. How many times have they said Calor's like going to try to kill her? So I don't know. I imagine things will get messy and he'll do it at some time. When? I don't know. I would think in this book it'll happen. Not in this sub-book, but in the book as a whole.
That is definitely very bold. I don't know. I guess I've always imagined Silver Fox and Tattersail as a long-term player. I guess we'll see. I don't know. And yeah, that would be, do you want to take a pie on that?
Sure. I'll do it for you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you think she'll die in this book?
I'll stick with what I said. I think she'll die in this book.
All right. This is going to be great. I can't wait to come out there.
We'll be even. I guess I don't know how confident. I feel pretty confident it will happen in this book.
All right, man.
I think it would be, an emotional kick in the pants for sure.
I'm not taking a pie if you're right.
All right.
Danny's like, that's not fair. Oh, why am I doing this again? You got me all psyched out, man.
Come on, man.
Fuck it, why not? Who cares? If anything,
I will say I don't know if I feel as confident about it as I did my views in Dead House Gates, but I think I would say I'm probably 75% sure that Silver Fox will die.
Was something spoiled for you?
No, not at all.
Okay, just checking.
No, I would have told you something was spoiled.
Okay. Awesome. So going back to this section, when Dujek and Whiskey Jack are kind of talking about the Talani Mass and the restraint and, how many kids did the commander knew that were capable of restraint and that Tattersail's wisdom needed to come to the fore, it kind of made me think, do you think that Night Chill and Tattersail are battling for control? Mainly, not necessarily just to exist, but to control the Talani Mass for their own purposes. Like Night Chill totally wants vengeance against the Malazan Empire.
I guess I hadn't really thought about it in that terms. Do I think they're fighting each other for control? Yes. But I had not thought about the added aspect of, for the reason of using the Talanimus.
Which makes me wonder, I guess I would have to go back and read Gardens of the Moon, but this makes me think that Cruel and Pran Cole did not know that Night Chill was still living inside the body. I don't know if they would have done this ritual had they known that.
Maybe.
I'm wrong. I don't know. Because if I feel like they did this ritual because they needed a flesh and blood bone caster. They needed somebody that had not gone through the ritual to be a Talani Mass bone caster. And this was their way of doing it. However, I don't think that they would have done it knowing who Night Chill was. And maybe that is the case. Maybe they did know, that Night Chill existed there, and I'm just not remembering correctly. But because they didn't know of her or about her, or even how she died, that she could potentially take control and totally debunk everything that they planned. Or maybe this is what they planned. Maybe they do want Night Chill to seek revenge against the Malazan Empire.
Could be.
I don't know. Maybe this is their way of getting back at what Kellenved made them do. I don't know. But just thought it was an interesting thought. The thought where Dujek wondered if perhaps Brood needed them more than they needed him. And I don't know how I feel about this statement, as it's suggesting a little bit of like a stuck-up nose. And maybe it's true. But Brood and Dujek have been at odds with each other for 12 years. You'd think that Dujek would have a little bit more respect. But I guess what do you think about that?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess who's got the bigger numbers?
I would think that Brood does. So why would Dujek say that Brood needs them more than they need?
Maybe just for the resources, I guess. I don't know. I guess I'm not sure. I feel like I had a thought on this earlier, and I can't remember what exactly it is now.
Okay. Well, if it comes
yeah, I'll let you know.
I feel like a lot of these sections kind of revolve around the same theme or the same conversations, but just from someone else's perspective. So mixed in with kind of telling a little bit of a tale. But anyway, the other thought that I had was when Dujek is talking about Brood and his hammer and that it could wake Burn from her sleep. And I kind of wonder if Quick Ben either knows about this or will discover it and will potentially try to convince the warlord to use the hammer to wake her up from her fevered dreams. But
I feel like later on they kind of talk about that.
Right. But I'm wondering if Quick Ben knows about it. Do you think Quick Ben knows about the hammer and waking up Burn?
Was it from Quick Ben's point of view when they were talking about how Brood returned with the hammer after 100 years or whatever it was? Or who was that?
I think that was Rake and Brood having a private conversation.
Okay.
But that was Dujek was talking about Brood. Well, I mean, I guess I wonder whether, I guess the semantics don't matter, but I wonder if it's going to come down to Brood waking Burn. But does that unleash that cataclysmic event that Quick Ben was discussing with the old witch of tennis? You know, I feel like if you were to wake up the world, lava would start flowing again, and earthquakes and tectonic plate shifting and all that shit, you know? Natural.
Yeah. I kind of feel like it's probably like a last resort type thing.
Yeah. Because they do kind of, you know, later on in the chapter, Brood and Rake do talk a little bit of the consequences of if he were to do that. So I guess maybe we could talk about it then too. But it's just there's a lot of things in the beginning of this chapter that tie into the end of the chapter and even in the middle. So it's just I mean, we could talk about it at either end. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, I mean, when we continue on, I mean, I think that'd be fine.
Cool. The other thought that I had was Calor. Kind of seems like a teenage girl trying to backstab her best friend because she wants her ex-boyfriend back or something. You know? Like just the balls that he had to like confront Dujek and like try to persuade Dujek to kill Silver Fox, you know? And it almost kind of seems like Dujek's on the fence about it too, because he talks about like, I think he calls her like a creature, like what creature would feed on an old woman's life force or something like that.
Well, I mean, yeah, but we know she's not doing that intentionally. It's just how she was created. You know, she can't help it.
Right. But I guess what's in it for Calor if Silver Fox dies? Why is he so afraid of the Talani Moss?
I don't know. I mean, I guess if he can get rid of what curse did Night Chill put on him?
I don't remember. I think they all cursed him.
Yeah, they all put different curses on him, but what was Night Chill's? That he wouldn't ascend?
Calor got one curse from 3. Calor cursed all 3 of them.
Well, they all said different things from it. You know, like, oh, you'll no age unending, you'll never ascend.
Right. You'll always be second best, etc., etc. I don't remember which ones was specifically Night Chill's. But I think that's the only reason he wants Silver Fox dead is because he wants Silver Fox dead.
I think he wants Silver Fox dead. To me, it almost feels like, well, if he can get rid of Night Chill, then he can break that part of the curse, and then maybe he can, break the other two parts of the curse also.
Maybe. Yeah, that's a good point. I like it. We'll just go with that because that sounds logical.
We'll see, I guess.
Yeah. The last thing that I had in this chapter was when Dujek was just like, well, what if I gave the order? And Whiskey Jack said that they would know each other. They've known each other too long. And then Dujek said that, yeah, it's because you're stubborn. And I think that, and then Whiskey Jack was just like, only when it matters that he's stubborn. And I think this is just one of the many reasons I really enjoy Whiskey Jack's character. It was just nice to see his stance so blatantly laid out.
Yeah, he's pretty just a straightforward guy.
Absolutely. But with that, those were kind of my talking points on that particular section. And, it was very conversational. But again, I enjoy the dynamics between Dujek and Whiskey Jack. Again, I can only imagine what it is that's pummeling through their minds, right? Like they have no idea what Silver Fox is doing. They have, no idea what exactly is afflicting Paran. They're just kind of all on the edge of their seats right now. And it's just creating this like weird tension for me.
Where do you think it's going?
I don't know, yet to be unveiled, I guess. But I mean, what do you do when you're in those situations, right? Like you have this knowledge, but what do you do about it? Because it's clearly too early to tell.
You just got to ride it out, I guess. Hold on.
I don't know if some people have that patience, though.
True. That's fair.
People like me who really like to prevent things because honestly, sometimes it's more work on the back end than if you would have just prevented it. Why not just take care of it right then and there? Like what consequences is this going to cause? Well, the consequences are endless. So why don't we just kill her now? Because nothing will change with her dead.
Maybe.
Sorry, just me thinking weirdly.
You're all good.
All right. I'll shut up.
All right. Section 5 here, 2 hours in. Brood asked, what if Calor was right? The Mybe's eyes narrowed and said then he better give him the okay to kill her the same time he kills her child. Brood scowled, saying that he remembered her from when he campaigned in the north. She was young and beautiful, and what her child had done to her now caused him great pain. The Mybe said the pain she felt was worse, but she chose to accept it. Brood said her daughter was killing her. Why? The Mybe looked around and glanced at Corlett, her face filled with despair. She said Silver Fox was of Talan, of the Talan Imus. They have no life force to give. They are kin, yet can offer no sustenance because they are undead, and she is flesh and blood. Tattersail is also dead. So is Nightchill. Kinship is more important than one might think. Blood-bound lives are the web that carries each of them. They make up that which a life climbs, from a newborn all the way through adult. Without that life force, one would wither and die. To be alone is to be ill, not only spiritually, but physically. She is her daughter's web, and she was alone in that. Brood shook his head, saying her answer did not answer his question about her impatience. She claims she commands the Talanimus, that they have heard her call. So doesn't that mean they have already accepted her? Corlett spoke, asking if he believed that Silver Fox needed to hasten her growth in order to be accepted by the Talan, that they wouldn't accept a child summoner. Brood only said he saw the reason she was doing this to her mother. The Mybe said he may be correct, as blood and flesh only hold so much power. The limit is always finite. For a being such as Rake and Corlett included, they possess centuries of living required to contain what they command, while Silver Fox does not, or rather her memories tell her she does, yet her childlike body denies these memories. So vast power awaits her, and to command it she must be a woman grown, and even then. Corlett said it was an interesting notion that ascendancy is born of experience. The Mybe added that experience tempers. Brood spoke, saying that this is what Calor fears, untempered power. Corlett said maybe it was that Calor was the reason for Silver Fox's impatience. She wants to grow in order to alleviate his fears. Brood said it was more likely she knows she'll have to defend herself from him. Corlett said there was a secret between the two. There was silence. They all knew there was truth to this, that one of the souls within Silver Fox had crossed paths with Calor. Brood broke the silence, saying the child possesses life experiences. 3 Malazan mages. The Mybe continued on. A Theloman, 2 women, and herself. 1 father and 3 reluctant mothers, all to the same child. The father's presence is so faint she suspects it's only a memory of Nightchill, and of the 2 women she is looking to discover them. Though what she had learned of Tattersail had comforted her. Corlett asked about Nightchill. Brood thought Rake had killed her here, at Pale. Corlett said no, she was betrayed and ambushed by Tayshran, and since then Tayshran had fled back to the Empress. She asked the Mybe what she knew of her. She said she had seen flashes within Silver Fox that she attributed to Nightchill. Anger, a lust for vengeance, possibly against Tayshran, and soon there would be a fight for control between Tattersail and Nightchill. The winner will control her daughter. Brood asked what they could do to help Tattersail. The Mybe said the Malazans were also trying to do the same thing. They should trust Whiskey Jack and the former lover of Tattersail named Paran. Corlett said she had spoken with Paran and that he was an honorable man. Brood took her word for it. He told the Mybe to stay close to her daughter, and that should she see Nightchill arise and Tattersail fading, to let him know immediately. The Mybe knew if that happens, she would see her child killed. Brood said he had not come to a conclusion on the matter, but such an event may lead to him more directly supporting the Malazans in their efforts on Tattersail's behalf. The Mybe asked how he would do that. He only said to have faith in him. Reluctantly, she said she would inform him if it came to it. Horlachel entered the tent saying the Darujistan contingent had arrived. Brood was ready to meet them.
Man, the Mybe. Shield Anvil Dylan commented on one of our, I think it was last episode, or even the episode before that, about Erickson, I guess, in an interview, had said that the Mybe is based off what his wife went through with some postpartum depression, which kind of makes sense.
Interesting.
Yeah. But, I feel like it also plays into parenthood, I mean, when you're going through raising a child, it seems like it takes forever. And maybe that's not necessarily the Mybe's case, but, as they get older, you're like, holy shit, that went fast.
Yeah. And it's draining on top of that. I mean, not in the same sense of what the Mybe is going through, but especially when your kids are young, it's, you're not sleeping, you get stressed and this and that. But it isn't easy
for it because you're a lot younger. But as they grow up, I do not have the same amount of energy I did when I was in my mid-20s. Definitely.
I hear you.
I just think that that's an interesting correlation.
Yeah. My first point here, this quote about kinship being more important than one might think. That I basically took that word for word because I didn't think that I could, translate that into something simpler or maybe, I don't know, just easier for me to type, I guess. But it was pretty deep. I don't know entirely what all to make of it, but it was kind of profound, I think.
Oh, yeah. I mean, definitely. I think that it's hinting at parenthood and the fact that the Mybe doesn't really get a normal parent experience. She gets a very
abbreviated one.
Right, exactly. So, yeah, definitely profound. I really liked it. I really enjoyed it as well. So, I appreciate you calling it out.
Yeah.
One of the other things that I thought was cool before you move on was just the explanation of, the Talan, they have no life force to give, which accentuates my earlier comment about that they need a flesh and blood bone caster because they have none. They've all gone through the ritual. Like putting all your eggs in a basket and it's like, oh shit, we needed one out.
Whoops. Shit. Yeah. I guess I didn't really think of that.
So yeah, it just, I don't know. It was just like a cool little thing.
My next point here where Corlett's, she thinks it's interesting, an interesting thought that ascendancy is born of experience. I guess I don't know how you felt, but I guess I didn't know that I put much thought into Silver Fox being an ascendant. I guess I don't know if that had been mentioned in a previous chapter and I'm just not remembering it, or if this is kind of a new thing altogether.
I mean, I guess in my mind, I imagined her as kind of like a top player in the story, and usually the top players are all ascendants or near ascendancy. I guess in my mind, I would say that she was an ascendant.
I mean, she's definitely something, with everything that she'd gone through, but
Yeah, I don't know. I guess she doesn't show up on the deck of dragons like we see with Paran, so maybe she isn't yet. Maybe she will be.
maybe that's another reason she won't survive, Justin.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, we will. So where Corlet's talking about, there being a secret between Silver Fox and Calor, that one of the souls within Silver Fox had crossed paths with Calor. I thought that had been mentioned, or maybe that's just something we knew just being the reader, but the characters don't.
Right. It totally is. Because, I mean, that's essentially how we discovered that Night Chill was in Silver Fox, was because we just kind of put the pieces together. But yeah, it definitely, I don't think that they are aware of this, clearly, because they are suspecting something based on the way Calor and Silver Fox are interacting with each other. So it also just kind of adds the heightened tension to these characters. All of them have a different type of tension, and they all kind of stem around different concerns with Silver Fox, whether that's Calor, whether that's the Talani Mas, whether that is the link between her and Paran. It's just, it has to do something. So all of these different perspectives are clearly concerned about something, and there's just a growing tension of unease throughout this entire chapter, which is just captivating from a reader's perspective.
Right. Yeah, it is.
Also, speaking of souls, they mention Bellerden in this section. And I guess, I never really gave it any thought because, to me, it doesn't make any logical sense as to how Bellerdan would also be another soul trapped in Silver Fox. But do you think that he actually is, or do you agree, as they mention here in the section, that Bellerden is purely just a memory from Night Chill?
I guess I kind of thought that he was there, but maybe he wasn't strong enough to have a dominating presence. That he's just kind of, I guess, background noise.
Fair. Does that mean he's there though?
I mean, I can see your point, where he's just, the memory of Night Chill, but I don't know. Obviously, I think he must be the father that's, talked about, right?
Right.
Because Bellerden was a Thelamin, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then the three reluctant mothers, I guess one must be referring to the Mybe, Tattersail, and then Night Chill. Are those the three?
Yes.
Three mothers?
Yep.
Okay. I guess when I was questioning that, maybe I wasn't thinking of the Mybe at the time. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if a memory would be enough to be, I guess,
enough to dominate.
Well, or just to be considered the father within or whatever. I don't know. I think he's got to be there a little bit, just hanging out. I don't know.
Yeah, probably. I guess we'll find out. I mean, I don't think he's there. I don't think his soul is there. I think it's just a memory from Night Chill.
Gotcha. And then my last thought, I must just be misremembering, but I thought Taishran was a guy.
He is.
So, okay, then where it says Taishran had fled back to the Empress, she asked the Mybe what she knew of her, is what I had written down. Did I just butcher that?
I think maybe, or maybe her is referring to the Empress.
Oh, that could be too.
So
that makes sense. Either, yeah. Okay.
So, the other point that I had, and they even kind of talk about what I brought up a little bit ago about Tattersail Night Chill, and the winner will control her daughter. I think it's interesting that we have in the previous section we've got Dewjack and Whiskey Jack again, kind of talking about Silver Fox and how to make absolutely sure that Tattersail comes to the fore, her wisdom comes to the fore, and Brood, Corlat, and the Mybe are essentially having the same discussion. Different type of conversation, but they still have the same goal. and that is to make sure that Tattersail wins instead of
Yes.
So I think that's cool. And, none of these characters are all talking together. They're having separate conversations, but the same strategy.
Yeah, it's kind of neat.
Yeah, that's all I really had to say with that particular section. Yeah, another, conversational section, just more tension wrought, more questions that the readers kind of know, but these characters are just like so confused, and I can only imagine what is swirling through everybody's mind given this situation, which I just crazy to think about.
Yeah, it is not a simple thing.
Right. All right. I'm ready. You're ready.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
The driver of the ornate carriage must have fallen asleep. The huge double doors opened and a slippered foot emerged. Arrayed before the carriage were the representatives of the two allied armies. The Rivi matron had been left exhausted by the previous night's conversation with Brood. Holding back on so much of the hard questions from the warlord had been difficult, but also necessary. Silver Fox's meeting with Paran had been far more strained and uncertain than the Mybe had suggested to Brood. Nor had the time between diminished the awkwardness of the meeting. Worse, the reunion must have triggered something within Silver Fox, as the child has drawn heavily on the Mybe since then, stripping away year after year of her life. She wondered if it was Tattersail or Nightchill that drained her of her life. She tells herself that this will end soon. She looked forward to the release of the hooded one's embrace. Silver Fox's allies now. She pleads with the Rivi spirits to make her certain of Silver Fox's allies, as she cannot go on. The slippered foot was attached to a very rotund man as he made contact with the ground. He had a handkerchief and was wiping his forehead. He exclaimed that, damn, it was hot. Caladan Brood stepped forward and welcomed the man and introduced himself and Dujek. Krupp said that he was honored by the welcome, but he wonders what they would unveil when the actual officials from Darujistan arrive. He tells them all to look to the south as the counselor's carriage approaches. A great raven's cackle could be heard cutting the silence after Krupp's announcement. Despite the Mybe's frazzled mind, she smiled and thought to herself that she had met this man before. She stepped forward and said to Krupp that he had been in her dreams. Krupp eyed her in alarm and said that all things were possible. Crone could be heard cackling a second time. The Mybe added that she was younger then, and with a child. They were in the company of a bone caster and an elder god. Krupp was at a loss for words. His face was flushed, dismay shortly following. He gazed at her a moment longer and then looked at the child beside her. She noted his narrowing of eyes and couldn't help but think that he had sensed the way things were between them. She wondered how he was able to do it so quickly. How profound was her link? Brood cleared his throat and welcomed Krupp. Brood explains to Krupp that they are aware of Silver Fox, and being that Krupp was the mortal that witnessed the birth, they wonder who the elder god was. The answer to that question would determine their relationship with the child. Krupp rambles on about the situation he's found himself in, not giving Brood a solid answer. He peered over his shoulder to see the other carriage approach. A cry came from the other carriage, cursing Krupp and asking what it was that he was doing there. Krupp mocks Murillo for driving mules and asks him if he switched professions. A balding man steps out of the carriage, a face dark with anger. With his arms wide, Krupp took a step back and welcomed Call, an I can't even say his name anymore. Estrazian Diarl, who was walking up behind Call. Krupp explains that now all vital Darujistan council members are now gathered. Call said except for Krupp, who is backpedaling to his own carriage. Krupp tells him that it is untrue, as he is here on behalf of alchemist Baruch. Call stopped and crossed his arms and questioned the legitimacy of this claim. Krupp explained that he and Baruch were so close that such words didn't have to be said. Call tells Krupp enough, and turns to Brood and introduces himself and Diarro. He explains to the warlord that Krupp was unintended and indeed unwelcome. Brood replied that they had a need for him, and that he'll explain all in good time. Call swung to Krupp and asked what outrageous lies he had said. Krupp appeared offended and made his case that he wasn't lying, and that his presence was needed here, and all in all places and in all things. Call went to strike the man, but Diarl intervened and told Call to be at ease, and that if Krupp is to be useful, then it is up to him to do so and impress them. Krupp tells him that he will be useful. Crone hopped down towards Krupp and told him that he should have been a great raven. Krupp responded and said that Crone should have been a dog. Crone and Krupp banter between each other a bit more before Brood told them to shut the fuck up. He told them all to follow him and whirled towards Tistiandi camp. The Mybi looked at Whiskey Jack and he started laughing. Dujek started as well. Silver Fox squeezed her mother's hand and said that Krupp had already revealed his value. The Mybi told her child that she believes that he had as well, and they best get going to catch up to the warlord. Ooh!
Well, what you got here for us?
Well, my first section we've already talked about. So I just had talked about Night Chill and Tattersail. She was wondering who was draining her life. Which, being put in that perspective is, I feel like that's a tough thought, but I feel like we've already talked about Night Chill and Tattersail fighting for control. So
I guess I don't know that them fighting for control necessarily equates into the draining of the Mybi's life.
well, do you think that because they're fighting harder, her life is being drained more? Do you think the effort from the two souls to establish dominance isn't requiring a nurturing of sorts?
I don't know. I mean, she's obviously like growing rapidly, but I don't know that the struggle between Nightchill and Tattersail is accelerating that.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's such a weird deal.
it is.
It's kind of
But,
hard to say.
I feel like it's causing her to kind of start establishing some suicidal intentions, right? Suicidal ideology.
Maybe.
Yeah. She's just like, she looks forward to the release of the Hooded One's embrace.
So this is just a kind of a thought I'm having now. Didn't think of this reading it or anything. If the Mybi did kill herself, is that gonna fuck over Silver Fox? Like, will she not be able to grow anymore?
I would imagine that's what I'm thinking. Or Silver Fox would cease to exist because she doesn't have anything to sustain her anymore.
Yeah, she might just die up. Yeah, I don't think she'd just like, wink out of existence, just like that. But
Right.
I imagine, that wouldn't be good.
So,
But
yeah.
I agree. I don't think the Mybi will survive much longer. I don't think.
No, I would imagine that she'll probably, if I had to guess, I think she'd probably be dead. I don't know. Maybe like a little over halfway through the book, if I had to guess. I think that Silver Fox will eventually grow and will no longer need her, and that's when the Mybi will die.
Damn, dude. What if Silver Fox dies before the Mybi? And then she kills herself. I don't know.
I don't know.
That'd be pretty dark.
Yeah, that is really dark, but oh well. I guess it was just a huge Raffo moment. There's so many of them so far, but it's like a
there is.
Raffo moment with like knowledge that we possess. Instead of Raffo to unveil. Yes, there still needs to be things that are unveiled, but I feel like for the most part, I have a pretty good picture. Unless I'm like wrong and everybody's laughing at me, but that's fine.
I don't think people are laughing at us. Not unless we're like trying to make them laugh.
Right, yeah. Krupp. It was so good to see him again. I knew it as soon as like it was said that the slippered foot was leaving the carriage. I'm like, this has to be Krupp. I don't know why, but it just has to be. And I was right. So it was nice to see him again. And I thought it was funny how in just a very extravagant and elegant way, he explains that he's just a lowly little peon. He's just there to observe the meeting between the allies and the council. And they unveiled the good surprise on him, kind of going back to Big Daddy a little bit. We wasted a good surprise on you.
Yeah, I kind of call bullshit, that he's just here to observe the meeting. I didn't get, a little bit later on, I definitely did not get that vibe that he's just there to observe. He's trying to influence shit.
Yeah, exactly. I also thought it was funny how he reacted when the Mybe said that he was in her dreams. He was just like, "Well, all things were possible." So I don't know if that was one of those things where, like, is it possible because not very women are dreaming of Krupp, or is it possible because the Mybe is aged at this point? Like, she's probably pretty old. Old
Yeah.
look. I think it could go either way there, and it's still pretty funny. I liked his reaction there. Third thing that I had here is when Krupp is kind of like observing the Mybe and like looking at Silver Fox, and the Mybe is just like how he was able to kind of sense the way things were between them. And she was just like, how profound was her link with Silver Fox? And I'm like, pretty damn profound. But I still want to know what Krupp can do. He's definitely been able to identify the link based on the way his facial expressions in the section were and kind of just his actions overall in this particular scene.
Sure.
But I mean, like, I know he's got some type of magery or sorcery, but like what exactly it is, you still want to know what that is.
I wonder if we'll get a reveal on that or not.
I'm sure we will. Another pretty funny moment in this section is Krupp mocks Murillo for driving mules and asks him if he switched professions. And it sounds like Mies and Krupp stole the horses that were going to be used on the council's carriage. And kind of odd, but interesting. And was Krupp attempting to stall the council's carriage with that? Is kind of what I wonder.
Oh, so he gets there first, maybe.
Right. Or not at all. Like,
True.
to
Yeah.
prevent them from getting there at all. And then the other part, kind of going back to what you mentioned just a little bit ago, Krupp explains that he was there on half of Baruch, and that because they were so close as like friends, that words didn't have to be said. I don't think that Krupp is really here on behalf of Baruch, and I might be wrong in that, but I definitely think he's here on his own motivations.
100% agree. I mean, I think Krupp is, I guess, he's got his own motivations, like you said. And I think that's exactly what it. I mean, we talk about that a little bit more here later. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then
I
my
think that's
question
exactly
is,
what it is.
like, where's Baruch? Why isn't Baruch there?
I don't know. He's just fucking off in the city, I guess.
Maybe. You'd feel like someone like Baruch would be aware of this meeting. So, yeah, I don't know. Just a weird thought in defiance of Krupp and his motivations. The next thing that I had is when Call basically asks Krupp what outrageous lies he had said after Brood was like, hey, yeah, no, actually, we do need him here. I really liked how Krupp rescinded, almost with like a very delicate sarcasm about him being wedded to truth and that he had just celebrated their anniversary. I just thought that was funny. It was just funny stuff. He's just like, I cannot lie because the truth and I are wedded, and we just celebrated our anniversary.
He's got, yeah, I don't know. Krupp is Krupp.
Yeah, it was definitely nice to have him back. The other thing that I thought was really weird, and maybe it's just the timing as to when we went through Gardens of the Moon, but Call was about to strike the man, and I didn't get the sense from Gardens of the Moon with Krupp. And it almost seems like a different relationship. What happened that Murillo and Call have such disdain for it? Granted, Call was drunk for 90% of Gardens of the Moon, but Murillo seemed to have at least a different level of a relationship with Krupp. Did you get that sense too, or am I crazy? I feel like Krupp in Gardens of the Moon was a little bit more respected amongst like Murillo and Rallick and Call.
I don't know if it's just maybe that they didn't know better. They didn't really. They're kind of figuring Krupp out, I guess. I guess I'm not sure.
But I
don't
mean,
know that I have a good answer.
am I wrong? I mean, did you feel like in Gardens of the Moon there was a little bit of a more, I wouldn't say obedience, but just Like here, they like seem to actually like hate this dude's guts. It's kind of like the feeling I'm getting. And I don't remember that from Gardens of the Moon.
No,
They
I don't think it was that way in Gardens of the Moon.
they seem more
But
annoyed with him at Gardens of the Moon than they do here. They seem to like have leveled up.
I don't know. I mean, well, they were kind of learning as they went, I guess, in Gardens. I don't know. I mean, I agree. I think they had a different type of relationship with them in Gardens, but I don't know what would have caused this hatred for him, unless they're just sick of listening to him talk because he's the way he talks and third person and all that. Maybe they're just tired of hearing that.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit annoying. I will admit.
I don't really have a problem reading it. I guess it doesn't bother me that much, but I think it's written with the intent for the characters to be, annoyed by it.
Yeah, for sure. The next thing that I had was when Crone and Krupp are bantering, and Crone is like, "Oh, you should have been a great raven," and Krupp was like, "Well, you should have been a dog." And I thought that was a nice little tie-in back to Gardens of the Moon when Crone pretended to be a dog when Baruch and Rake were talking.
That was funny. I like that. Yeah.
I
I
feel
think
like
I actually audibly laughed when I read that.
yeah, that was funny. So again, nice little tie-ins back to Gardens of the Moon, which is it's great. It's cool. The last thing that I had when Silver Fox is saying to the Mybi that Krupp had already revealed his value, I'm assuming this means the revealing of the Elder God Cruel to all these people, right? That has to be his value, is that he knows who the Elder God is.
I suppose that makes sense.
And the Bonecaster.
I guess, they don't seem super concerned about that right now.
Right, because he's Talan. They already know about the Talan parts.
Right.
I wonder how they're going to react when they find out it's Cruel. I mean, we don't really know what people feel about him. Crocus didn't seem to mind.
Well, I mean, I wonder, maybe that's a good point, because he's kind of faded from everybody's radar or most people's radar. So,
right. Well, and, Brood even says in the section that, depending on who it is, may, dictate how they treat or go about Silver Fox.
Right.
But anyway, those are the things that I was curious about. I didn't have anything else outside of those things. So it was nice to see Krupp, Call, Diarl, all of those guys again.
Yeah, sorry I didn't have any better answers for you on some of this stuff. But yeah, it was good to get back in touch with some of these characters. Yeah, it's seeing Call again, and then Estrasian. I kind of felt, he seemed like he's kind of a punk a little bit in Gardens of the Moon. Not that we had a lot of them, but
yeah.
I wonder how big of a role he'll play here going forward.
Yeah, fair. Well, we're not even halfway there yet, but what do you say? Should we move on?
Yeah, we can move on. I guess I don't know if I don't know if I'm going to have the endurance to get through all this tonight.
Ooh. So that's going to push up our deadline for November 4th. That's going to make reading this next chapter like real quick.
Yeah. I mean, we've been going for two and a half hours here, and we're on section 7.
Yep.
I don't know. Do you want to see where we're at for time when we get to like section 10?
Yeah, let's see where we're at.
Okay. Because yeah, I think, to go all the way through this is going to be a long episode. This will be our longest one.
Yeah, this will probably be a good 4 hours after it's edited.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's longer than that. I think the second half of this is going to go faster, but there's still quite a bit here.
Yeah, I can only think of one section that we'll probably talk about really heavily. But outside of that, I think the rest of it will go real quick.
But even, even if we didn't finish this tonight, I would feel okay reading on, like if you read tomorrow at work or whatever. Obviously, you still got to summarize and everything, but.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. I just, would worry about something that we'd read in the next chapter that would come up on stuff we hadn't talked about or recorded yet.
Sure. I got you. All right. Section 7 here. Once everyone was within the tent, they had removed cloaks and weapons. Paran said it was good to see Councilman Cole again, and that he had thought he wore the armor better than he wore the robes. Call said he was right about that, and he often thought about the night in the Gadrobi Hills. Shaking hands, Call said it was a simpler time then. They turned as Whiskey Jack offered a toast, saying that Brood didn't have servants, so he would pour the ale on his sorry excuse for a table. Parents said their table was the bed of a wagon. Whiskey Jack explained that's why it smelt like a stable, and Brood's table was stolen last night. Cole was surprised that someone would steal a table. Whiskey Jack said it wasn't someone, it was Paran's bridge burners. He'd bet a column on it. Cole asked what the hell they stole it for. Whiskey Jack said he had no idea, but Brood only seemed inconvenienced by it. Brood's voice boomed and said to get things started. They needed to talk supplies and materials. Krupp was the first to seat himself at the end of the table, no less. Though he was happy with his ale and snacks, Cole told him to shut up and asked why he was in the head chair. Krupp said he was sitting and representing their mutual friend. Cole interrupted him and said Baruch would skin him alive if he knew he was here representing him. Krupp stood up, chugged his beer, and said that was incorrect. Baruch was interested in smooth sailing and only wanted a successful venture. Brood asked Krupp if his master had any suggestion, to which Krupp said that there were many that could only be understood as generalities, which was proof of Baruch's all-embracing endeavors. Krupp wanted to keep this meeting moving, so he didn't keep stuffing his face and drinking more. Estrajan de Arl cleared his throat, saying there were only minor difficulties in maintaining a supply route to the combined armies. There are a few manageable crossings on the Caitlin River, but the bridge destroyed by the Jaghut tyrant had made things difficult. Krupp asked if bridges were a means of crossing from one side of the river to the other, and wouldn't this assume the warband's movements? Dujek spoke up, saying the river was only a problem if they wanted to use the southern route, and they'd only do that if they sought to cross the river early. Brood said it was their intent to stay on the north of the river and march straight for Capistan. Their planned route would take them north of Saltone, then they'd proceed southeast. D'Arl said they would struggle to supply overland and would not be able to via the river, and that they would have to deal with the private sector to fulfill their supplies. Krupp said this shouldn't be a problem since there were many houses in Darujistan that would be interested in these endeavors, which would alleviate the need to take loans out from the city and then turn around and spend that money on buying supplies from the city. It was all such a mess and filled with corruption that Krupp felt it was his duty to provide the alternate solution he came up with, Baruch. They'd need a manager that was well organized and not a part of the council. Call interrupted him, saying he'd better not see himself in this role. Krupp said Baruch had someone else in mind. Call called him on his bullshit, saying Baruch didn't even know he was here. Krupp said it was only a minor breakdown in communication. Baruch's desire was plain to Krupp. D'Arl told Krupp to get on with it. He said he would be happy to and asked how Chalice was doing. Had she married the hero of the fete yet? Krupp was sad to have missed the event. D'Arl said she was well, and the event had not taken place yet, and his patience was growing thin. Krupp said he could only dream of being thin, and that the agent in question was the Trigali Trade Guild. Brood said he had never heard of them before. Krupp said they were the new guys in town, up from the south. He thought Ellingarth. They had used them once to get funds to Dujek. They had made no bids on a contract to supply the army, nor sent a representative to any meetings, and the single use had been a subcontract, and given the lack of interest so far, do they even want the job? Krupp said they don't place bids because they would be severely underbid every time. So, in other words, they ain't cheap. Practically a king's ransom. But whatever is asked of them will be done. Call figured it out and said that Krupp must have invested in them. So much for impartial advice. And that he must be acting on behalf of the trade guild. Krupp said the conflict of interest was only a matter of appearance and that it was a happy coincidence. He would eat more rivy cakes while they discussed the pros and cons.
You think Krupp is going to pass out after this?
I don't know. Maybe that's why he wanted the meeting to get a move on, so he didn't eat that much for that to happen.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess. I don't know if I really had a ton for this section. It was pretty straightforward. Outside of the fact that it was nice to kind of get an understanding how they were going to supply the march. And we also get a kind of a reference back to the first chapter with Gruntle, right? Like they're talking about that bridge that they're sitting at.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, it's really fucking things up. To me, it just seems kind of odd that, I mean, you got all these people sitting around. Why don't you just have them rebuild the bridge? Like, I don't know. You got a bunch of labor. Is it that hard? Maybe it is. I don't know. I've never built a bridge, but
I mean, there's a sense. I mean, Darujistan is funding, the resupply of Dujek's army, right? Like we found that out earlier in the book. And so, I mean, I guess I would imagine that it's just like, during World War II, all of the metal used, would go to making weapons. So I think that it's just a thing of resources, right? Probably can't pay to rebuild a bridge because they're funding a war.
it's a good point. Good point.
I also thought it was cool how they kind of talk about, well, you could go through the south and, cross the Caitlin River or Catlin River. That would slow them down, but that would make for supplying the army a lot easier because they could use the river. So if you look on the map, you can actually kind of see what Brood is talking about. And they're going to leave on the northeast side and like go above the Catlin River and then down towards Capistan.
So,
So like from Pale, they're all pretty much surrounding Pale.
yeah.
Yep. So instead of going straight south where they would cross the Catlin River, oh right, yeah, they mentioned Saltoan. So they would basically ride east and then angle downwards towards Saltoan and then hit up Darujistan there. Because the river Catlin goes or ends in Saltoan, the city of Saltoan. And
It looks like it might continue on to Capistan. I don't know. It's hard to tell, but
I think that's supposed to be a road. I could be wrong.
I was in my mind. I was thinking about this, and I thought that I was thinking that the order of the cities was reversed for some reason.
Oh,
Because my thought would be, well, if they go to the south of the river, then that kind of dictates their move. The other side's going to know what their plan is. Whereas if they stay to the north of it, they could cross later, maybe to go a different route, keep them guessing a little bit where they're going to go first, which city and that sort of thing. But that's not going to be the case. Like I said, I thought Capistan was south of all those other cities, but it's north of them.
yeah.
So it kind of shoots my plan to shit.
It's fine. But I mean, it explains, essentially Krupp. And I mean, we're not new to the Trigali Trade Guild. These guys made an appearance in the last book. And I think that, again, we'll kind of get to a scene in Memories of Ice where Dujek hands them the necklace to give to Coltane. So I hope we get to see that and we get maybe more around that, hopefully later on in the book.
That'd be something.
Yeah, kind of like discussing their reasons why they're giving it to him or like what their plan is with it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I really had anything else here on this section either.
Well, wasn't there a part in here where Krupp kind of makes a little bit of fun of the councils in Darujistan, where he's like, "Oh, all of them are tied up in like, I guess, kind of probing at other motivations that politicians have to benefit their own gain, and so therefore they couldn't do it."
I guess I don't remember.
I thought so. I could be wrong. I just think that was interesting. But also, like, do you think that Krupp has ulterior motives here? Do you think that he is representing the Trigali Trade Guild?
Absolutely.
So you think that what Call is calling him out for, or I mean, DRL is calling him out for, is correct?
Yes.
Okay.
What does he stand to gain? I don't know.
Fair enough. But yeah, I mean, again, I don't think that the section had a ton of information. It did have information, but it was mainly just focused around how they were going to supply the army on the march. And for us as the reader, for me, myself, I feel like that question got answered, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, I didn't really have a lot in this particular section to talk about because it made sense, I guess.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it's funny that Krupp is eating at the beginning and at the end of this section.
Well, he's always eating.
Right. I know. I guess it's just fun to have him back. It's just, these are the characters I was looking forward to getting back into when starting this book.
Yeah, I guess I did. It was funny when Arl says, "Oh, my patience is growing thin." When Krupp's talking about Chalice, and oh, is she married? And Krupp says, "Oh, I can only dream of being thin."
Right. Yeah. He's got this pervasive sarcasm that's just funny. Well, anyway, I'm good to move on if you're good to move on.
Yeah.
All right. Crone could smell sorcery in the air. She thought to herself that it doesn't belong, but it wasn't Rivi, and it wasn't Tistiandi, or the Rivi spirit's awakening. She circled over the encampment, probing with all her senses. The evening had turned to dusk, and the night as the meeting went on and on and on. She grew bored of the conversations about supplying armies and caravan routes, even though Krupp was entertaining enough until she sensed the stirrings of magic somewhere in the camp. Inside her mind, she pinpointed the point of interest. It was in a tent directly below, the place where the Rivi dressed the dead Tistiandi. Crooking her wings, she dropped in a tight spiral. She landed a few paces from the entrance. In a moment, she was within the tent and recognized the table with a silent chuckle. She made her way under the table and saw that 4 figures leaned on the table above her. The muted clatter of wooden cards echoed through to Crone, or she heard a woman say that there it was again, and asked Spin if he shuffled the cards. Spindle told Picker that of course he did. It didn't matter how different the playing field was. Obelisk has always been dominating, and it was active, plain as day for the first time in decades. Another voice interjected and said that Spindle wasn't doing it the way Fiddler did. Spindle then explained that the new card has a fixed influence. It's the glue holding everything together, and once you see that, it all makes sense. The last voice asked if it was the glue, then it's linked to the new ascendant. Spindle admitted that he didn't know, as it seemed like it hadn't woken up yet, and that he said it was a fixed influence, not an aspect of that influence. When it does awaken, though, he's sure things will heat up. Picker then asked what exactly they were looking for here. Spindle said that it was the same as before, Soldier of High House Death, right hand to the obelisk. Magi of Shadow was there as well. The first time for that card, too. Spindle went on to say that there is a grand deception at work. The captain of High House Light holds out hope, but is shaded by Hood's Herald, but not directly, as there's some distance there. The assassin of High House Shadow has acquired a new face. Spindle was getting hints of it, and it seemed bloody familiar. Hedge grunted and asked if they should have Quick Ben take a look at all this. Spindle said that was it. The assassin's face was Kalam's. Hedge growled and said that he'd suspected as much, with Fid and Kalam paddling off the way they did. Hedge asked if they knew what this meant. Picker said that they could only guess, but the other thing was clear. Wasn't it, Spin? Spindle said yes, and that 7 cities was about to rise. The whirlwind. Hedge said he has some questions for Quick Ben. Spindle added that he should ask him about the new card too. Crone inside her head hung on the fact of there being a new card to the deck of dragons. New cards were trouble, especially ones with power. The House of Shadow was proof enough of that. She then looked up and saw the image staring back at her, the paint glittering as if alive. Man, this feels like a marathon, dude. Anyway.
Yeah, it does.
So first thing here, Krupp. Crone has a thought about how entertaining he was, and she thinks that Krupp is an obese rat trying to cross a rope bridge. And just the image of that was just really funny. I could just imagine like a fat rat with like a little jacket, button-up jacket that like doesn't button up all the way. Yeah, it was just a funny image.
Definitely.
And then when they're kind of talking about Spindle saying that he didn't know, and it seemed like it hadn't woken up yet, and he said that it was like a fixed influence and not an aspect of that influence. And when it does waken, though, things will for sure heat up. This is what I'm referring. I think this is referring to Paran running away from whatever it is that he's running away from, which I think we'll find out later, thus causing him to get more sick or whatever is ailing him, if that makes sense. So I think that's kind of the connection here.
Okay. I don't have anything to go against that.
Sure. I noted High House Death here, and this has not been revealed yet, and it's not Paran, because Paran, if I had to guess, would be associated with High House Dark, or potentially a new unaligned card. So I don't know who the Soldier of High House Death is. I would imagine, I mean, from what I understand about the back of the book, it's fairly low. It's like mid as far as where he is on the order of players in this particular deck, or the suit, so to speak.
I don't know who it would be either.
Yeah.
And I guess, what is the obelisk also? Like, I mean, I know what an obelisk is, but like in this meaning, like,
Well, do you remember?
if we know who that was, maybe that would give us a clue.
Well, I think I mean, I don't think we necessarily need to know who it is. My guess is that being that it's the right hand to obelisk, and if you recall from Dead House Gates, when Kalam meets that reader of the Deck of Dragons in that one town with the red blades following, and then
In the
they'll
like
kill everyone.
tavern or whatever. Yeah.
It says that obelisk can never be true in Seven Cities.
Right.
So obelisk is Seven Cities when it's not Seven Cities, if that makes any damn sense. So the card cannot be true in Seven Cities because obelisk equals Seven Cities. So the fact that they're on Genebacchus, obelisk equals Seven Cities.
Okay.
Oh, how else to explain this?
I get what you're saying, but it still makes me wonder who. Okay, so who's the soldier of the high house of death?
Well, I think it's representing the whirlwind and all of the death that takes place in Dead House Gates, right?
Okay.
Chain of
Sure.
Dogs, Kamis Relo, and Corbolo Dom. All of those guys are maybe soldiers to High House Death, right? They're killing a bunch of people. So whether they're associated with the deck or not, I mean, do you need to be a soldier of death? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. The next thing that I have is the Magi of Shadow. And again, Magi also doesn't have anything in the glossary, but it's like fairly low on the list, but still above the Hounds. So knowing what I know about Seven Cities and just Dead House Gates, I wonder if this is supposed to represent Poost or even Apt, Aptorian.
I was wondering, what if it was the spider lady?
Mora or whatever.
remember.
Oh, not Mora. I already forgot her name. I feel like it starts with an M.
I thought I had to look up the word Magi, however you want to pronounce it, because I thought it was more, I guess, pointing towards a female, but it wasn't. It was like it's like a wise man, I guess, is at least what I found on a quick Google search. So yeah, maybe Poosh makes sense. He's definitely a freaking weirdo.
Yeah. I mean, according to just the quick Google search I did, is a wise man in Christian tradition, the noble pilgrim. So
I don't know how noble Poost is.
yeah, and yeah, I don't know, but I can't help but wonder if Magi of Shadow. We know that Shadow Throne had a big play in the deception at work. Spindle mentioned that there was grand deception at work, and I think this is referring to the convergence and the path of hands, because that was pretty much a giant deception, because Boost had made Tremolor essentially look like the path of hands.
I don't think I have anything else to add on top of that.
All right.
Sometimes, like, I wouldn't pick out this stuff like you do. You do a lot better job about it than I do.
All right, well, I'm just doing what we do best and talking about it.
I try not to sound like a dumbass.
It's fine. It's cool. The last thing that I had here in this section, which again was just a lot of tie-ins, when the assassin's face was Kalam's, And then Hedge growled and said that he'd suspected as much, with Fid and Kalam paddling off the way they did. And I don't know if like I'm missing something we're not supposed to be in on yet, but I don't understand how the assassin of High House Shadow, which is Cotillion, right, has acquired a new face. And is it because of what we know about Kalam and Manala's ending, babysitting so many children in Shadow Throne? Or is this too early for that? But then again, these cards, I imagine, are somewhat of a foretelling as well as like events further out, maybe, right? Like these cards may represent the present, but also the future as well.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, because I think at this point of Memories of Ice, if you were to like put the timeline up with Dead House Gates, I don't think we're at that point in Dead House Gates where they're going off to take care of all the kids. Because we just, a section or two ago, they just found out that the whirlwind's going to be rising up. So I don't think enough time has passed for all that to transpire yet.
Right.
I mean, this whole chapter, I feel like, takes place in the span of a couple hours, really. Right?
I think it's a couple days.
Is it a couple days?
I feel like there's a couple of mentions where night rolls around a few times.
Okay. Well, I mean, in any case, Dead House Gates takes over, that's like, I mean, isn't that close to a year? It's at least 9 months, right? Because I thought they said like to march from wherever the hell they started going to, where the hell was Pormqual at?
Aaron.
Like that was like going to take them months and months and months to do.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not understanding how Cotillion equals Kalam. And I know that Kalam and Manala got wrapped up in some Shadow Throne bullshittery. So is that the reason why? I guess I don't know. Like, has Cotillion taken on Kalam's face while he's basically subdued in Shadow Realm?
That would be interesting. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, I don't have a good answer for you.
That's cool. It's cool. Well, I guess that's all I got for that particular section. Did you have anything else?
that doesn't feel awkward at all, Justin, because it's 2 days later when we're recording this part. But yeah, guys, if you haven't figured out by now, this is going to be a fucking monster of an episode. So
Fuck yeah, dude. Like, let's set some records. That's what I'm saying.
Dude, it's for sure going to be a record for us. What you text me, you said we were recorded for 3 hours, 17 minutes. I don't know what you'll edit that down to, but that got us through section 8, which worked out to be 8 of 20. So not halfway on the sections, but got us to page 13 of 26 of what we typed up. So we were halfway on that front. So
yeah, I think the last end here should be fairly smooth sailing. I can only really recall one section at the end, or in these next sections, these upcoming sections, that is really kind of going to probably take a lot of our time. But again, it was like this chapter had a lot of perspective and maybe 2 more extensive sections.
You and I were talking, prior to hitting the record button here again, but I still think this was the right way to go because I think we would have just got burnt out trying to push through doing this all in one. It didn't seem very feasible.
Well, right. But I mean, you've also been podcasting for 2 hours now at this point. So
yeah, well, I think it was a little over an hour. But yeah, different subjects. Talking to Christopher was a lot of fun. So again, thank you for recording that and handling that side of things.
Yeah, you're welcome. Well, what do you say? Should we get into section 9 here?
Section 9, we'll transition back to some Malazan content here. The Maibi stepped out of the tent exhausted. Silver Fox had fallen asleep in a chair at one point when Krupp was rambling on about the Trigali Trade Guild rules of conduct. She had let Silver Fox sleep as she had yearned for some time away from her child. While her little attempt meant nothing as she could not escape the demands of Silver Fox, it was only symbolic. She was so sore that nothing provided relief except for a deep sleep. Paran exited the tent and wanted to ask the Maibi one question. Then he would leave her to herself. He wanted to know where someone would hide a table. She told him it would be found in the tent of the shrouds. She would take him there. Paran said directions would be good enough, but the Maibi said walking eased her aches. As she walked, the Maibi said she had awoken Tattersail within, or said he, rather, had awoken Tattersail within her daughter, and that she had a dominant personality. The Maibi was happy about this and asked what Tattersail was like. Paran said she was generous to a fault, highly respected, and a well-liked cadre mage. The Maibi thought he withheld information and that detachment was a flaw, not a virtue. Paran continued saying, from the Rivi point of view, it may have appeared that the Malazan war machine was an unstoppable monster, taking city after city, but in truth it was never like that. They were poorly supplied and often outnumbered in places they were not familiar with. In fact, Dujek and his host were getting their asses kicked, pal, when Brood showed up with the Teist Andy and the Crimson Guard. It stopped the army in their tracks. The mages were often the only thing keeping them from complete annihilation. The Maibi said he had the Moranth, though. Paran said they were not as reliable as you would think, but their alchemical ammunition had changed war forever. Also, their quarrels were a game changer, and the host had become too reliant on both. The Maibi said the tent was ahead, and she had heard rumors that things were not all well within the Moranth. Paran had said there had been a split among them at the hands of several quick defeats by their elite forces, the Golds, and at the moment they only had the Black Moranth at their side. The Blue, however, continued on their sea lanes to 7 cities. Crone suddenly appeared and surprised them both. She stumbled as if drunk. Looking up at Paran, she said, "You!" then took off into the air. The Maibi said Crone had never appeared to be afraid of him before. People began to exit the tent. Paran told them they had gone far enough. The woman stopped and offered a wrong-handed salute as she was carrying a lantern in the other. She said the purloined table was inside. Paran said they had done good work, but military decorum said they needed to return it and asked Picker if she agreed, which she did. Paran said that he figured her, Hedge, Spindle, and Blend could manage. They didn't understand, so Paran clarified that he meant for them to carry the table back. Picker said it would be best if they had more help. Paran said no, they were leaving in the morning. They were leaving in the morning and wanted the company well rested, so best not to disturb the rest who were asleep. And besides, it should only take them an hour or so, and they'd even have time to ready their kits. Best to get to it and not delay. Picker told the crew to hop to it and asked if Spindle had a problem since he had a look on his face. Spindle whispered a single word. Idiot! He didn't know how he could have missed it. It's him. And it was plain as day. Picker told him to snap out of it as she cuffed him in the face. Spindle told her not to hit him again or she'd regret it for the rest of her life. Picker said if she hit him again, he wouldn't be getting up. So to cut the shit, and any more threats would be his last. Staring at Paran, saying that everything would change. It can't happen yet. He needed to think, and he needed quick, Ben. Picker yelled at Spindle again and said to pick up the table. The Maibi asked what all this was about. Paran didn't know. She said the table needed more than 4 sets of hands. Paran agreed. When the Maibi asked if he would get them more help, he said no. They stole the damn thing in the first place.
Awesome.
Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't switch back to mute myself when I had to cough there a couple times.
You know, you can just hold the space bar, right?
I did not know that. I'm going to try that right now. That's not working.
Oh, dumb. Okay.
Maybe because I'm typing, or I've got my cursor in there. I don't know.
Maybe.
So, let's see. I had a couple points for this section, not a ton, where, we find out the Maibi says that Tattersail appears to have the dominant personality, and this makes the Maibi happy. I assume it makes her happy because then she doesn't have to tell Brood that, Night Chill's becoming dominant and they're going to have to kill her or whatever. I don't know if you felt the same.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you're dead on. To bring it a little deeper, though, I can only imagine what the Maibi is going through and how much anxiety she feels about which sorcerer, which, mage is going to come to the fore, as they say. So I feel like this is giving her a little bit of that reassurance, and it makes her happy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess as happy as she can be considering the circumstances.
Well, right.
That she's slowly being sucked of her life.
Yeah. What I thought was cool was just the interaction between Paran and the Mybi. It really kind of feels like they're really fleshing each other out. I wouldn't really say like an awkward interaction, but it kind of had that like tone to it. You know, like, I don't think that they really have had a moment where they've just gotten to interact with each other. So for
No, yeah,
Paran,
you're right.
Paran to kind of come out and be like, "Hey, where's this fucking tent with the table that my fucking bridge burner stole?" And she's just like, "Well, it's over there. I'd be happy to walk you." You know, just that generosity that is the Mybi, which makes her whole situation so much worse because it's not like she's an asshole or anything. She's actually a pretty,
No, she's not at all.
but yeah, it felt very introductory, you know, like not everything's on the table yet, but at the same time they're having this interaction. It really could have just been, hey, I just need directions, and then that could have been it. But no, you know, the Mybi took it upon herself to say like, hey, let's kill two birds with one stone and kind of initiate, you know what I mean? So that was really cool to see.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think I would really add anything to that. Obviously, you had more to add to it than I did, so that's fine.
Oh no, I'm just like I said, I'm typing as I'm going, uh, as you're reading the things that I just recall in that section because it's a lot easier to do it this way than it is to before we record.
Oh, that's fine. I always like hearing your thoughts. I don't get tired of that.
Oh, that's good. The other thing that I thought was again kind of interesting, and it ties upon my previous thought, but Paran again could have just easily just walked in silence, but he takes the opportunity to kind of explain to the Mybi the Malazan's perspective of their war with Caladan Brute. You know, he reveals some things that are kind of false, right? So I feel like he's established some trust nonetheless. I don't know why you would just divulge that information for no reason, especially if at one point in time, not too long ago, they were enemies. So I feel for him to kind of be able to break that barrier, trust her enough to say these things, it was a good thing. Actually, getting into my actual point, when he talks about the Moranth and the alchemical ammunition and how it changed war forever, it kind of reminded me of what Tak was saying to Lady Envy about a while when they were talking about his disgust with sorcery. So it's interesting how these concepts throughout the series come up that yeah, sorcery exists, but on the same time, we can accomplish similar things without it. I think that's interesting that seems to keep coming up, and while that's true, it kind of makes me think. I suppose we could probably talk about this in a later section. So just remind me when we get to a section that I eventually will read.
I will do my best.
All right, but yeah, I mean those are the only two things that I essentially picked out in this section. So
Right. The word purloined, if I'm pronouncing that right, I've never heard that word before, but it means stolen. And even like from context, I still couldn't figure out what that word meant without looking it up. But I think about our conversation with Mr. Erickson and how he always wants, the right word. He's always searching for that right word. And this must be an example of that.
I think so. I definitely think so. I like the word. I'm probably going to try to use it more.
Like transmogrified.
You're right. Yes. Yes. That one was cool too.
You transmogrified the purloined body. I don't know.
Ooh.
Spooky for Halloween.
Yeah. Yeah. Even though this got released way after Halloween. But you know what? We're 4 days away from it. 5 days.
Yeah, we're not far. Paran asked, talking about military decorum and how they needed to return the table. And then he asks Picker if she agrees. And, like, of course she's going to say, oh, yeah, I agree. I mean, you can't disagree with your captain. But obviously, like, I don't think she really did. Like, she don't want to lug this 200-pound table around, especially with 3 other people. You need, like, 10 people to drag that thing around.
I mean, they should have thought of the consequences when they really wanted to play this game. Is it really worth it in the end? I mean, maybe for them. I guess without it, they would have never discovered the underside of the table. But
All right. I mean, they learned a lot out of the deal for sure. But so you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I thought it was their table to start with,
Correct.
and then somebody in Brood's crew stole it.
The Mott irregulars.
Okay.
They
So
would-
they stole back their own table. So why do they got to give it back if it was stolen from them originally?
Finders keepers, I guess. The Mott irregulars found it while they were doing battle and purloined it. So
Nice. That didn't take you long.
no, not at all. I did it, y'all. But
Nice.
I think I think when it comes to the table, and I don't know if it's in a section coming up or one that we've already talked about, but I know that there was a part where Dujik was saying that the loss of the table, thankfully, was merely just an inconvenience for Brood.
Oh, that was in a previous section.
Yeah.
Or that was in one of mine. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's just Dujek is being respectful. And even though the table is technically theirs, he's just letting them have it.
Paran?
Dujek. Dujek and Whiskey Jack know about the table being gone.
Yeah, but Paran told them that they had to bring it back.
Right, because
Right.
Paran was being told by Whiskey Jack to bring it back.
I guess I don't remember that part. I thought Paran was just the one who told them to bring it back. In any case, I don't understand why. I mean, it was theirs originally, got stolen, they stole it back. Why isn't it theirs now again?
I think
don't
it
know.
comes back to military decorum. Right back to your point here. They're just being respectful, like maybe they're walking on eggshells, you could probably call it that, but I think
Sure.
they're just trying to keep the peace.
Well, I guess that makes sense now that they're a combined army. If they weren't, then I suppose I would think maybe then they'd keep it if they were still separated.
Right. Exactly.
So that's a good point. I did not think of that. I appreciate that, Justin.
I
You
try.
always have these thoughts of things to kind of keep me grounded when I'm like, God, this seems dumb. Like, I wouldn't do that. And you're like, well, look at it from this point of view. I'm like,
I mean, we've been talking for 5 minutes about a table, so
How many people can do that?
yeah, right. I mean, nobody else can make a 5-hour episode out of a chapter in a book.
Right. Pigger cuffed a guy in the face. I assume that's like a punch or a slap or something, but just again, wording that one, obviously I knew she hit him to some capacity, but I don't know, like, is it a open hand slap? Did she just give him a knuckle sandwich? Or, I don't really know, but just one of those things that caught my attention.
According to the Googleays here, it is to hit someone with your hand in a light, joking way.
Oh, okay. So it's nothing. It's not like she gave him a black eye then or anything.
Right, yeah. So, which makes sense because Spindle's like, don't hit me again, or you'd regret it for the rest of your life. I think that at that point they're just bantering with each other,
Oh, well, that's why I thought she hit him a little harder. Like, he was kind of actually, like, pissed about it. Like, bitch, don't hit me again or I'm gonna fucking murder your ass.
And I think that's the importance of words, right? Like, if that's the intended outcome that Erickson wanted to convey, I think that instead of cuff, he would have said punched or slapped or beat, or he would have used a different word.
That's fair.
So
That was all I had here. So we could probably move on here
all right,
if you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right, let's go for it.
An hour remained before sunrise, leaving Picker and her hapless crew to their task. Departing from the Mybee's presence, Paran made his way to the bridge burner encampment. He was surprised to find Whiskey Jack near the center hearth. He was busy saddling a horse. Paran asks his commander if the meeting has ended. Whiskey Jack explains that it's still going on, and that's partially to do with Krupp. Paran wonders if it's because of his pitch of the trade guild. Whiskey Jack said that on the contrary, the trade guild has been fully endorsed, and now they have overland supply lines. Paran asks him why the meeting was still taking place then. Whiskey Jack elaborates that there will be envoys attached to their army. Those envoys are Krupp and Call. Whiskey Jack finished saddling his horse and turned to tell Paran something, but instead chose to tell Paran that he and the bridge burners would be taken by the Black Moranth to the foot of the Bargast Range. The captain's eyes widened and said that this was quite a journey, but what were his orders for when he got there? The commander explained that Trotz would detach from his command and initiate contact with the white-faced Bargast. by whatever means are necessary. Miranda wonders if after Trot succeeds with the white-faced Bargas, should he move south? Whiskey Jack tells him that this is correct, and he'll be the relief of Capistan. He asked Paran if he had any questions. Paran simply just shook his head. The horse suddenly shied under the commander and pitched to one side. Wind struck the camp and voices shouted in alarm. Paran stared upward as a vast black shape swept towards the Tistiandi camp. A faint aura outlined the enormous dragon. Paran's stomach flared with pain, intense but very brief. Whiskey Jack cursed and asked what the hell was that. Paran thought to himself that the commander couldn't see because he doesn't have this bestial blood pumping through him. Paran tells Whiskey Jack that Anomander Rake has arrived at the Tistiandi camp. Paran strode forward, as now was as good of time as any to awaken his squad. He tells Antsy, after she wakes up, to get the cooks ready. Whiskey Jack got Paran's attention and explained that he was going back to Brood's tent and asked if the captain would like Silver Fox to be sent over so Paran could say goodbye. Paran politely declined and thought to himself that distance was no longer a barrier, as now they share a private link. Paran said his goodbyes to the commander. So first thing that I had here, again, really kind of shorter section. When they're talking about what Paran is to do after Trotz makes or succeeds with the white-faced Bargast, part of me thinks that this won't happen. I don't have any evidence for it, obviously, but I think Paran is going to end up caught in something else. I don't necessarily think that he'll end up relieving Capistan.
Interesting. So, obviously, you don't have any evidence, but do you have any thoughts as to what maybe that would be?
Something to do with, him accepting the fact that, he's got a bigger role than he wants to admit, maybe. I don't know. Confrontation with Rake in some way, shape, or form. Maybe Rake figures it out and tracks him down. I mean, I don't know.
So I agree with you a little bit. I think there's going to be some sort of confrontation with Rake, and it just came to me as you were reading your section here. But there was where Paran, he gets where is it? His stomach flared with pain at the dragon. I wonder if that's because of the hound's blood that he's got, and then Rake showing up with the sword. Do you think it can sense it, and they're like, oh shit, not this again? Something like that.
I mean, yes and no. However, I don't think that it's because of the hound's blood. I think it's because he escaped the sword.
I can get on board with that too.
Yeah.
I mean, in either case, it boils down to the sword in one capacity or another.
Right. Which kind of brings me back to what I said earlier, and that all of these players are I guess, the central theme to me with Paran, Silver Fox, Nightchill, K-Rool, Anomander Rake, even potentially Calor by proximity, is it all surrounds around the House of Dark. Paran is now, because of his experience and escape from the sword, is essentially associated with High House Dark in some way, shape, or form, is my guess.
You don't think him being the master of the deck puts him above that?
I mean, maybe. That's an interesting thought. I don't know if it necessarily puts it above Rake or the sword or High House Dark. I think that makes him an equal player.
Because I feel if you're the master of something, you're top dog. And obviously, Paran hasn't accepted that role yet because he's told everybody he doesn't want it. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. The relief at Capistan. I think he's going to get there because I think that's going to be an all hands on deck situation. The only one I think that probably won't get there is Quick Ben because he's going to be dealing with burn.
Probably. I guess
what I think.
The way that I like to think about Paran is kind of like a street magician that manipulates the cards to show what we want them to see. The deck of dragons is essentially just a deck of cards, right? There's more value in a jack than there would be, a 10 or an 8 or whatever. So I just imagine that when he does accept his role, he's going to be able to manipulate the deck into his benefit, which will then kind of make everybody follow suit the way that he wants the game to be played.
I guess we'll have to see.
Mm-hmm. So the other thing that I picked out was clearly Whiskey Jack can't see Rake enter the camp in his dragon form, but Paran can. I'm just wondering, like,
Wait,
what?
Whiskey Jack didn't see the dragon?
No,
I
because
totally missed that.
yeah, Paran thought to himself that the commander couldn't see because he doesn't have this bestial blood pumping through Whiskey Jack. So Paran
So he
thinks
just
that,
saw
like,
a dude flying around in the sky,
yeah,
or he didn't even see that.
I don't think Whiskey Jack saw that, but I think what this is telling us is that Paran has a heightened sense of sight.
Interesting. Yeah, I totally missed that.
So, wondering, is this because of like what Paran did in the sword? Does that now link Rake with the hounds? Or has that always existed in some way, shape, or form?
I don't know.
I just think it's interesting. There's definitely some type of link between the hounds. And if I'm speculating correctly, and I know I've said this before, but if Paran, while he was in Dragnapur, released the hounds or set them free in some way, shape, or form, my only guess is that that is the hold where High House Dark lives. That is like the warren to their house, or potentially the Azath that it's an Azath that is living inside of the sword. And if we know anything about Azaths, right, is like you enter one, you can essentially get to anywhere you would like to go
Right.
based on what we find out in Deadhouse Gates. So
Interesting.
the hounds could really be anywhere at this point.
Yeah. I'm not sure where the. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if they'll pop up here at some point before too long.
I didn't even think we were going to get them in Deadhouse Gates, but we totally did. So
True. Yeah, we did.
the other thing that I thought was really interesting is what Paran says at the end, which he doesn't want Silver Fox to say goodbye because he has the ability to do it right inside his mind. It seems that they have a private link, which kind of makes I feel like this is a little bit of foreshadowing to something we'll read later on.
I'm not sure if I know what you're talking about off the top of my head, but maybe I'll pick it up later. But just like right now, my thoughts, it seems kind of like a punk move. Sure, you can say goodbye like in your mind, but I don't feel like that's worth as much as saying it face to face.
Oh, for sure. It's like dumping someone over text message. Yeah. It doesn't
Do
have
it
the
face to face.
sincerity.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
For sure. But I mean, it really hasn't this link really hasn't been said or explained in a ton of detail. It's literally just this. There's no longer a barrier, they share a private link.
Right.
But that's really all I had to say about that particular section. It's interesting the wave of emotions that all of these characters are going through at different points in time. The uncertainty, the worry, the anxiety, and it seems to fluctuate. Sometimes it's really good, and then Rake shows up, and then all of a sudden, like, I can only imagine Pran's going like, "Oh fuck, that hurt. What the hell is going on with me?" Immediately brought back to his dilemma.
Yeah, I agree. Would you like to move on? Anything else you have to say there, sir?
That's all I got.
All right. Yeah, we're kind of cruising here off the bat. All right. The Teist Andy had gathered in a circle waiting for their master. A black dragon had emerged from the darkness to land within them. Only a moment after landing, he had turned back into himself. The Maibi watched as Corlat met her master. The Maibi had seen Animander Rake one other time, south of the Black Dog Forest. It was also from a distance as he talked to Brood. She remembered the dominating presence of Moonspawn filling the sky. A slight turn of his head was the only acknowledgement he gave Corlat. To the right appeared Brood, Kaller, Dujek, and the others. Tension filled the air, the same tension the Maibi remembered at their meeting years before. Rake was an ascendant, unlike Brood, so they were like opposite ends of the spectrum of power. Rake was an imposing figure no one could ignore or escape. She thought about his sword, Dragnapur, and how he was the only one to put fear into Kaller's eyes. Except for her daughter, Silver Fox. He may fear an alliance between Rake and Silver Fox more than anything. Kaller spoke with his booming voice to Rake, saying he seeks his clearest vision and the justice of his sword, and to let no one influence his opinion, including Corlat. Rake spoke back, saying what else kept his sword from his black heart, other than sentiment. Kaller said he spoke of the child. Surely he could sense her power. Power? Rake said. It was abundant here. He was right to be afraid. Looking at the Maybe, he said, forces of nature are indifferent to justice, asking if she agreed. She struggled to reply, but said she did agree. Rake said it fell to all sentient beings, no matter how unworthy, to impose a moral divide. This seemed to catch the Maybe by surprise. She asked if that was truly the case. Keller said she had birthed the abomination. Her vision is clouded, but that didn't mean she was innocent of wrongdoing. Rake told Keller if he approached any further, it was at his own risk. Keller stopped. Rake said it looked like his appearance was anticipated so that he could adjudicate what was a complex situation. Brood said looks could be deceiving and that Rake decided what he wanted, but he would not allow Dragnipur to be unsheathed in his camp. The Maybe thought to herself that this could go wrong in a hurry. She looked at the Malazans. Dujek stood expressionless, but his posture gave him away. Artanthos was just behind him and to the right, his rain cloak pulled tight, hiding his hands, his eyes glittering. The Maybe thought she saw power swirling around, but second-guessed herself as she now saw nothing. Rake faced Brood, saying he could see lines were being drawn. He asked Corlat where she stood. She said she sided with Brood. Rake then looked at Calor and said it appeared he was alone. His reply was that it was ever thus. Rake told Calor he was not unfamiliar with that position. The sound of horse hoofs pounding the earth approached. The ticed Andy parted to let Whiskey Jack in on his horse. Whiskey Jack dismounted and strode over to Silver Fox and stopped in front of her, his sword removed from its scabbard. Brood stepped to Whiskey Jack's side, saying, with what he might face, it would be best if he... Whiskey Jack interrupted and said he stands here. Magic flowed out from Rake, passing through Whiskey Jack and enveloping Silver Fox. The Maybe called out, but Corlat calmed her, saying he seeks only to understand her. The sorcery around Silver Fox was flung away. The Maybe could see she was furious. Thinking to herself, the Maybe thought that she could see Tattersail and Nightchill and a third that was slow to anger. It is Bellerden. She thought they were moments away from tearing everything apart. Rake said he had never had his hand slapped in such a fashion before and wondered what it was she didn't want him to find, and reached for Dragnipur. With a nasty curse, Brood drew his massive hammer. Calor asked Rake if he wanted him on his left or right. Suddenly, a massive odd-shaped thing was flying through the tent's entrance. It was the table that the Maybe had last seen in the shroud tent. Krupp dangled from one leg trying to eat sweet cakes as he said he hates flying.
Man, such a dynamic section. Again, so wrought with uncertainty, right? Like my first you had the first comment, so I'll let you go.
You're all right. Yeah, you just didn't really know what was going to happen. But my first thought, Rake being an ascendant, unlike Brood. And I had to think about this, and I'm not sure I still understand because they're both soul taken, but they're both just not ascendants. I don't know why, but I thought Brood was an ascendant as well, but apparently not.
I think that he may be like close to ascendancy, but maybe just not there yet.
Obviously, he's quite powerful.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, that's about all I had there. Was just it made me think. I guess I thought he was. That's all.
I mean, I guess I was always under the impression that he was as well, but I guess I can't say with any type of certainty now. And it's definitely made me curious. So I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye out for all that stuff.
Yeah, we'll have to watch out for it for sure.
Yeah. The one thing that, again, just Calor being an absolute asshole, he is trying so hard to get the first word in on his opinions of Silver Fox to Rake. Like, obviously, he hasn't been a part of any of the conversations that have happened before with the uncertainty surrounding Silver Fox. And so he wants to make his opinion known before anybody else so he can get the first word in and hopefully convince Rake right away to just kill her or do something with her, you know?
Right. And we've been told before that Calor is very convincing. And here he is saying, don't let anybody else convince you. Well, here he is trying to convince Rake, right?
Exactly. What did you think of Rake's response to it?
Just like where he's like, well, I haven't fucking stabbed you to death.
Yeah, right.
Sounds like a Rake answer.
It's one of those things where I feel like Rake is essentially saying, like, no, I'm going to hear everybody's opinion, but like at the same time, when he says that I know what it's like to stand alone, is kind of more or less agreeing with Calor's position.
Well, I mean, what if it's more about being on Silver Fox's position? I mean, because Calor's trying to get everybody against her.
I think,
So effectively, she's alone, right? Standing alone.
right, yeah. So it very well could be he's taking in her perspective as well. I don't really I get more kind of a neutrality vibe from Rake in this particular section. I think that yes, he can be told a bunch of stuff, but I think that he's wise enough to understand that he's going to get everyone's perspective first before he really makes a decision.
I think that's true. But then, Brood tells Rake, like, you're not fucking drawing your sword, buddy. Like, I'm going to smash your chest in with my big fucking hammer if you take it out. Like, I like that Brood. Not that I would mess with Rake by any means, but Brood much seems like the guy you don't fuck around and find out with.
Right.
Like, I think he to me, he appears like he takes a lot less shit than Rake. And I don't even think Rake takes a lot of shit, but Brood is definitely not the guy to be on the wrong side of the line with.
Yeah, exactly. It almost kind of makes me wonder if like they've actually battled each other before. Do you get that feeling? Do you think that
Like where they've been like one-on-one with each other and like
yeah,
obviously they're both still alive, so they're just like draw and they just like one of them withdrew or something.
right.
Maybe. Ooh, that'd be interesting. I wonder if we would see anything like that in like an Esselmott novel or something.
Maybe. It's very possible. I guess we'll just one of those read and find out moments, but I still think it's interesting. And
Obviously, I mean they have a storied history with each other.
right. And it explains a lot about Gardens of the Moon too, right? Like, it's clear that Brood had sent some of the Crimson Guard into Jerujistan to help out in adversary of Rake. You know what I mean? And it was kind of explained that there's like some tension there. I feel like in that moment when I was reading that, I felt kind of confused, but I feel like this clarifies a lot in going back and recalling those events and just kind of just the overall state of confusion I had with their relationship when I was reading the first book. But yeah, there's definitely some things where the enemy of my enemy is my friend type of thing going on between Brood and Rake.
Like it's just a kind of born of convenience type thing.
Right.
I can see that.
Like a power couple. They know that they are too good together than they would be by themselves. So they just kind of like suck it up and tolerate each other.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think either one of them would turn on the other like pretty quick given the opportunity, the right opportunity.
I mean, but if they're that formidable of an adversary, like when do you make that move?
I don't know. You'd have to be pretty confident like that you're not going to blow it and that the odds are in your favor.
Exactly. I mean, he does have the ability to wake up Burn. What's to stop him from using that power? I mean, clearly it has something to do with Burn, as we'll kind of read on in a later section here. But
yeah, but wouldn't that just, pun intended here, wouldn't that just burn him also?
not necessarily. I mean, yeah, it would. So it's maybe just one of those situations or a relationship where it's a stalemate,
That was so punny.
You're funny.
That was dumb. You can
I
just
know
say
it was, good. It was a good dad joke.
I
Moving
am a
on.
dad.
Moving on, though. The one thing, again, the Mybi observes Artanthos, and he's got his rain cloak pulled tight, hiding his hands, and his eyes are glittering. So, again, I feel like in this book, hands are a big thing, with, Apsalar's father, Dujek not having an arm, just things around that. So I'm wondering what it is, why he's hiding his hands, and I'm wondering if this is alluding to anyone or something.
It is because he's wearing a public masturbator trench coat.
There we go. That must be it. That must be it.
Don't.
He definitely had the
Yeah.
fattest beers, I could tell.
I mean, he just came, and that's why his eyes are glittering. He's got that like post nut clarity.
That was a very awkward moment to walk into.
Yeah. Nothing's better than post.
Yes.
Nothing is better than post nut clarity. There's more up there. Oh,
More clarity.
yeah, exactly. More clarity. But
Oh, I'm glad that I can't see the camera, so I'm glad that worked out well.
yeah, it was good timing. Good timing for sure. But yeah, kind of again, just I feel like this section is taking place from the Mybee's perspective, and again, just the influx of differencing emotions. Like, oh my God, Caller's gonna try. Corlat, do something, and then just this whole conversation unfolds, and she's just kind of got to wait and see how Rake views her daughter. And then she gets worried that essentially Rake is trying to understand Silver Fox with a little wave of magic here. And, it sounds like Silver Fox only let him get so far before she sorcery slapped his sorcery.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like Silver Fox is like, no, you're not gonna fucking investigate me. Like, get your ass out of here.
Yep.
Like, she didn't want any of that. So, I mean, to stand up to a guy like Rake, I think is a pretty big deal. Yeah, ballsy, exactly. Like, I mean, she's like the new kid on the block, basically, and you got Rake, who's thus far, from what we've seen, like he's probably like a top 5 most powerful character in the world that we've seen.
I would say that, yeah. I would say that's probably accurate.
I don't necessarily know that he's number 1. I don't know who I would place at number 1, but he's got to be top 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, though, that Rake, at the end of the section, more or less kind of came to his senses or potentially took a side when Whiskey Jack and Brood kind of like, no, I'm not going to let you kill her, etc., etc. Like they stood their ground against him as well. So I think that he's seeing the number of people, constituents, that are advocating for Silver Fox, whereas Caller is the only one who's not.
Right.
I'll let you take your last comment here.
Yeah, fucking Krupp just dangling from a floating table, stuff in his face, saying he hates flying. The guy just knows how to make an entrance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like right at the end of a section, here he is. Like I can just picture it so clearly. He's got one hand. I'm surprised he can hold on to the fucking thing in the first place. The table's 8 feet in the air or whatever. His feet are a couple feet off the ground. His other hand, he's shoving a piece of cake into his mouth. I hate flying!
Yeah. My question to you is do you think the table was flat as it rose, or do you think it was angled because of his weight?
Oh, for sure. It was tipped 100%. The thing, I think it was like the Titanic after it hit the iceberg.
Yeah. Yeah, good image. Good image.
Right before it snapped in half.
Yeah. Well, what do you say? Should we go on to my doozy of a section here?
We should. Yeah, you got a doozy of a section here.
I know, right? Well, here I go.
All right.
As the bridge burners finished assembling their gear, the sentries on the east side were calling out that the Black Moranth had arrived. Paran, plagued by a growing unease, strode amongst the gathered soldiers. Off to one side, Picker sat watching the captain. She was the only one to see him taking yet another step, and then simply vanishing. Picker bolted to her feet, telling Spindle to go get Quick Ben. Spindle had the balls to ask why. Picker screamed at him that someone had just snatched their captain and to find Quick Ben. Woofda. That was a doozy. Cool. Hope y'all didn't start eating popcorn. But yeah, I don't have anything to particularly point out. I think that Paran's being plagued by these growing unease is essentially kind of the start of what's to come.
I don't think I've got anything to add to that.
All right. Well, You want to move on to your popcorn-filled section as well?
Yeah, section 13 here. The vision of busy soldiers fled his sight as Pran found himself facing both Rake and Calor with their weapons drawn. Behind them were Corlat, and the Maibi beyond them, a ring of Tystandi. Countless eyes were upon him, but he was not the only one in shock. He heard a cry for help and looked up as a huge table turning in the air. Looked up at a huge table turning in the air. He saw Krupp hanging from the table. On the underside, painted in bright yellow and now glowing colors, was the image of a man. It took him a few moments to recognize it was him. Pain filled him and blackness fell over him, swallowing him whole.
So, do you think that Silver Fox brought him here?
I guess I'm not sure.
Or do you think it was like the table?
I don't know which of those would be more likely, or if it's something else entirely.
Gotcha.
I guess maybe I'd probably lean more towards the table, I guess, but I'm not even like probably 50% convinced at that.
Yeah, but I mean, like, think about what just took place, right? We had this kind of confrontational nature between Calor, Corlat, Brood, Rake, Whiskey Jack. Silver Fox is there, right? She's watching this all unfold. What if this is her way of bringing in what can answer questions?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just such a weird deal.
Yeah, fair enough.
The one thing that I kept that like kept me thinking on this short section was like, how bizarre would it be to see this table with your face painted on it?
I think it would be one of two things. Obviously, he can react in one of many ways, really, but I think it's more or less one way would be a sign of acceptance. Like, okay, like this is legit. I'm not just hearing about it, I'm fucking seeing it now. Or two, it would make you run away that much harder.
I feel like if it were me, I'd be bolting out that door.
Yeah.
like who the hell is joking around and painted my face on the bottom side of this table? And why did you do it? I don't know. Like, and I'm imagining it's probably a pretty good painting. Like, it's not like I fucking did it because I suck at painting. Like, this is probably pretty good. So that would freak me out. I'd want to be 1,000 miles the other direction.
Well, I mean, you know why the table's a good representation of Paran, right?
Why?
Because the other decks of the dragons, or the other deck of or a deck of dragons is essentially like built within the table, right? So for him to have the card painted on the underside is a visual representation of the fact that he's the master of the deck.
I don't know how you're so good at this, man, but you're good at it.
I try.
You do a great job.
It's funny. It's funny. There's two things that are super funny to me in this moment. One, Paran didn't want to say goodbye to Silver Fox in his conversation with Whiskey Jack, and here he is, right next to Silver Fox, surrounded by a bunch of people who are like just as, and if not more equally confused than he is about what the fuck is going on. And two, I already forgot. Yeah. So
That's like, as you get older, they say the memory is the first thing to go, and then the second one I forget.
right, exactly. Yep. So I thought it was ironic that he didn't want to say goodbye to her, but yet here he was.
It's true. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. They have some subconscious feeling that he'd run into her.
I mean, they have a private link between each other. So, I mean, who knows what's going on between, or what, how chatty that link is.
Is he sending virtual dick pics?
Maybe to a fucking 15-year-old dude. Come on.
Oh, God. Why'd you? Yeah. The redacted.
All right. You're still envisioning her as a Tattersale, and that's fine. I feel like that's the point, is that we're not really supposed to see her as Silver Fox, but Tattersale.
I'm on my fourth beer. I'm getting a little buzzed. So
All right, then. Well, I mean,
that doesn't excuse poor behavior.
that's fair. But what do you say? Do you want to move on to this next one here?
Yeah. What are we on here now? I lost track.
Section 14.
That is you.
Yep. The Mybe saw the young captain buckle, dropping to his knees, as if drawing tight around an agony of some sort. Her attention darted to her daughter, in time to see the bound coils of power snake outward from Silver Fox, slipping around people, then upward to touch the table. The four legs snapped and Krupp plummeted to the earth, landing on top of a crowd of Tistiandi. The table in the air now steadied, and the underside faced Rake and Calor, the image of Paran emanating sorcery. Wisps of it reached down to surround the kneeling captain in glittering silver chains. Beside her, she heard Quick Ben say that this was the largest card of the deck of dragons he's ever seen. He stepped forward and announced to everyone to forgive his intrusion. He announced to everyone that while it seems everyone here is ready for a confrontation, that the lack of wisdom and inviting violence when it's clear that nobody knows what the fuck is happening here should be determined before taking any drastic measures. Rake smiled at the mage and sheathed his sword. Rake said that these were cautious words, but wise nonetheless. He asked who the mage was. Quick Ben said that he was just a soldier that had come to retrieve the captain. At that moment, I wrote Crupper. Krupp emerged and strode, seemingly unaware to halt directly between Paran and Rake. He looked up and said that this was an unseemly conclusion to Krupp's post-breakfast repast. Had the meeting adjourned. God, what a fucking putz. Fucking Krupp.
Yeah, he's ready to go take a nap. He just stuffed his face. He's ready to nap.
Right, exactly. A couple of things here. Again, a really short-ish section. But the silver chains kind of coming down from the table. I'm guessing that this is kind of a visual representation that he doesn't have a choice. And that the more he tries to run, the more the tug and pull of the chains makes him sick or ill. And I just thought that was kind of a cool visual.
I think I've got this figured out, Justin.
Ooh, let's hear it.
So, per my theory, Ganoz is going to have to kill Tavor
Yeah.
to avenge
Felicin.
Fellas. Yes. And then after that, he will take the place of the chained god. God damn it, I've had too much to drink. The crippled god. He's going to be chained, and his hound's blood somehow is going to cure her from the poison from the crippled god. That is my guess.
Interesting.
That probably will not happen.
No, probably not. I think that we should talk about this in your next section.
Okay.
Yes. The other thing that I had here is that Krupp just seemingly unaware, oblivious, stopped directly in front of Paran and Rake. And I just am wondering why that needed to be said. Is there significance? Does Krupp have some type of influence on some things? Or is he just being oblivious? Is he just being Krupp?
I think he's just being Krupp. Just because it says seemingly unaware, I don't think necessarily means that he isn't aware. He's probably just playing it off. Like, Krupp knows what he's doing.
Like cutting the tension?
Yeah. He's a sneaky fucker. Like, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah. And the other thing that I just loved how Quick Ben just kind of came in here and just directly said what needed to be said. Like, hey, look, we don't know what is going on here, but what's the point in getting violent and confronting each other about it when we haven't even understood what it is yet? And even if we can use it for our purpose. And Rake, immediately just oh, cautious, but very wise words. We should heed this, So I thought that was just really cool thing for Quick Ben to observe.
Right. And as if they don't have bigger problems to deal with, like Capistan. I imagine that's going to be kind of a big fucking deal, right?
Yep, exactly. But those were the only thoughts that I had on that short section. And this next one that you have is my favorite in this whole chapter. So I'm excited to talk about it.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. This whole subbook, I know we've kind of chatted about it, but and I think it's just from how good Gardens and Deadhouse Gates have been. Like, this is kind of like the roller coaster taking a dip before it goes back up again is kind of what it feels like to me. So it's been a little harder to read just because there hasn't been, I don't want to say action, but it just hasn't had the, I guess, excitement that the other books have had.
Well, I feel like this sub book is really honestly feels like it would have been better as like an ending to Gardens of the Moon. Just because Gardens of the Moon like ramped up and up and up and up and up, and then you're not really released from that. You're kind of left on like a really big cliffhanger, right? With just at the end of the book, all four of them are walking in a street, and you're like, okay, what the fuck next? And then you get thrown into the second book where you're meeting all new cast of characters, so you never really get this resolve. And so now you
Right.
come into the sub book and you are getting this resolve to the end of Gardens of the Moon, and I think that's its purpose. It feels better, but
I wonder once we get into this next sub book if you'll still feel the same way. If you maybe you'll think, you know what, maybe it was slower, and I don't think it's bad. It's just a totally different pace than what we've been grown accustomed to through these first two books.
I mean, is it really though? I mean, I feel like Gardens of
I totally do. I totally do.
But I feel like Dead House Gates, it took the first sub book to kind of get to the whirlwind.
But there was, I guess I hate to use the word action, but there were things transpiring, and yes, things are still transpiring here, but they're different things. It's
more transactional than it is storytelling.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm struggling to put it into words right now. It's just like things are slowing down, and I don't think that's a bad thing.
No.
I'm sure once we get into the next book, we'll be like, okay, well, that was all necessary, or I'm gonna feel that way because I felt like this is quite a bit slower than.
True. But I feel like House of Chains is probably going to have the same type of beginning, right? Where we're going to get reacquainted with the characters from Dead House Gates. Things are going to kind of tie up, within that first book, some of the things that transpired, after Dead House Gates. So
I guess we'll see.
yeah,
Maybe, but maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it'll hit the ground running too.
right. Yeah, absolutely. Who knows? I mean, I wouldn't go to the point of saying it's slow. I'm enjoying everything. I love how it's tying back into the first book. I like how we're getting these like subtle reminders, but they're reminders that like really make you think about and recollect the Gardens of the Moon book. They're not just like, hey, remember that one time in Gardens of the Moon where blah 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 happened? So
Yeah, I mean it's like I said. I mean it feels slower to me, and I don't think that's bad. But
no,
it's just different, and it's a different pace that I won't say that I'm, I guess, accustomed to, and I think it's going to change here pretty quick. Granted, I mean we're only 5 chapters into the book, and that 5 chapters puts us, 150 or so pages into the book. We're not very far into this,
no,
but
not
it's
at all.
just
And we've been reading it every 2 weeks. So
yeah.
I feel like on average, most readers are going to get through 5 chapters within 2 or 3 days.
Maybe. I mean, yeah, depending what they have for time and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough. Well, let's get on with it because, we got to wrap this up tonight.
All right. As the power bled into Pran, it felt like in his mind that he was falling. Then he hit the ground, the sound of his armor echoing. The pain was gone. Gasping and shivering, he raised his head. Dim lights from lanterns showed him he was in a long, low-ceilinged hallway. Heavy-looking twin doors divided the oddly uneven wall on his right, while on the left, opposite of the doors, was a wide entrance. On all sides, the stone walls seemed to resemble tree bark, and at the far end of the hall was a bronze door with 2 shapeless humps laying at the inner threshold. Paran picked himself up and stumbled towards the shapes. One was dressed as an assassin. The woman looked as though the man had drug her through the threshold, as she had a nasty head wound, among others. He recognized they were both Daru, and that he had seen them both before. It was Ralik, Nam, and Vorkin. He recognized that he must be in Darujistan then. Silver Fox's words returned to his mind. The table. the card, with my image painted upon it. Gen Isand rule. The unaligned newly comes to the deck of dragons. Power unknown. I have walked within the sword. It seems now that I can walk anywhere. And this place, I am in the Finnest house. Gods, I am in a house of the Azath. He heard a sound behind him. Turning, the twin doors opened. Paran stepped back, drawing his sword. A Jaghut stood before him, nearly fleshless, and bones protruding everywhere. Speaking, it welcomed Paran and named itself Raced. Guardian, prisoner, damned. The Azath greets him as much as a sweating stone is able. Unlike the two sleeping in the threshold, he can see he has no need for doors. He is not here in truth, only in spirit. Paran responded, saying, if he says so. Paran's mind went back to the night of the fete and came to the conclusion that this is what was set free by Lorn and the Tlan Imus, or at least what was left. Paran asked why he was here, and the Jaghut told him to follow. They went down steps, and the air grew warmer. Paran asked Raced how long the two in the threshold had been asleep. Raced said he measures no days since he had been taken within the house. Since then, few outsiders had sought entry, probed with sorceries, walked the yard, but the house had denied them all. The two within the threshold were here when he awoke and had not moved since. It follows, then, that the house has already chosen. Paran thought as the dead house did Kellenvet and Dancer. He asked if Raced had tried to wake them. Raced had said he had not. There was no need. Paran asked if they were guardians as well. Raced did not think so. Perhaps they were his servants. Paran said he did not want or need servants, and that he did not give a single fuck what the Azath expected out of him. The house was wrong to put its faith in him. He told Raced to tell the house and for it to find another. Raced said he was the master of the deck. Such a thing could not be undone. A master was needed. So now, he's here. Paran reiterated that he did not want the job. Raced told him that he wept rivers of tears for him. They had arrived. Raced said he could go no further and told Paran to walk into the darkness. Paran asked what would happen if he refused. Raced said he would kill him. Paran said the Azath was unforgiving. Raced said he would not kill him for the Azath, but for the time he made him waste, and that he has no sense of humor. Paran asked what kind of sense of humor he, or Raced, had. He only told Paran that if he refused, nothing would happen. The Azath was patient. He would make the journey eventually. However, the pleasure of his company only comes once, and that was this trip. Paran didn't know how he would make a second trip without his cheery company. Ray said he would probably just be miserable if there was any justice in the world. Paran asked if there was. Race asked, why would he ask a Jaghut? And if they were going to stand here forever, just pick a direction. They were all the same to him. Paran asked why the Azath needs of a master of the deck. What had happened? Race said a war had begun. Paran shivered, asking if it involved the houses of the Azath. Race said no entity would be spared. Not the houses, not the gods, not even a single human. Paran said he had enough wars to deal with. The Jaghut told him they were all one. Paran didn't want to think about any of this. Race told him not to, in that case. Paran continued his journey. On his third step, the environment changed. It became brighter, and the Jaghut and the stairs had disappeared. In the stones beneath him, the card of the deck of dragons were carved into them. But it was more than just a deck of dragons. There were cards he didn't recognize. Lost houses. Countless. Forgotten. Unaligned. He stepped forward to study one image. He focused on the card and felt himself moving into the scene. A chill crept across his face. The air smelled of mud and wet fur. Crows cackled in the distance. The hut in the carving now was in front of him. The hut was made of bones and tusks of some enormous creature. Paran realized he could travel at will into each and every card that ever existed in the deck of dragons. Along with feeling excitement and wonder, he also felt an undercurrent of terror as the deck was home to many unforgiving places. Paran approached the entrance. It appeared that whoever had lived here had only left moments ago. Within it were 2 thrones on a dais, a dais of human-looking skulls, more likely Talanimus. He knew this place, the hold of the beasts. Long before the first throne, this was the seat of power for the Talanimus, when they were still flesh and blood. Long before they initiated the ritual of Talan, it was a realm lost to its makers, abandoned. He wondered then, what was now? The warren of Talan, the Talan use. That warren must have been born of the ritual itself, a physical manifestation of the vow of more immortality, aspected, not of life or even death, but dust. Paran realized they, the Talan Imas, had outlasted even their own gods. No end in sight. He felt sadness. He thought they had been so alone for so long, but now they are gathering, coming to the child for benediction and something more. He wondered why there were 2 thrones, not just one. Another card a few paces away caught his attention. A crimson glow hovered above it. He walked to it, looking down. The image of a sleeping woman dominated the image. Her flesh swirled and spun. Pran crouched, looking closer. Her skin was depthless. Skin, not skin. He recognized this as burn. Nausea swept over Pran as he saw a broken figure chained to Burn's own flesh. From this figure, down the chains that connected to Burn, poison flowed to her. Pran thought to himself, she could sense the sickness flowing into her, and she chose to sleep. She chose to escape her own flesh in order to fight the one who was killing her. She made herself a weapon, her entire spirit and all its power into a single forging. A hammer that was capable of breaking anything, and Caladan Brood was the man to wield it. But breaking those chains meant freeing the crippled god. And if he was free, then he would unleash a horrible vengeance, enough to wipe out all life from the surface of the world. But Byrne didn't care about that. She would simply begin again. Now he saw it, saw the truth. The bastard refused to defy the crippled god's unleashing of a deadly will that would see them all destroyed. Caladan Brood refuses her. He pulled himself away from the card. Raist was at his side, asking if he found a knowledge, a gift, or a curse. Paran said it was both. Raist asked which he would embrace then. Paran didn't know what he meant with this question. Raist asked if he cried tears of joy or sorrow. Wiping his face, Paran said he wanted to leave.
Woo-hoo!
So that was your favorite. That was your favorite, huh?
Yep.
It is a good section. I will agree.
And this,
And I'm sure you picked a lot more out of this than I did.
I'm sure you saw me typing as you were reading. So,
Yes.
yes. Well, I'll first off say that this was what was spoiled to me in a YouTube comment. I was unaware that Reyes was the guardian of the Finistazaf, and so I'm thankful that I didn't have to wait till the end of the book like you had to in Dead House Gates. And again, I have no animosity towards that who spoiled this. I'm sure it was just out of excitement to share something with us that we didn't know.
But even now, looking back at it, it makes sense, right?
Well, there were many opportunities where we could have pulled it together. The one being,
And obviously we didn't.
right, the one being in Dead House Gates, when we met the Kachane Jamal Guardian, when they were admitted into Tremolor, when Moby was admitted into Tremolor.
There was it was
like
I don't
the
remember
bones
that.
of Chachane Chamali lying on the floor.
Not remembering that.
Anyway,
Sure.
it was said that he was once a guardian, and on the double side, okay, so a Chain Jamal was a guardian of the Azath, which means that was probably the first soul that Tremolor took. So in its creation, that unsuspecting Chain Jamal ended up being the guardian. So
Well, I'm glad you didn't have to wait, till the end of the book. And I guess I don't feel like, I mean, it's a super huge spoiler. Like, it's
No,
not like it ruins the end of the book or something like that.
no, not at all. Not at all. Again, I just, no animosity. Just assuming it was purely out of excitement. So,
Right? Yeah, I don't think there's anything. I never saw it. I mean, you told me you had something spoiled, but yeah, I don't think there was anything malicious.
yeah. The other thing that I had was when they're talking about outsiders had sought entry and probed with sorceries, walked the yard, but the house had denied them all. I'm assuming that the most recent would have been Bauchelain and Corvo Broach. Because remember in like the first chapter when they tell Gruntle that they had explored the Finnest house. So I feel like they probably
That's a good thought.
was sorceries.
That's a good thought.
Yeah. Um, I know that you had a question about Reyes didn't think so, and perhaps Raliknam and Vorkan were his servants. I know that you
I
said,
don't know.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't know why I felt like that was at the time when I was typing this and rereading this. I guess I'm not sure why I thought this was some sort of an attempt at like a joke or something, but
sure,
apparently at the time I did. Right now, I guess I don't really remember why, but I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
I do, and probably a very long-winded one. So it goes back to the table, right? So the table admitted these like sorceress silver chains that engulfed Paran. So my guess is that the table is like Paran's warren. It's his Azath. It's the entrance to other Azath houses, like we found out at the end of chapter 4. You remember when Silver Fox was explaining all the holds and stuff, and how
Yeah.
like the houses in the Azath are more or less related. I think that I don't know why or how the Finnest house would be related to Haran because they don't seem to be interconnected. But I would imagine that the Finnest house needs an Azath as well. Or, the Finnest house is an Azath, but maybe it needs an associated house with it. And being that Paran is new, well, he could potentially become not necessarily an unaligned card, but have his own house or hold. Is kind of like where I'm going along with that. But to get back to my original point, where Reyes is saying that, oh, well, perhaps they are servants. Well, if that's true, each house has a hold that has like a knight, a soldier, a magi, an assassin, a king, etc. Right? So maybe it's possible that Ralik and Vorkan would be those players in that house.
Just to kind of like fill it out, basically.
Right, recruiting.
Okay.
So that's kind of where I'm going along with that.
You got spots to fill. You need bodies for them.
Right. I'm why the Azath took these two in the first place. I don't know. I think we'll talk about that in a little bit. The
Well, they had need, right?
right, yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's hard to. I feel like again, I have pieces, but I don't have a way of really tying them together. So I'm just kind of like speculating and making assumptions based on kind of like what I understand, which maybe a lot, it may not be very much at all, etc. But when Reyes and Paran are talking about why the Azath needs a master of the deck, what had happened, Reyes said a war had begun. And, in a later section, we'll kind of get a little bit more clarity on this, but it's essentially a war against the crippled god.
So that's I know I talked about it earlier. The war with the crippled god and the Panion. Do you think it's one war? Or do you think they're separate, just occurring at the same time?
I think that they are related, and I think this is something that comes up in a later section as well.
If I remember right, I thought I felt like they were just separate things occurring at the same time, but I guess I don't remember for sure.
I mean, they could be. Not a lot of information is given as to why I think otherwise, but we could talk about it when we get there.
Sure.
But I think this one was your next point.
The hold of beasts. So that was, I'm pretty sure that showed up in Deadhouse Gates, like when Heberick and Felice and Bowden were like in that cave or whatever,
Oh,
and they called. they saw, like that wall or whatever it was.
Yep.
But I'm pretty sure that somebody said hold of beasts there, right?
And it was empty.
So what do you think that means now? Anything or not necessarily?
I think that it means that there's definitely a relationship between Soul Taken and the Talani Mass. So I think that they're in this tile that he enters into. These comments kind of align together. There's two thrones, right? There's two thrones that are empty, and then it was said that this particular tile that he entered, it was the first throne, was the seat of power for the Talani Mass when they were still flesh and blood. So essentially, the Talani Mass abandoned their house, their hold, in the pursuit of eliminating Jaghuts. And so now that hold, that house is empty, very similar to the one that Kellenvet and Dancer stumbled across, that is now the House of Shadow. So basically, it's ripe for the picking. There are people who could take over that house, ascendants, gods, etc. So this must be unknown to anybody but Paran at this moment.
Do you think somebody will take it over?
I do. I think that I'm guessing two scenarios. Silver Fox, who, as we have learned in previous chapters, Quick Ben was able to deduce that there is some soul taken abilities with her. So I think the first throne, the two seats, the two thrones, one was Talan, like, the king of High House Talan, and then Soul Taken on his right-hand side. So I think that Silver Fox, is it potentially Silver Fox and Paran will occupy, and this will become the House of Chains, is kind of where my mind is going. Another scenario I could think of is Rallick and Vorkan as servants to Paran. Because Master of the Deck kind of assumes that he's above the houses. He's able to manipulate and move pieces to where he needs them to be. I think him having the knowledge of an empty house is going to give him an advantage in how he can utilize different ascendants, essentially.
We might have to bookmark that and see how it turns out.
Right. Again, I could be very, very wrong in all of that, but like this stuff just makes me so giddy to talk about. And I wish that I had more information about it. And all the pieces are there, but what it means in the end, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either yet. But it does make it fun to talk about and speculate and then see what happens.
Right, exactly. So that was the main, that was what got me super excited, was seeing Raced again, knowing what he is in a concept that I can understand. So now I imagine that when I go back and eventually reread Gardens of the Moon, all of that is really going to kind of make sense to me.
Yeah, I kind of, I wasn't sure we were going to see Raced again, so that caught me a little off guard.
I had a sneaky feeling that we were going to see him. I didn't think it was going to happen in this capacity, though.
Gotcha. I think this is my last point for this section, but where, the chains connected to Burn, poison flowed to her. I don't know why, but I feel like somehow that this is maybe where the Talan will be fighting towards. I kind of feel like maybe this is where Brood and Quick Ben will end up, and maybe they'll have the Talan at their back. Because to me, like, that seems like the more important fight, right? Like, maybe it sucks if you lose Capistan, but not everything on the fucking planet dies if you lose Capistan.
Right, yeah.
Burn dies, everything might fucking die.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I feel there's just a feeling in me that's the Talanimus will somehow be a part of that fight. I don't know.
I don't know if they can. I think this is the reason why they have recruited or sought out a flesh and blood bone caster, right? Is because how do the Talan, the undead Talan, travel?
Basically wherever they want for the most part.
But through what?
Earth.
And if the earth is destroyed, how can they travel?
Dust in the wind, man. I don't know.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. No,
yeah.
they can't.
If there's no world.
They can't do anything about it. They're not connected to Burn. They just use her gifts to humanity to get around. So I think that they had to do something. So way back in Gardens of the Moon, they were on to the crippled god, and I think he was mentioned like during that time, very briefly. So it's all kind of making sense. Like if that is correct, if they have a stake in it because they can no longer pursue their destruction of Jaghuts or whatever their purpose is for whatever the second gathering is, they can't travel anywhere. They're going to be stuck. Immortality, stuck wherever they end up.
Wouldn't that suck? Like,
Yeah,
you're just wherever you're at, that's where you are forever. That would be pretty miserable.
right. So they had to do something. So it kind of explains the Mybi too. It makes sense, right? Kill one for the many, the utilitarian choice here. One soul versus however many souls. Kind of selfish when you think about it from a
It
Talan
still
perspective.
doesn't make it an easy choice still.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess from like our perspective, I suppose.
Well, it was easy for them, right? I mean, think about the Jaghut mother in the prologue. You know, they felt like they were doing her a service by killing her quickly.
Yeah.
So the Mybi is just a means to an end. It's purely just a vessel to birth the flesh and blood bone caster. But again,
No arguments for me.
We'll
no
see.
arguments here.
we'll see how I do. We've got a whole book for it to unfold, a whole series for it to unfold.
Yeah, but you always do a pretty good job with this stuff. Like, not that I'm like looking to argue with you, but like you have solid points.
I'm only good with people. I have been like 100% wrong on story elemented things. I'm good with like people being other people and like the clues that lead to that. But I feel like whenever I guess at something that is like story arc, I'm usually wrong. So
Like a book being real or not?
yeah, like something like that. Exactly. Boy, did I.
Well, you ready to
Yeah.
move on?
I think you had one more point, right?
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Yeah, where Caladan Brood refused her. I don't really know what. It kind of confused me.
I feel like this.
So I don't know if you.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, because you're going to explain this and I'm going to soak it in. So go ahead.
Okay, fair enough. It does get explained in a later chapter, or a later section. Excuse me.
Okay, I was going to say, what are you talking about here,
Yeah.
Justin?
I always like mix up. I get dyslexic about chapters and sections. I know that I say it all the time. On to the next chapter when really it's just the next section.
That's not the only time that. Well, I don't think it's ever really given me pause like it did there. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Another chapter?
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, I mean, I think that will come around in a later section, so we can definitely revisit it.
Okay. If you're ready, then to go on, then
Yeah,
I'm ready.
His eyes blinked open and found himself on his knees. A dozen paces away was a bemused son of darkness. A hand rested on his shoulder, and he looked up to find Silver Fox standing beside him. Others were standing around him. Quick Ben moved closer to Captain Paran. His eyes held steady on Rake, though. The captain closed his eyes. His head was spinning. He felt uprooted by all he had discovered, his thoughts of himself and how he'd become the master of the Deck of Dragons, a recruit to a war he knew nothing about. Paran growled and asked what in the hell was going on. Silver Fox said that she drew on power. Paran thought to himself about this power and him being the master of the deck. He thought about how they both had begun their journey, and now he thought that they were destined to arrive at the same place, the second gathering. He wondered who will ascend to those two long and forgotten thrones. Finishing his thought, he wonders where Silver Fox will lead the Talani Mass. Animator Rake commented to Brood that he didn't expect such a tight reunion. Paran's head snapped around and he saw the warlord. Inside his head, he thought about the decision that Brood might have to make. Kill us all, or the goddess he serves. Paran would keep Brood's secret, as he didn't see the point in revealing it. Rake apologizes to everyone and points out that Quick Ben was right about waiting to see how these powers unfold. Caller interjected, then it may already be too late. The child's sorcery was to land, and it's been a long time since it's been awakened. If they start now, they could cut down this creature. Rake said, and if they should fail, what enemy would that have made for themselves? Brood comments that it was about time that the notion of strategy arrived. He proclaimed that neutrality would be the course they took until Silver Fox's power revealed itself. He welcomed Rake back and asked if he had information to depart regarding the status of Moonspawn. Brood turned to Paran and asked if he could do something about that damned floating table. Paran stood up and explained that he wasn't a mage. Quick Ben interjected and told the warlord that he'd like to give it a try. Brood looked at Dujek, and Dujek nodded his permission at Quick Ben. Rake commented that Quick Ben was no ordinary soldier. Quick Ben said that he appreciated challenges. He added that he requested that the Son of Darkness to not quest at him while he did this, as he values his privacy. Rake said that, as he wished. Krupp breaks attention by asking if anyone was hungry.
Is Krupp ever not hungry? Like, come on.
Well, it's because he got interrupted with the floating table.
Krupp is just a fucking third leg. That is all he is.
Yeah. He's a dick, is what you're saying.
A hollow one just filled with food.
Gotcha. So the first thing that I had is Paran wondered who will ascend to those two long and forgotten thrones. So do you see how that kind of ties into your previous section there? You understand that they're unoccupied, right? Like the hold is there for the taking, anybody over, right?
Gotcha. Yeah. Sometimes I just need you to dumb things down for me, Justin.
That's fine. But kind of what I already mentioned is just, does this mean that whoever takes over those two thrones, that there will be a new house? And I still think it's the House of Chains. I think that Paran, in some way, shape, or form, is going to recruit a couple people, or himself and Tattersail will ascend to these thrones, and
Tattersail or Silver Fox?
Both. Silver Fox.
I didn't know if maybe you thought there was going to be some sort of separation there or something.
With Tattersail at the forefront.
Gotcha. Okay. Sure, that's fair.
And, it just kind of makes me think that, again, what I already talked about, but the whole premise of the Talan going through this ritual, like they knew that they were going to be abandoning their house. Did they not think of the consequences? Did they think that it would remain hidden forever? I mean, granted, it has been hidden for a long ass time, but still, just why would you do that? Just to annihilate a race of mainly peaceful creatures outside of a few tyrants here and there.
Maybe it was just something they didn't anticipate.
Or yeah, maybe.
I mean, because you can plan for whatever you want, but there's always something that you didn't account for, and maybe that was just the situation.
Well, right, because they did the ritual because the Jag Hut would essentially create these mountains of ice that they could no longer traverse. So, hey, let's be undead so that we can traverse underneath it through the ground. That's kind of like my headcanon around that particular situation. That tells me that the Jag Hut had thwarted their house. They had thwarted their warrant.
Nothing to add for you.
Yeah. And then also, fucking Quick Ben valuing his privacy, which I understand. I wouldn't want anybody questing after me while I'm using my powers either. But it's just throughout this book already, there's been many times where Quick Ben has been called like a man of secrets or a snake. And privacy have come up around Quick Ben a lot. And he's definitely hiding something about himself. Like, that's not nothing new that we don't know. But could be that he's just trying to hide what he knows about Burn? Or is it something more serious, like maybe potentially being in cahoots with Shadow Throne?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I just got the sense that he doesn't want people to know how powerful, how strong he is, so he can keep using that to his advantage.
Yeah, maybe. I guess it's just, there's so many questions around Quick Ben at this point, and I wonder I feel like we're just going to get a slow, steady stream of what he does.
Yeah, I think more will be revealed as we go.
Yeah. Did you get the sense that Silver Fox essentially initiated everything that happened to Paran with the table? Because she drew upon power.
I guess I don't remember. I'm not sure. Probably not, to be perfectly honest.
I mean, that's how I see it after, summarizing and rereading this section or this chapter is that she kind of initiated the table to chain Paran and take him into the Finnest house, right?
It's dark.
Yeah. But I mean, if you think about it, the Finnest and the Azath they're new, right? They're a newer thing. They're a new Azath. But at the same time, Paran is new to being the master of the deck, whether he wants to or not. There's 2 empty thrones available for the taking. It's just it seems like all the pieces are there for him to do what he wants to, or what he can, or what he has the potential to do.
There's a lot of possibilities, I think.
Yeah. Again, just the level of confusion that all these characters are facing with the uncertainty of now Paran and Silver Fox. Like, what is going on with both of these two? Which that is the reason why I think that they're going to take over this house, this empty Talan house, the hold of the beasts.
It's a good thought.
Because
I can definitely get on board with it.
Because on top of Paran being the master of the deck, he also does have Hound's blood coursing through him. Hound is a beast. It doesn't say hold of the soul taken. It says hold of the beasts.
Right.
So,
yeah, I'm not disagreeing at all.
So Silver Fox, Talan, reclaiming their house and also like helping to save Burn. And then Paran as the beast.
We'll have to see how it plays out.
Yeah. But
I think you could be definitely onto something.
Yeah, I feel like I definitely am. It's like on the tip of my tongue. It'll be there for a while.
Maybe.
But yeah, that's all I had about that section. So I don't know if you had anything.
I did not have anything to add.
All right, sir. Well, let's we got 4 more sections left, sir.
We're getting there. This is gonna be a fucking beast of an episode. Hold of the beast for sure.
Yep. Yes, it is.
All right, section 17. The Mybe edged away as everyone else was distracted. She tried to run, but her body would not allow it. She limped along, tears filling her eyes and whimpering as she gasped for breath. She begged the spirits to take mercy on her, pity her, begging them to take her soul, thinking them to be cruel ancestors. She wore minor tribal wards made of copper on her wrists and ankles to try to alleviate her aches and pains, though they felt cold as ice against her skin, cold as a rapist's touch. The Rivi spirits refused her pleas, mocked her, and laughed. She called out and fell to her knees, the impact knocking the air out of her lungs. A voice murmured above her flesh, "Which is the life within? These, cherished friend, are the words of birth, given in so many forms, in countless languages. They are joy and pain, loss and sacrifice. They give voice to the binds of motherhood, and more. They are the binds to life itself." The Mybe raised her head while Crone sat on the tense ridgepole and said she was not immune to grief. "You see, my dear, tell no one you have seen me so weakened by love. How can I comfort you?" The Mybe shook her head and said she could not. Crone said she, or Silver Fox, was more her than the others, more than Tattersail, more than Nightchill, and more than the Tlanimus. The Mybe interrupted Crone, asking if she really saw her, truly saw her. She was only bones and dried skin, and nothing but endless aches. Each moment of this terrible life, this existence, she edged closer to. The Mybe dropped her head and finished her sentence. To hatred. As she began to cry, Crone asked if she would die now. She understood. A mother must not hate the child she had birthed, yet she demanded so much of herself. Screaming, the Mybe said she, Silver Fox, had stolen her life, As she clenched her fists, blood fell from them. She looked at her fists as if they didn't belong to her. Crone, she whispered, she's stolen my life. Crone spread her wings and landed on the ground before her and said that she must talk to her. Maybe said she couldn't. Crone said she must be made to understand. Maybe said she knows, but what could she do about it? Would Crone have her ask her daughter to stop growing? The river would continue flowing, unceasing. Crone said rivers could be dammed or diverted. She told Crone that this one could not be. Crone said she would not accept defeat in this, and she swore she would find a way. The Mybe told her not to waste her time. There was no answer for this. Her youth was gone, no way to return it by alchemy or sorcery. What the Tellan Warren demands cannot be undone. Even if Crone was somehow able to succeed, then what does she have? Just some old woman for decades trapped in her body? That would not be mercy. It would be a curse. Corlad approached from behind and helped the Mybe to her feet and said to come with her. She felt ashamed by how weak she was. Her defenses had all crumbled and her pride hardly existed. She came to terms with her situation as death was nothing any mortal could escape, but she also wondered where her death was. Why did the gods seem to forbid her release? She decided since the gods had already taken everything from her, she would defy them. She told Corlat to bring her to the tent. Corlat said no. The Mybe tried to repeat herself, but Corlat said she had heard her. The answer is no. She would remain at her side, and that she was not alone in her faith. The Mybe cut her off. Faith? She's Tyst Andy. Did she take her for a fool with her claims of faith? Looking away, Corlat said perhaps she was right. Instantly, the Mybe wished she could take that back. Corlat continued, saying, all the same, she would not abandon her to despair. The Mybe said she was familiar with being a prisoner and warned everyone that hatred was taking root within her. Even with all her good intentions, she begged her to let it end. Corlat said she underestimated their resilience and that she would not succeed in turning them away. The Mybe said they would drag her into hatred, and that price would be all the good within her, all that she, Corlat, or the others might have once valued. Corlat asked if she did this all to negate their efforts. The Mybe said not intentionally. She had lost all choice. To her daughter, and now to her, they will create a creature of spite. She begged Corlat, pleading that if she really cared for her, to let her end this journey. Corlat said she would not give her permission to kill herself. If it's going to be hate that fuels her, then so be it, for she was under the care of the Tyst Andy. Admitting defeat, the Mybe thought that Corlat had won, for now.
Man, what a powerful section.
This, I think, was probably my favorite section.
I see you have a lot of comments on it.
Yeah, I've got a few. The first, Jesus Christ, just the description, like cold as a rapist touch. Like, holy fuck, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I read that and I was like, Jesus, like, that is quite the description. I don't really have anything else to say about that, but I was like, oh, my God.
I feel like it signifies the importance of how she's feeling right now. I mean,
like she don't want to be alive.
Exactly.
I don't know, but that was, that is quite a line written in this book. I don't think it's a bad line, but I was like, Jesus, like that one hit me pretty hard.
Right. I mean, she doesn't want this. She doesn't want this. But what other choice does she have?
She doesn't really have any other choice right now.
Mm-mm.
My next, the Mybe, she falls to her knees, and just that, knocks the wind out of her. I can't imagine being that weak where just dropping to my knees makes me lose my breath.
Yeah.
So that, just tells me, one, how weak she is, but not only that, she's still pushing through it.
Right. Well, and on top of that, like, I think it encapsulates just how far she's come, just in how much we've read. Like, this to me tells me that she's gotten older.
Oh, yeah. I guess I don't know, like, what year equivalent I would give her, but I mean, I would feels like she's like in her like 80s or something. I mean, like let's get this broad in the nursing home here. Like,
Right. Yeah. It's to me, it's meant as a passage of time on her age.
yeah.
What did you think of Crone? I never would have imagined Crone to be so empathetic here.
Well, I mean, I feel like we got a little bit of that before, and I can't remember, what she said at all, but I wasn't that surprised because I know earlier in maybe not this chapter, maybe a previous chapter, there was some empathy there from Crone, so I wasn't too surprised by that.
I mean, that's fair. I guess I don't, in my head canon, I don't imagine she just kind of like similar to Krupp. She's just this like annoying character that just cackles all the time, and like makes light of
Yeah,
situations. So, like she's pretty harsh with her thoughts about people. And yeah, they're probably true, but I wouldn't say it's out of character at all. I mean, everybody, regardless of who their personality is, has the ability to be empathetic. But I found it interesting that she chose to be empathetic here. And I mean, who wouldn't? I mean, you're seeing the Mybe physically giving up. You see her mentally giving up. And so
yeah,
even Crone is like trying to, I wouldn't say reason, but give her ideas as to like, hey, you could potentially stop this, like you don't have to continue the way that you're going. There are ways to divert a river, right?
and then it's a yes and no question. I mean, yeah, I mean, sure, you can dam a river, but like this one, it's not going to do any good.
And how long is that going to hold?
Right? Yeah, not long.
Right. Exactly. So I thought that was cool. Again, just the Mybe is the one that I'm feeling. I just feel so bad for her. And I can't help but to think that these other characters feel the exact same, on top of being uncertain about her daughter, on top of the escalating confrontation between like Rake and Brood and Calor and Whiskey Jack, and just the uncertainty that these parties are carrying. Yeah, just the mix of emotions is just draining.
Yeah, it was a lot, but I mean, I did enjoy this part just because I mean, through the book so far, I feel like we've seen the Mybe just try to be like the tough guy. I mean, she's always got her guard up, and now we kind of see it get put down. She's broken at this point. She's really broken at this point. Like I mean, she's just done.
Yeah, she
And
always had this like aura of positivity. Like I've accepted my fate. Everything will be fine. There's a level of uncertainty as far as like her concerns with her daughter, but I feel like now that she recognizes that Silver Fox has allies, Silver Fox has a way of continuing on, and I think she's just accepted the reality, whereas before she was maybe just in denial about it.
But I mean, it still seems like both because she wants to die, but then she's like, nope, fuck that. I'm gonna keep fighting. I'm gonna defy them.
I feel like her saying defying the gods means she's going to kill them, because earlier she
Kill
was
the gods.
no, kill her. This was like her way of being suicidal, because she was just like, if the gods won't release me, then I will defy those gods.
I don't know that I felt that way. I mean, I definitely think, yeah, she's like ready to be done, doesn't want to live anymore. But then she's like, you know what? Fuck you guys. I'm going to hang on here and keep going. But yeah, like a lot of me still just wants to be done with this shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not an even split for me, but I don't know where the percentages lie.
Fair enough. Well,
And that kind of leads into my, one of my other thoughts here where she feels like Silver Fox has stolen her life. I mean, and we've seen her, like, I felt like she's fought that feeling so far, up until this point in the book.
I would agree.
And now we just see her, she kind of buckles to that pressure, right? She caves into that frustration that she's got, which I don't think you can blame her, because you can fight whatever you want as long as you want, but at some point, when you're not making progress, like it's gonna get to you, and you're gonna have a moment of weakness. And it's how do you not? and she's just really reached her breaking point, I think.
Yep. I would 100% agree.
Moving on from there, she says, what can she do about it? She asked the crone if she would just have her daughter stop growing. And you and I are both parents. We both have, young daughters, preteen, teen daughters. And, that just kind of sums up, I feel like the struggle of parenthood, right? Like you don't, our kids, they're not like sucking off our life force from us, I mean, we might get stressed and stuff with them. You're like, God, you just made me age 10 years because of this stupid thing you did or something like that. But, we watch them grow up every day, and every day we're getting older too. And I can't think of a single parent who probably, every parent I'm sure is, like, I don't want to see my kids get any older. I want them to stay right here. I want to be in this moment with them. And that's just where I want to be. But that's just not how it works.
Right. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, in the moment when, kids are younger, I'm not saying that like most parents wish for their kids to grow up and get out of those stages, but like when you're going through them, you're stressed, you're freaking out, you like don't know what to do, and
It's
then
hard.
yeah, and then when now that they get to be 8, 9, 10, 11 years old, entering middle school, last year of elementary school type of stuff, you're like, fuck, that went fast.
Yeah, they get independent. They don't need you as much. And you're like, man, I kind of just wish they needed me a little bit more.
Right.
It's hard to separate.
And then you miss those moments that you were frustrated about when you were younger or when they were younger.
Yeah.
Like I miss all the time. I wish that I could just go back and rock them to sleep when they were 6, 9 months, 12 months. Just sit there, tired as fuck, ready to get the fuck to sleep because I got to wake up in 6 hours, like,
or less.
Right. So
we just do the best we can with the time we got.
Right. Exactly. The other thing, I know that was your last point, and here's mine, is Corlott is like the suicide hotline right now. And will anything
good point.
prevent her from killing herself? And to the point where the Myvi is just like, fine, you're not going to fucking let me do what I want. The gods won't release me from, Hood's release or whatever. So I fucking hate you. I hate you. Such a raw turning of emotions from beginning of the section to the end of the section. She hates everybody now. Like, fuck you all. You're not going to let me do what I want to do. I've been nice to you this whole time. I've had this air of positivity, and now just fuck off. I hate you. It's just powerful.
Yeah, she seems really back and forth, and I, your point here. I don't think where the Mybi is thinking that she would defy them. I don't think that she's thinking she's going to kill herself. I think she's going to will herself on to spite them as long as she can. Obviously, like I don't expect her to make it much longer, but
no,
I don't she's not. I don't get the sense that she's going to end it on her own.
Yeah. I mean, I'll respectfully disagree with you on that one. I think that what she means by defying the gods is that if the gods will not release her from their embrace, then she'll do it herself.
It's interesting that we just have completely opposite thoughts on that.
Yep. It's all good. That's the point.
It's still, and I know I've said it before, but it's still weird how like we read the same words and just come to different conclusions.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
But
100%.
It's totally okay.
Yeah.
And this isn't like a thing like, if she, like I wouldn't expect, if she does kill herself, you're going to be like, ha, look at Derek, you dumbass. I was right. Like, it's not going to be that type of situation.
Right. Yeah. I feel like on both of our perspectives, some sensitivity here is probably the best.
Yes.
Well, I didn't have anything else for that powerful section. I feel like we did that section justice. I don't know if we would have kept moving on Tuesday night. So I'm glad that we're near the end here.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm ready to move on here to your penultimate section here.
Yeah. Burn is dying. Brood and Rake stood alone in the tent. Tension still swirled around them. It sounded from out in the clearing that Quick Ben was able to get the table down. Rake set his gauntlets down and said, "Barring the one thing you must not do, can you do anything else?" Brood shook his head and said, "Old choices, and only one choice remains. He is Tenez, the goddess's own warren, and what assails her assailed him. He could shatter the one that has infected her." Rake stated the crippled god, and he spent an eternity nurturing his spite. We agreed, you, me, and the Queen of Dreams. Brood shook himself and said that it had been almost 1,200 years of this burden. Rake asked, "What if Byrne dies?" Brood said that he didn't know, but it's likely her warren would die with her. It would become the crippled god's pathway to all other warrens, and then they all die. Rake added, "And with that, all sorcery." The warlord sighed and asked Rake if that really would be such a bad thing. Rake snorted at this and said that with either choice Brood made, the crippled god would win. Rake added that having made this choice, he would gift this world and its people with a few more generations of living. Brood took the negativity approach and said that these people would live and die, go to war, and unleash slaughter. Rake stepped closer and said that Brood's thoughts were not worthy to track. He said to Brood that the warlord has done and continues to do all that could be asked of him, but it seems that all of them are ever drawn away by their own interests, thus leaving Brood abandoned. Brood tells Rake to stop this talk, as there were better things to talk about while they had this rare opportunity to chat. Rake said true enough, and then asked if when they were back out there, given that Tenens was infected, was Brood's challenge a bluff? Brood said, "Somewhat, but not really. The question is not my ability to release power, but the nature of my power." Rake said that this was concerning, and asked if Calor knew. Brood said that he didn't. They banter a bit more before moving the conversation to the penny and domain. Rake said that they were a true mystery indeed, way more insidious than originally thought. Layers of power, one hidden beneath another. The Warren of Chaos lives at its heart, and the great ravens agree. Brood says that this strides too close a path to the crippled god for it to be accidental. The chained one's poison is that of chaos. Rake said that this was curious and there was no question of who was using whom. Rake added that dealing with the Doman would present them with a formidable challenge. Brood quoted Silver Fox when she said that they would need help. Rake frowned and asked Brood to elaborate. The warlord told Rake that the Talanimas, the army of the undead, are coming. Rake asked if this was Dujek's contribution. The warlord said no, that this was Silver Fox, as she is a flesh and blood bone caster. The very first in a very, 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 very long time. Rake asked Brood to tell him of her. Brood did at length, and when he was done, there was silence in the tent. So the first thing that I have here is their conversation about the crippled god's pathway to all other warrens. So essentially what I'm gathering is that the crippled god, the war that Paran has gotten himself into, is that if the crippled god is able to kill Byrne, he's able to essentially take her house or take her warren and then use that warren to essentially get to other warrens. So right now he's trapped, but if Byrne dies, he's no longer trapped. And Rake adds that if that were to happen, then that means sorcery would end as well. And I was like, damn, no more magic? This is kind of a really big deal. And it's a really big consequence of the crippled god if that would be to be like unfolded. That would be huge, right? And it kind of goes back to tying into, Talk's perspective and why he's so adamant about not liking sorcery is because there are ways to do it naturally.
But don't you think it's like weird that if the crippled god is chained to Byrne, how can they just not take him out?
Because he's a disease, he's an infection. It's like the cordyceps in The Last of Us. Once the host dies, like they just take over.
Yeah, but if you kill the crippled god, then why can't Byrne just heal herself over time?
I think
There's no more new infection going in.
that's a great question. I don't think that they ever talk about that. But I think that this is their argument from the past. I think that this is a repetition of a conversation that they've kind of already had. And I feel like this is the reason why Brood left left the Queen of Dreams and Rake, and then Osiric came in to take his place. I think that Rake had something to do with chaining the crippled god. This was also a reason why him and Lady Envy argued, kind of like what we talked about in the first section.
All right. Well, I'm just throwing out my thoughts here. That's all.
No, that's fair. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But you remember how we were talking about the two different wars, the crippled god and then the Panion Domin? Like you would agree that those things exist, right? You would say
Yeah,
the war in
they're two different.
yeah,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
the war that Paran has found himself in, this unknown war that he doesn't know anything about. You would agree that it's the war against the crippled god. Then that's why he's kind of become the master of the deck.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like the Panion and the crippled god are kind of tied together somehow.
I think they are. I think I 100% agree. But
I
before,
mean, because we've been told that, all these wars are really just one war.
right.
So I think, as one goes, so the other does.
Before I get to that, I just had a thought. So you remember in
Okay.
the second chapter when Munig had created these cards that had flaws in them?
Yep.
You see how Paran becoming the master of the deck is a reaction to that? Because
No.
if there's false cards at play, eventually I would imagine that Paran, being the master of the deck, can manipulate them to not be in play. He could shuffle those cards once he figures them out. It's like playing with the Joker card, right? Like, oh, this doesn't belong here.
We'll just put you away.
Right, exactly. Or those stupid like information cards that come in a deck. Like who made them? And then like somehow they slip into a game and you're like, this doesn't fucking belong here. Get the fuck out. So, but yeah. So I going back to your point of the Panion Domin and the crippled god being related, when Rake and Brood are talking about the mystery surrounding the Panion Domin, they say that it's layers of power, one hidden beneath the another, and the Warren of Chaos lives at its heart, and the Great Ravens agree. So, is it possible that the power that the Panion priests or the Panion Domain is using is the Warren of Chaos?
I don't think I ever got anything to refute that.
Okay, so I mean, you would agree that that's probably what's linking the Panion Domin and the Crippled God.
I mean, sure.
Do you think? Well, I mean, they talk about a question of who is using whom. I mean, to me, it sounds like the Crippled God is using the Panion Domin to spread the infection just on a human.
I'd agree with that.
Also, you ready for a really fucking big twist that
Yes,
might blow your mind
yes.
when I say this?
Okay, lay it on me.
So, do you think that it's possible that Hairlock was working for the Panion Domain because he was running around in the Warren of Chaos? And you could tell that he was, more or less changed, not into a wooden puppet, but more or less his personality was really dark, So I'm curious if he had motivations that coincided with the goals of the Panion Domin and the Panion Seer.
I don't know.
But it's crazy to think about, right? Like we don't think of Hairlock, right? He's to be reincarnated into a soul shifted puppet, and then he fucking dies, right? The hounds devour him. They splinter him completely. He's gone. I mean, I don't think he's fucking coming back, but what was he doing in the Warren of Chaos all this time? Was he really, chasing down and bleeding, doing Quick Ben's work? Yeah, probably, but what else was he doing when he wasn't doing what Quick Ben needed him to do?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Or is it possible that the Panian Domin worships the crippled god. And that's how he's able to get, or that's how he was able to rise to power in this foreign land.
I mean, that could be too. That's a good thought too. Because I mean, we've been told it is a religious deal.
Yep.
That's a good thought.
Yep. So I like this section because I feel like it tied a lot of things in that was previously stated in other sections in this chapter. But I also just again I like the interaction between Brood and Rake. You know, it going back to what we talked about, it seems like it's one of those things that they're tolerating each other because of a decision that they are linked to that we don't really know the exact specifics of. So that's my stance. It's all just so interesting to me, and I'm craving more of this stuff. I feel like as long as this chapter was, I feel like this is kind of what most people, or if readers kind of feel the way that you do, Derek, about it maybe being a little slow at first. I think that this is the chapter that kind of like hooks them back in.
I have no doubts. I mean, this book's it's gonna fucking blow up.
It's gonna wreck us. I have a feeling.
Yeah, and I don't know how soon it's gonna happen, but I don't think it's gonna take that long.
Right. Exactly. Well, sir, you're on your last section. What do you say?
Holy fuck!
We did it. We're there. We're so close. It's 2 more left.
Jesus. All right. Are you ready there, sir?
I am ready, Freddy.
Ready, Freddy. All right. Whiskey Jack studied Paran and strode over to him. Paran was trembling as if he had a fever, his face pale and sweaty. Quickben had managed to get the table to the ground, though it still did not want to fade. Quickben had crouched near it, and Whiskey Jack knew he was probing it, trying to learn anything he could. "You are a fool." Turning to face the speaker, Whiskey Jack said, "Nonetheless, Calor." Calor responded, saying he would come to regret the vow to protect the child. Whiskey Jack didn't give him the time of day, shrugging his shoulders and walked away. Calor said he was not done with him yet. Calmly, Whiskey Jack said he was done with him. Paran faced him with wide eyes. Behind him, the Tystandi dispersed, nor did he see Corlat or the Mybe. Silver Fox was a few paces away, looking at Paran with Tattersail's eye. Paran told Whiskey Jack he didn't want any questions. He didn't have any answers for him, not for what has happened here or what he has become. Paran said it might be best to have someone else in charge of the bridge burners. Whiskey Jack said there was no reason for that, and besides, he hated changing his mind on things. Quickben joined them and said that was a close call, and Whiskey Jack asked what that thing was. Quickben said it was exactly what it looked like, a new unaligned card in the deck of dragons, except it's the unaligned of all unaligned, as the table holds a whole deck. He continued on saying Paran was on the verge of ascending, as they had suspected, so what he decided to do, or not to do, could have major ramifications on everyone. The deck seemed to have acquired a master, Jen Isand Rule. Paran turned away, not wanting to be a part of the conversation. Whiskey Jack said he thought the name referred to his escapades in a certain weapon. Quickben said that was correct, but since that's also the name on the card, it seems they are linked somehow. Paran really doesn't have any idea what the link could mean. He'll have to think hard on it, but perhaps he already knows and could help him out, provided that he is willing. Paran was going to speak, but Whiskey Jack spoke first, saying the captain didn't have any answers and that he assumed they were carrying that ridiculous table on the march now. Quickben said that would be best, at least for a little while. They should get rid of it before getting into Panian territory. They could have the Trigali Trade Guild deliver it to an alchemist in Darujistan. A new voice spoke, saying the new card would not leave them. It was Silver Fox. Behind her, a dozen Rivi warriors were lifting the table. Quickben said it was risky taking such a powerful object into battle. Silver Fox said it was a risk they must take. Whiskey Jack asked why, and she said it was because it belonged to Paran and he would have need of it. He asked her to explain. She said they struggle against more than one enemy, as shall be seen. Paran interjected, saying he didn't want the card. They'd better paint a new face on that fucking thing. He has the blood of the hound of a shadow within him, making him a liability. When would they all see the truth? They heard the rumble of armor. It was Cowler. Whiskey Jack told him he was not a part of this conversation. Cowler retorted that he was never a part, but often the subject. Again, Whiskey Jack cut him off, saying, "Not this time, buckaroo." Cowler's eyes fixed on Quick Ben, saying, "He's a hoarder of souls, while he, himself, was a man who released souls. Should he break the chains within him? It would be an easy thing to do, to leave him helpless." Quick Ben said it would be even easier to make a hole in the ground. Cowler disappeared, armor clattering, followed by a bellow of rage. Silver Fox's eyes grew wide at Quick Ben. He said he didn't give a shit who Cowler was. Whiskey Jack looked down at the pit, and Cowler was climbing out. Not too shabby for an old man. Quick Ben said he wasn't stupid, so he would leave now. He made a hand gesture and disappeared. Cowler's hands were now visible as he tried to pull himself out of the hole. Whiskey Jack told Paran to get back to the bridge burners. If things went to plan, they would meet again at Capistan. Paran took his leave. Silver Fox eyed Cowler and said it might be best if they left also.
Woot, you're done. How's it feel? No more summer, Eric.
Pretty fucking good, dude. That was this was a monster. I didn't have a ton on this. My first thought, like where the link with Paran and the card and all that deal. I don't know if Paran really knows. I think if he did, he'd probably share it. But I guess if it's been revealed to us, I definitely didn't catch it.
I mean, he knows what he is. I mean, based on his transportation into the Finnest house. I think that at this point he's just so exhausted, he just doesn't want to talk about it anymore.
I mean, he's actively trying to deny it, so I don't know if he's just like trying to wish it away. But I mean, yeah, I get it. Like he knows to some extent, but I don't know if he really believes in himself yet.
I don't think he understands it yet.
That's fair.
I think that he's still in denial about it. I think that he believes that it's true. I think he's got this notion of like, why is this happening to me?
Right, and it's kind of the Gandalf thing from Lord of the Rings. Frodo says he doesn't want the ring, and Gandalf says, like, well, nobody wants responsibility, but it comes to those who can or however I can't fucking remember.
Right, yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. I think that he does know. I think that he's in a state of denial, and this is kind of where we go back to the countless conversations that Whiskey Jack has with Quick Ben and Hedge, right? Is he the other? He's the healer, right? Mallet's the healer. I always get Mallet and Hedge mixed up. I think it's Mallet.
I think you're right.
Mallet.
I think you're right.
About how they have to keep pushing Paran pushing him in the back into the right corridor. So I think that what this section is telling us, the readers, is that based on what Sober Fox is saying, Paran, whether he likes it or not, is going to get shoved into the direction of responsibility.
He's just going to have to deal with it.
Yep, exactly.
He doesn't really have any other choice.
Mm-hmm. Whether he understands or wants to understand, or if he wants to stay ignorant, it's going to happen. There's nothing he can do about it.
Right. My other thought on this section, dude, I don't know about you, but I loved when Quick Ben just made a hole appear in the ground and Cowler just like the stupid coyote or roadrunner and
yeah,
the cartoons falling off the cliff. Like that's what I imagined. Just gone. And then he starts climbing out and Quick Ben's like, well, I better go. That was awesome.
Yeah, I actively chuckled when I read that. I wasn't expecting
no, not at all.
Stupid bitch. Yeah.
Just some comedic relief needed. That was great.
Yeah. Absolutely. What do you think about the Rivy carrying this table? I mean, I agree with her. Like, he's gonna need it, but what a burden. I mean, isn't this table supposed to be like 200 pounds or something like that?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like you and I could carry a 200-pound table. Would we do it very fast? No, but we could do it.
We'd have to stop every 5 minutes. You
got 12 people carrying it. They should be fine.
Yeah, but I mean, also just thinking about how awkwardly shaped that table would be and carrying it with 12 people, how much coordination you're going to need to have to move that fucking thing.
Yeah, it's baby steps. That's all you're doing is baby steps.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, Calor and his persistence, man, it just pisses me off.
He is nothing if not persistent.
Yep. Yes, he is. So, yeah, again, I feel like this section is just kind of winding down the chapter. It's kind of like touching on information that we already have while further explaining things, the way Quick Ben says the unaligned of all unaligned cards, like that makes sense to me. That, represents a master of the deck. And then he explains the whole table thing that I brought up. The cards are already like a whole deck of cards are already like encased in the table. So Paran being painted underneath is a visual representation of him being the master of the deck. So
yeah,
but I'm ready to finish this off, man. We got one section left, and it's definitely a conclusion to this chapter.
we played a whole fucking 9-inning game here, buddy. So we've earned this.
Mm-hmm. Well, you ready?
Bring it home.
Ready to bring it home?
I'm ready for you.
Whiskey Jack sat in his saddle, watching the columns of One Arm's host marching out from the city of Pale. Coral-mounted Black Morant circled above the two armies on the move. Fewer in numbers than usual, but that was because Twist had left with Captain Paran and the bridge burners 4 days ago. And 8 of the 11 flights had just this past night on their way to the Vision Mountains on the northwest border of the Domain. The commander was exhausted, and the ache in his leg was robbing him of sleep. He was restless to begin his journey halfway across an entire continent. Quick Ben sat nervously beside the commander. Whiskey Jack said that the mage's mount has picked up on Quick Ben's nervousness. The mage agreed. Whiskey Jack said that he assumes it's because the mage is wondering when he'll be cut loose to catch up with Paran and the bridge burners and put some distance between Calor and potentially even Silver Fox. Quick Ben sighed at this last statement and admitted that he hasn't hid his unease for the child very well. Quick explains that the child has grown 5 years since they arrived. Corlat and the Shoulder Women are doing what they can for the Mybe, but Silver Fox has nearly taken all of the Mybe's life force. The thought of the converging Talani mass also made him nervous. And on top of all that, Rake still wanted to know all about the mage. Whiskey Jack asked if Rake had done any further probing. Quick replied that he hadn't, but why continue to tempt him? The commander explained that he needed the mage just a little while longer, and they'll keep their distance from Rake. He switched gears to ask the mage if the mercenaries in Capistan had taken the bait yet. Quick Ben said they were playing with it. Whiskey Jack said that they'd given them another week, and if nothing, then he would send the mage off. Quick Ben agreed, and Whiskey Jack then asked Quick Ben what was really going on. Quick Ben blinked innocently. Whiskey Jack went on to explain that the mage had visited every seer in Pale and had spent a small fortune on readings of the Deck of Dragons. He had also had a report of the mage sacrificing a goat on top of a barrow. Quick Ben admits that the goat thing was an act of desperation. Whiskey Jack took the opportunity to ask what the spirits in the barrow told him. Quick Ben explains that there weren't any spirits, and that it was as if it was just cleaned out. Whiskey Jack exclaimed, "Cleaned out?" Quick Ben explains that someone or something gathered them up, and that he's never known that to happen before. Whiskey Jack wasn't fooled and said that he was on to the mage, and to quit changing the subject. Quick Ben scowled and admitted that he was doing some investigating, but on nothing he couldn't handle. He said that now that they were officially on the march, there really wasn't much he could do about it. He tells Whiskey Jack that he's been sidetracked with these ruby spirits disappearing, and it's got him curious. Whiskey Jack told him that when he figures it out to let him know. Quick Ben said that he would. Whiskey Jack gritted his teeth and thought to himself that he'd known the mage too long, and that he'd stumbled upon something and it's got the mage's tail between his legs. On the road to Pale, One Arm's host moved to join the ranks of Brood's vast army. The march had begun, onward to war, against an enemy they had never seen and of who they knew nothing about. Ah,
Damn, dude, we did it.
we
That
did
was
it.
that was a motherfucker.
Yeah. Some of the first thing that I have here was the Capustan taking the bait yet. I know that we got a mention of that in an earlier section, but what exactly is the details about this?
I feel like it's like the Moranth.
Well, I feel like there's mercenaries in Capustan that Quick Ben has been talking to, but talking to them about what? Like joining forces? Like being the inside man is kind of like what comes to my mind.
Well, they gotta have some sort of plan, I guess. I don't know. Because I mean, they talked about like, if they were to fly soldiers in or whatever, they'd have to bring their own food and shit.
Right.
So I don't know if it's referring to that or something. I guess I'm not 100% sure.
Gotcha. I'm sure that we'll get more information on that, but I'm just kind of curious as to like what the plan actually is, like the specifics of it. The other thing is Whiskey Jack is he's on to Quick Ben. And I can imagine that Quick Ben at this point is panicking as he thinks Whiskey Jack is aware of Burn or what he knows.
So do you think he doesn't quite trust him all the way?
I think that he knows that something's up. As he says, something's got the mage's tail between his legs, as he said.
So you think he's just like afraid to tell him of this other thing that's going on amidst this other war?
Yeah, I think so. Kind of
I mean,
going
that makes
back to
sense.
like the third section in this chapter where, Whiskey Jack is like, I'm not happy. And then Quick Ben has that thought about, well, shit, if he's unhappy now, I probably shouldn't say anything about Burn,
Good point.
So
That's fair.
the other thing that the last thing that I have here is the Rivy spirits just non-existing in the barrow. And I don't know if this is true with the whole Rivy spirits being snatched up. I kind of think that Quick is just pulling Whiskey Jack's leg, no pun intended, to avoid the conversation about Burn. But at the same time, I guess it's possible the Ruby spirits have been taken. And if they are, I'd imagine that Silver Fox is responsible. As in one of the previous chapters, she said that she would take care of them, or like something along those lines.
I guess I just kind of took it at face value that they were gone. Maybe I'm just too trusting in that type of thing. I don't know.
What do you? I chuckled at Whiskey Jack's reaction to him hearing reports of Quick Ben sacrificing a goat. that was funny to me. I chuckled.
Yeah,
But
he's clearly willing to do about anything.
he is definitely doing his research.
Trying.
Definitely trying. If you're not trying, you're dying.
I mean, that's pretty true. If you're not trying, you're dying.
Yeah,
Put that on a t-shirt, Justin.
I think it already is.
Oh, well, do it again.
Yeah, dude, it feels so good to be done with this chapter. What a ride! Just the amount of information, the amount of conversation and insights, the amount of anxiety, the amount of worry, the amount of like unknown. It's just littered throughout this chapter, and you're just like, holy fuck. So yeah.
How long have we been going here?
Didn't we start when let me look. I sent you the link. I sent the link at 7:35.
Okay, so we'll just call it. So we on this chapter spent 6.25 hours on this chapter. Now, really, it'll probably be a little less than that because you sent it at 6:35. We bullshitted for a couple minutes.
7:35.
7:34, whatever. So it's been another fucking 3 hours.
Yep.
This is gonna be a fucking 5+ hour episode.
I would imagine it's probably I would feel like in an episode like this, I'll probably trim off about 40 minutes worth of dead air and potty breaks. So
It's gonna be 5.5 hours.
5.5 hours this episode's gonna be.
And we're doing it for everybody out there.
Yes, this is all for you guys. All for
I
you.
hope you enjoy it.
Yeah.
Hope you like it.
Please do. Use that pause button to your advantage. Like, holy shit.
I will say it has not felt like that long. Obviously, yeah, we had a long recording session on Tuesday and then we had another long one today. But I mean, between the two of them, they went pretty fast.
Yeah, I would say so. Clearly the first half was longer than the second half, and we had 12 sections to cover in this half. So,
Yeah.
whew, woofta, 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 woofta. Holy shit.
Yeah. So now, I mean, that was, my God. Yeah. We might, I mean, if we get another long chapter, we might just have to break it up into multiple episodes or something. I don't know.
I don't
We'll
know.
play it by ear, but
I don't know if I'll ever do that, but yeah, I don't know. It feels nice. I feel proud. I feel proud of a 5.5 hour episode. Like that is fucking legit. That's fucking dedication. If you ever told me, like,
that is, you know what? I might send Mr. Erickson a message tomorrow and tell him like we spent over 6 hours on one chapter,
chapter
and
5,
just to see if he says anything.
do it.
I'll do that,
Do it.
and obviously I'll let you know if he says anything back. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to moving on. We're going to be kind of in a mad dash here because it is, as of now, it's damn near 11 o'clock, October 26th. We just finished chapter 5. We need to get through chapter 6, check 6th, chapter 6, and then a week. So, I mean, basically in 8 days, we're going to record with DLC Book Club on November 4th
Yep.
on this whole sub book. So, I mean, we got to, yeah, I know yeah, it's going to be a sprint here.
Well, and we have to come up with questions for that
Which
episode.
I think we'll be able to do. I'm not terribly worried about that. I mean, we'll be fine. And I think the advantage we have is we'll be able to talk about not only just this sub book, but the previous 2 books as a whole. So I think we'll be able to come up with things fine.
Yeah. And, maybe I definitely think we should ask questions about the Holds and the Warrens and the Azath and just see if they can maybe help either confirm what we know about it at this point or tell us we're dead fucking wrong.
Right. Yeah. I'm not, they must, I mean, they're obviously further along than we are. I don't know how close to the end of the book they are, but
I would imagine they're probably at the end.
we're close to it.
Yeah. Are you going to make a Twitter post about how long we recorded?
I don't know why I wouldn't. That's a good point. I will definitely do that.
Yeah.
It is impressive.
It is.
That's fun. It's kind of fun breaking a record like that. So,
I mean, it's our,
man,
but it very well could be a record.
it's just one chapter. So,
That's one
yeah, I don't
chapter.
know.
That has to be a record somewhere. Like longest podcast about a book on one chapter. Like D&D.
Yeah, I don't know.
Memories of Ice.
Somebody else.
chapter 5.
I will be really curious to see where it ends up once you edit it. By that time, I'll probably be in North Carolina or Florida, but yeah,
I would imagine
I guess,
probably be on your way back by the time it goes live.
yeah, we'll see. I know, I mean, we've got some episodes banked up, but we might have a little bit of a break in recording here after November 4th, just with my schedule and the holidays and everything. But I'm sure we'll do our best to, keep up with content, whether it's Curse of the Fallen or this book. We're not stopping, but it's hopefully, people understand it's the holidays. I mean, we take a lot of time to do this. I mean, it took us 6+ hours to record just this episode. That's not including the time it took to type up our summaries, which I would guess I probably put another 3 or 4 hours into on just my part. So, I mean, give us a little bit of grace here if there's a little bit of a gap in things. We're doing our best, but I mean, we still have lives outside. We have work, we have family, kids. We're busy on top of that.
For sure, dude. Oh boy. All right. Well, I suppose we should make this longest episode ever even longer. So what do you say? Should we wrap her up?
I think we probably should. I'm going to go to bed here. I got to be up early for work. So,
All right, man.
well, man, it's been a pleasure. I hope this isn't a record we break anytime too soon. So,
Never know. Never know. Maybe chapter 7's the 150.
yeah, I'm just going to yeet my book across the room if that's the case.
I mean, I'd rather just get it out of the way, like instead of waiting and being anxious to when that actually is coming about us, but
At the same time, yeah, I'm sure it'd be really fucking good if it was, but like, God damn it, we just did a 6-hour episode. Like, I'm not ready for something that's going to be like twice that long.
yeah. Hey, fuck it, 12-hour episode. That I might,
That's, yeah,
yeah.
I can't do that in 2 goes.
We would definitely break up the recording for sure. But as far as releasing it, I don't know. I'm not a fan of the whole part one, part two shit. You know?
I'm pretty open to whatever, however you decide you want to do it. I mean, obviously, it'll probably depend on, the chapter, how things flow and everything. So, I mean, if we find a spot where it makes sense to go that route, maybe we do that. But otherwise, we'll just roll with it.
Yeah, that's true. All right, sir. I bid you adieu. I bid you adieu.
I'm the one who's been drinking,
I'm
Justin.
tired, man. I'm tired. Yeah, I'll see you in tomorrow. Well, I'll talk to you tomorrow sometime, and yeah, just enjoy the rest of your night, dude.
You too. Well, hey, thanks again for a fun-filled episode here. I'll be excited to listen to it over multiple drives to work and at work and everything else in between.
Fuck yeah, man.
All right, we'll talk soon.
All right, later, dude.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
DMJ's Epic Quest. DMJ's Epic Quest. DMJ's Epic Quest. CMJ's Epic Quest. CMJ's Epic Quest. CMJ's Epic Quest. CMJ's Epic Quest.